Just gonna stream. We're gonna stream. Let me grab that restream chat.
Amanda, it's time to play Tiny Tina's Wonderland.
I apologize. We are playing Skyrim Nodierim.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not.
We're streaming live, my dude.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, you decided on a whim to stream it.
Yeah, I just did. Yes,
and
that's exactly what's
yeah,
happening.
because of something you randomly decided, and you made up a fucking rule to go with it. You're not. I don't know.
All right.
Do
How you doing?
what you will.
All right. Streaming live. Okay, here we go. We are ready to go. We're ready to play. So I installed a mod that actually does delete my save if I die. So now I am no longer just like making doing it manually. Instead, I'm going to be it just gets auto deleted. Buffo and Mark says, "Will you debate James Gordon?" Who is James Gordon? I don't know who James Gordon is, but I'll debate anybody. All right, so we're gonna start a new game, and yeah, we're gonna just start a new game, and I've removed the There's a mod that removes the intro because I guarantee you I'm going to die a lot. I think I'm going to stick back with Nord. I'm sticking with Nord. I'm going to Nord. All right, sex. What do we got here? All right, let's just do some presets here. I think before I played a preset that I don't think it matters. I think we'll do this one. Finish name and character. What do we call him? We're gonna call him what the fuck? We're gonna say Nodierim. His name is Nodierim. I'm here for it. All right, we have a second chance. All right, this is what I do. I ask the statue of Mara, and I'm just gonna say surprise me because I have no idea what adventure I'm gonna go on. Buffo Mark says he's a very conservative dude, but he's very far left economic views. How do you be a conservative and have very far left economic views?
He has socially conservative views.
You should Google him.
It's like Neobender.
He's like socially conservative, economically left wing.
No survival mode. I'm already in a very difficult. Whoa! I'm in a shipwreck.
He's scared of different people. That's why.
Yeah, he probably wants him to stay in the kitchen. He doesn't like the gays.
How do I get out of here?
Possibly the blacks.
This is all right. Well, this is interesting. We are on a ship. We're on a ship. There's carrots. There's a sack of flour. Cabbage. We need to get out of here. It's not good.
There's to the left. Right.
Yeah, I'm There appears to be any weapons? Any good stuff?
Amender.
I'll take that. What's up?
Would you ever go on a Hajj to Mecca?
A Hajj to Mecca? I feel like I would not fit in.
Yeah.
Why?
They don't like Jews in Mecca.
What?
He's not a Jew.
That is a wild thing to say. That is a wild thing to say. I got a belted tunic. Tech VR says homophobia is pretty gay. You're literally concerned with what a man does with his body. I am looking. Okay, we got some gold.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that man doing gay stuff and me knowing about it.
There's some booties. What do I
Take the
have?
tunic.
I literally have nothing. I'm a miner. I have
Well,
nothing.
take the tunic, Amender. Take the tunic.
What? Why?
Don't leave
It
the
doesn't do
tunic.
anything. It has 0 armor rating.
Just take it.
Why? It's worth
Just
nothing.
take it. It
It's a
looks good.
value of 2.
You'll look good.
Oh my god, bro.
Take the gourd.
I'm not taking the tunic.
Take the gourd. Take the gourd.
Okay,
Get
look. See, we got stuff. There's stuff here.
Yeah, there's a gourd down there,
Lockpick,
fucker.
gourd necklaces and rings. These are all trash. We're not gonna keep that. Anything in here? Anything in here? No. Okay.
Y'all see that China just released an AI model from one of their private companies?
Hello, Funky
That's
Tom. You're aware
Hey,
we are
what's up?
streaming live. I just want to let you know that, right?
That's chill. Don't worry about it.
All right. I just want to let you know that's
Yeah, that's chill.
all right.
I'm chill with
I
that.
swear, people. I have come to realize that. I'm not saying you don't, but
Yeah.
Zoomers,
No, I realize.
Zoomers don't read.
That's funny.
Like, can you
as
just
shit.
can we just be
You're
honest? Like,
right.
they don't.
No, you're right.
Viewers
You're right.
can't
They
I'm like the
don't-
only
they
person I
don't
know. I'm the
remember.
only person I know my age that actually has like a library.
Yeah, they don't
I'm
read.
the only-
I'm telling you, dude.
I'm literally the only person I know my age that has like a collection of books. Everyone else doesn't read ever. But what I was saying is
They're
China just
illiterate.
released the fucking literally they are illiterate.
But
China just released an AI model that is the same efficiency as ChatGPT 4.0, but
Okay.
with 50 times more power efficiency,
okay, great. That's sick.
which is it's really sick.
From Bo Bro says, yo, what's up, Amanda? Yo, what's up, Bo Bro? Wandering Robot Studio says, early stream today. Yes, it is, in fact, an early stream. We have Bo Bro saying, you crafting everything, or are you just a miner to make money? Yeah, so in this, we're still playing Skyrim Nodierim. And you know what I just noticed? We're on the bottom of the ship, not the top of the ship.
The
This
ship is capsized. Yeah.
So I need to like get through water to get out of here.
What are we?
Okay.
Well, there may be a hole in the bottom, which is now the top, right? Like maybe there's
Well,
a way
then
that
this water would be very much filling. I don't see any hole at the top.
No,
do you?
wouldn't.
There's an anchor down
Yeah,
there.
it's right there, dude.
What about in hither? Oh, there is a hole.
Hither.
There's a hole. I see it. Yes,
Oh, there we go. I was right, Amender.
you were right,
Wreck of the skinny hooker.
guys. Where the fuck are we?
You're at the wreck of the skinny hooker.
Where the fuck are we?
Oh man,
There
Yeah,
we
you're
were
on
in
an iceberg
Skyrim, and we're not going to
pigeon.
die to a horker today. We will not be dying to a horker.
Is that a walrus, a horker?
Yeah. We're not
Do
going to
they
die to a
attack you?
horkers. Yes.
Why the fuck do you get attacked by walruses?
Well, because it's Skyrim. Bobro says, not much, just chilling, reading the Supreme Court's decision over the TikTok ban and trying to get smart with politics, thinking the ideas of my own YouTube channel. Bro, go for it. I'd subscribe.
who are we talking about?
TechVR says, skinny horker. Okay, looks like we have a dead passenger
should be.
here. There's armor. I'll take that. I'll take that sword. I'll take the gold. No, you can keep that.
Take the tunic.
No.
God damn it!
No, it's
We're not-
worthless. Why? It's worthless. It's
You
trash.
will look good in
Actual
it.
trash. It's actual trash. Okay, look at this. Look at this. See, we're an adventurer. We're not gonna die. We're not gonna die like we've been
So
dying.
if you get
like
attacked by a walrus, you've got something to defend yourself with.
I am concerned though.
What are you concerned about?
Well, so you should be aware that I am playing Skyrim Nodierim. Do you know the rules of this game?
If you die, it restarts.
The character is deleted. Yes, character's gone. Right. So no Yeeticus should not get yeeted. Okay, he's gonna do everything he can to avoid being yeeted.
Is that what you named your guy?
Yeah,
No
I called him No
Uticus?
Yeeticus. Yes,
That's clever, right?
thank you.
That's clever. That's clever.
Don't
Am I
fuse.
losing stamina by jumping? I feel like I should be,
Yes,
but I don't
I
see
think
my
you do.
stamina getting. Oh, sorry. Obligatory cat cam. She's smushing her face into the camera, so she's like, I want to rub my cheeks against it because it's I don't know, it's a weird scent thing for cats. Isn't that right, Beaters? Hi, Peppers. Come on, say hello to the camera.
Hey, dude, is there an Elon Musk mod that
Say
you can
hello to the
add?
camera. That's a booty.
Yeah, to the cat.
Add an Elon Musk
She's,
mod
she's my baby.
to Skyrim.
She is my
Yeah,
baby. Oh.
the
Obligatory kitty cam.
Okay, I'm gonna look for you.
By the way, I can't see you in your stream. I'm
Huh?
under.
Oh, because you need to watch my YouTube channel.
I'm gonna
You will then see Kitty.
First amender.
You will then see Kitty. Bobro says, yes, you do
Why?
lose stamina when you jump, which is why when you sprint to empty, you can't jump for a bit. But it's weird. Like, I wasn't seeing the green bar, I guess. Ow, my cat is gnawing on me. Why are you gnawing me? Why do you do this? Why are you like this, little lady? I love you.
Dude, your live stream is not actually live. What the hell?
What? It is live. What do you mean?
No, it's live, but it's delayed, so it's not.
Yeah,
That's all
yes,
live
that's
streams work.
all live streams.
That
All
sounds
live
like
streams are delayed.
under.
Oh, then live streams are a lie, Amender. If they're all delayed.
Whoa! All right, let's get to this. Let's get to the surface and let's avoid Horker. Yeah, look at that. I see an enemy. There's an enemy. Is it in the water? I am not equipped to be fighting any enemy. I have no health.
Go fight it. Go kill it, dude.
I could die right here. You realize that?
Go kill it.
What's in there?
Sate my bloodlust.
Slaughterfish.
What are you guys doing?
Kill the slaughterfish. Hold on. I'm running. For some
I'm
reason I can't whip
I'm
out my
currently-
weapon. I can't whip out my weapon in the water.
I'm currently reading more about
Can
the Chinese fucking AI model that just dropped.
You're just slashing
Oh yes,
at the water.
you can't use your weapon in the water. I didn't even know that.
What do you, First Amender, as the shitlib resident shitlib here, what is your thoughts on AI?
It's pretty cool. I like AI. It's pretty sweet.
What about like ethical, like the energy demand stuff, like how AI is expected to increase our energy demands globally by 80%.
That much?
Yes, data
Why do I have
centers
a
are
feeling-
huge. Data centers are fucking insanely energy needy.
It doesn't seem right.
It is that much.
Is that
By
number
2050, it
correct?
will be 80%. Yes, I'll look it up again.
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
What number are you looking at?
Are you assuming like a linear progression? Because I have a feeling that number is not going to be correct. Just
Sure.
off the
Okay,
top
so
of my
actually,
head, right? Like if you look
I
at
was
something
actually,
in a linear fashion.
I'm sorry, I was actually wrong with the number, but the number's actually way worse. From
Okay.
Goldman Sachs, AI is
Well-
poised to drive 160% increase in data center power demands by 2028.
Bobro says, I'm playing my own Skyrim Nodierim type game where I am only allowed to craft my own weapons and stuff because I want to learn those mechanics. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. But I just want to let you know, Skyrim Nodierim is already insanely difficult. Like a spider ended my journey. Like that's a
Was it at
concern.
least a
Like a stupid regular like know nothing spider
It was
just
even
came
a
in and
giant
three-shotted me and I
spider.
was dead.
What the
No,
hell?
it was a bigger spider, yeah. But it still just yeeted my entire adventure in a single shot. There was also like a barbarian chief. He just like finished me. He like did a finisher move on me and I was just dead.
Is this a separate shipwreck from
Yes.
the one that you emerged from? How many fucking shipwrecks are there here, dude?
Hold on, I don't know, man.
It's
There's a lot of
there.
ice here, bro. All right, here we go.
So what I was saying is it's supposed to 4x in its demand by 2028.
Where are you saying?
Right now, 2% of all global energy is generated just by AI data centers. By the end of 2028, it should be 10%.
Okay.
So that's pretty crazy.
That sounds.
That's a crap ton of power.
That sounds more reasonable than before, I guess.
Yeah, but the 80% increase overall is what I said, which
Okay.
is actually the underestimate. I was wrong.
Wandering Robot Studio says, First Amender, when did you realize you first cared about free speech? I realized that I was noticing that, like, social networking sites, like, back in 2015 were actively, like, trying to suppress, like, free speech through their algorithms. And I was like, well, let me make my own site where that's not a thing. And so that's exactly what I did. I built a website called firstamender.com. It's actually still up. Like you can like register with an account or anything. I recommend a throwaway account. It's not super secure. I built it from scratch. Like it's not under the, like I would probably change completely the way that I have it set up. But anyway, it was my project and I thought it was cool. And, you know, I called myself First Amender. That's where the name comes from. I think it was, I don't know, sometime in 2015, maybe. Bobro says, the Spider in the Barrows was easy for me. I was playing on Adept. Speaking of which, what is my difficulty set to? Yeah, I'm set to Expert.
Is that the highest level?
No. I don't. The highest level is just like, it's just everything turns into basically a bullet sponge, effectively. Even though there's no bullets, but you get my point. A sword sponge, a sword hitting.
Yeah. You have to inflict a lot of damage to kill them.
I think the word you're looking for is just damage sponge.
Yeah, I don't know. It's usually called bullet sponge because it's like you're playing, like, I don't know, like a game like Borderlands or something, and you're just like it's just like unloading your entire magazine into this boss or whatever. I need to do like easy quests. Does that make sense? Do you see what I mean here? I got to do the easy quests, because if I don't do an easy quest, like that's how I'm going to level up and become like more hardened and, you know, better capable of being able to take on some challenges. I'm in a part of Skyrim that is not good. I think I just need to go to Dawnstar and just do just talk to random people and see if I can just do some quests. Let's see here. The next thing that I also need to be very aware of is death can come at any corner.
Well, those are statements.
I was sitting there explaining something economic to somebody because they said something in chat. And I was like, okay, let me explain that. And I like looked away for a second and that spider just yeeted me. Okay, so I think next time just pause. Just pause the game to explain something. You know what I mean? We have here, Bobro says, the Spider in the Barrows was easy for me. I was playing on Adept. Yes, I already read that. I'm sorry. Though by then I had mined enough iron to make a full set of iron plate armor, which is the Creation Club thing, and better than regular iron armor. Plus I upgraded my chest plate, which I used a one-handed. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're getting ahead there, so that's good. The iron sword used flames as my secondary attack. That's pretty cool. It's like I took an arrow to the knee and died. It's the hardest difficulty. Yes. Let me see. Do I have any magic? Okay, I have healing. I need to favorite that. That's really important. The other thing I need to favorite is this weapon. I have a single Imperial sword. That's favorited. Okay, so then we're going to set 1 for Imperial sword and 2 for healing. Okay, and we got this. All right. Problem solved. Hopefully, we don't die. What's in Dawnstar? What quests can you do in Dawnstar? Is anybody aware? Dawnstar is discovered. Okay. All right. All right. We're gonna go over here. I am so afraid of enemies. Okay, so we're in town, so I don't think we're gonna experience any enemies. I think we'll be all right. Let's just talk to some random people and see if they'll give us some quests. I need to buy potions from you. What have you got for sale? Let me blow my nose. Hold on. Give me a sec.
Morning day debate. Hello. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We're live here at First Amender. Marvin, Zeppy, and Magus. During the stream, we're going to have debate going on. And
That's correct. We are streaming live. How are you doing, Marvin?
I'm angry.
You're angry? Why are you angry?
You're not a true American.
I'm not a true American?
What's the color of your skin?
What's the color of my skin? It's white.
He's white as hell.
Did you know that our forefathers intended this country to only be held by people like you?
Okay. Both of my parents come from Chile. Thank you.
How do you feel about poor white people?
How do I feel about poor white people? I think we should help them.
Both of those.
Because
Do you think we should help poor white people more than poor black people?
I think that we need to understand the inequity that happened in the past that results in black people being poorer. And so I think that black people likely need more of a hand up than white people. Yes.
You're a race traitor.
Well, I mean, I just think that everybody, I think that like white people do better if other people around them are also doing better. You with
You're
me?
racist.
We used to go out into the wilds. It's quite romantic. If you're an alchemist.
Do you have anything to say about that, or?
You're racist.
Okay. I don't think I'm a racist, but okay. Why are you so why are you so fascinated by race? Like all of your questions have been regarding race.
I have a question for you. What's the average IQ of a black person?
Nah, you got to answer this question.
Dodging.
What's the
You're
average
dodging.
IQ?
Can you please answer the question?
Dodging.
Why are you so fascinated by race? Every single one of your questions have been regarding race. So why are you so fascinated by it? What's going on there?
If it means everything.
Okay, so, but I'm the racist. I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Because you don't care about being black.
Uh-huh. But except, like, you seem to be asking the questions regarding race, not me, but you're calling me the racist.
Because if
I
you
just
don't care about
want to
white people,
figure out how
you're
that
racist.
logic works, I guess.
If you don't care about white people, you're racist.
Well, I did say that I cared about white people. If you recall. You just didn't like the fact that I'm aware of there being inequities of between black and white people historically in the United States.
These inequities are caused by low IQ.
You think there's something inherent to black people and low IQ?
It's not that I know. It's not that I believe. It's just we all know that.
Okay. So it's fair to say that, like, let's say if there's like, would you say that like if they're like very low IQ, we should like kick them out of society because they're like low IQ? We should get them out of our good society and they can form their own.
White women are scared of black men.
Man, wow, that was not an answer. to
You've
my
never met a
question.
white woman.
Hey, can we just get the answer to that question?
No, I want you to ban me from the server.
I just want you to answer the question.
Ban me from the server now because you're trying to make me.
I don't have any. I don't have any moderator privileges. on this.
Yeah, he's
server.
not a mod.
You're
I'm not a
trying to
mod.
make
If you look
me
at
be a
my,
racial-
I don't have any mod
Yeah,
privileges.
you are trying to make me become a racial apologist under duress.
Well, no, I'm just
What?
asking you a basic question. Like you could just say yes or no to it. It's not a loaded
It's racial
question.
interrogation.
I say, do you think this?
White women are scared of black men.
Why won't you answer the question? I said, since they're lower IQ, right? Do you think that we should kick them out of society, considering that they're lower IQ? We should have a more perfect society.
White women are scared of black men.
Why can't you
Oh
answer the
my God, why-
question?
Why are they all like
Just
this?
answer the question. Jamie says, is this your friend trolling or a debater? Yeah, this is an actual debater. Welcome to modern day debate. It's where random like chuds, they basically wake up in the morning and they're like, I kind of want to be a piece of shit today. And then they log on Discord and then they be a piece of shit. They didn't even have their coffee. They didn't even have their coffee, and they're
Are you saying
they're
that
already.
Marvin is a chud amender?
I just, yeah, the guy who's called Race Trader, yeah. Or
Yeah,
Marvin,
I'm a
Marvin.
race trader.
Yeah.
I'm just
Sorry,
saying
no,
this
it's
can't
Marvin.
be true.
Marvin.
The
It
point
was
that
Marvin.
he's making.
People, if you don't put white people above, how could you not care for your own ethnicity?
I want you to answer that simple question. That's a simple question I asked you.
What was your
It's
question?
not a loaded question. The question is, since you think that black people are lower IQ, then wouldn't it be fair to say that you want to kick out people that are black in your society in order to have a better society? Would you say that?
Well, listen to me. Listen to me, okay?
This is fabulous. Not answering my question again.
No, you're not going to ban me from the server.
I'm not banning you.
No.
I don't have any ban
No,
ability.
you will. You
There's
will.
no mod.
So,
Just so you know, there's no mod. There's no mods in here. Just
you
give
will
me
do
your
it.
argument. I want to hear it.
It'd be better without
You
them
are
because they're
asking
low
an
IQ.
incorrect question, aren't you?
It would be better
agree?
without them because they are low IQ. Okay, so you
First
do want to
Amendment,
get rid of black people in your society because they are low IQ.
They rape white women, yes.
Ah, so
Are you
you're saying that
misconstruing
people
First Amendment?
that have a prevalence of rape, they should not be in society.
Yes, and blacks have the genetics to rape
Oh.
white women.
Whoa, interesting. You know what? I actually got the solution for you. I actually can even go one step further. I think we should ban all men from society.
Black
love
men
this
rape
argument.
more than white men, though.
Well, no, men rape. Women don't really rape that much. It's very
Right,
it's a feasibility problem, and there's also the
Amanda,
fact
by the
that they
way-
don't have excess
So-
levels of testosterone, and so under the basis that it is natural for men to rape more, therefore we should actually get rid of all men because they rape more and they also steal more. So why don't we get rid of all the men and then we
Amanda,
like
full
make a
disclosure.
giant wall where the men have to be in the outskirts of the beautiful city. We'll call it the mud pits. And then all of the women get to live in a utopic society. Doesn't that sound like a good idea?
Who's
You ever
going
saw the
to
movie Elysium?
maintain the utopic society? One and
You
two.
ever saw the
The
movie,
utopic society is where it's only women, right? They get to live in the beautiful city.
They can't
And the
maintain
only
it,
instance, no, but they can. They perfectly can. I mean, I guess like if there's like a physical thing, maybe once in a while we'll let like one man in, but like generally speaking, they're not going to let men in. You're never ever going to see a woman. The only instance where they actually need the men is basically to harvest them for seed, and all they do is pick the best looking one, and then they inseminate all the women to get that perfect 2.1 ratio.
You ever
So
saw the
that way
movie
it's
Elysium?
perfectly maintained. All the women get to stay in the society, and all the men have to stay in the mud pits.
Yeah, you ever saw the movie Elysium?
Well, no, I mean, aren't you in favor of this? Since it's I mean, it seems to be
This
of the
is a
logical
weird choice.
conclusion. You're concerned about
But
the
I
amount
will
of
say this,
rape,
Amanda.
right? Why not kick out all the men?
Marvin,
First
Marvin
Amendment, why
here-
do they have
Marvin
men?
here
Why
is
don't
a
they have
black
men in
man.
women's prisons?
Amanda.
Well, I'm saying we should kick out all the men,
Amanda, you
right?
should know this.
Because we want to
Marvin
reduce
here-
overall rape,
Marvin
right? That's his
here-
concern, right?
Wait, listen to me, Amanda.
Don't listen
Marvin
to
is
Zeppy.
black.
Don't listen to
Amanda.
Zeppy. Don't
Marvin
listen
is
to
a
Zeppy.
black person.
Don't listen to Zeppy.
Don't
Control-
listen to Zeppy.
He's
Control.
black. Get on camera.
Well, yeah.
Marvin.
So Marvin, I just want to. I just want to. I mean, what do you think about my men idea? Doesn't it sound like a good idea?
You're not gonna do this little dance that you're doing. It's not gonna work with me.
Oh yeah.
Marvin, I'ma keep it real with
Can
you,
you
my
answer?
homie.
Can you answer the question though? Like, doesn't it sound like a good idea?
To do what?
Oh, kick out all the men because they rape more.
Black men.
No, all men.
Marvin,
No, I'm saying
Marvin,
we go one
black
step
men.
further because white men also rape, so we got to get rid of all men.
Black
Much
men.
lower rates, though.
No, wait, all men.
Black men.
What's wrong with all men?
Black men.
Why don't we kick all the men?
Oh my god.
Because all
Black
men
men.
rape.
Black men.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we know the answer to this, right? By saying all men, right? And I swear to God, I've never heard a single woman make these arguments. It's always men wanting to subjugate minorities and wanting to take away the rights of minorities. And the end result is that when I include them in it, all of a sudden their entire logical structure completely falls apart. Huh? I wonder why.
But we have the ability to choose, though, Amender.
First, aren't you mischaracterizing them? No, aren't you mischaracterizing Marvin? least
Really?
in
I'm
some way.
mischaracterizing him. Okay, why don't you help me out?
In some way.
What am I mischaracterizing?
Okay, so if I understand that you can manipulate Marvin, and perhaps you can. But there are certain elements.
I
of what
just
he's
asked
saying
some
that are
simple
true.
questions. I
So
don't
if he
see how
says
you think that's
something
that's
if he
a.
says something like black people, for instance, have lower IQ, this would be true. And if you wanted to keep lower IQ people out of your country, this could also be true. Those both things could be true.
He
And it doesn't
specifically made the
necessarily
rape
mean
argument,
anything
right?
Anti-black.
He specifically made the rape argument, did he not?
Oh, don't get me wrong. You trounced on Marvin.
All right,
no
cool,
problem.
cool.
with
So
that.
we're done with the Marvin debate. So I can go. I can go.
It doesn't
we can
mean that you
move
didn't
over to you,
mischaracterize
Invalid.
what he said, though.
No, I didn't mischaracterize what he said. I've brought his argument to a logical conclusion, and as soon as I involve his demographic, he just completely folds.
The logic
Can't handle
conclusion
it.
that
They
you came
can't
to
handle
is
it.
False. The logic conclusion that you came to is false, though.
Well, no, it wouldn't be false because if men rape more and he's concerned, all right, I'm dying. I'm dead. All right, there you go. I just died to a wolf.
Come on, Amanda.
Wow.
I never understood
sound
the
like you're-
gaming/political speak.
Holy shit.
It's a young thing.
I'm just saying,
I'm
all of you guys are.
35. What do you mean it's a young thing?
What are you calling yourself old?
I'm 35. I'm probably older than more than half of you here.
Yeah, what if I told you I
You
was
probably
like...
wear like skinny jeans or something,
Oh,
man.
God.
I don't know.
I'm
Just
wearing-
because
I'm
you're,
wearing
just
gym
because
shorts.
you're old doesn't mean you don't try and
and
act like you're young.
I was around 200
I'm
years
wearing gym
ago.
shorts.
No.
I just have the
no.
body of a 16-year-old schoolboy
Oh,
from Japan.
It's in the trunk of his
Run,
car.
run,
He's a
run,
weirdo.
run, 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 run.
so
No.
I died. Man,
like
this
some of
is
these stuff
this
are
is
from,
really brutal.
Why don't you guys love white people? Why don't you do? Why don't you?
I didn't say I didn't like them.
Anti Monarch says you don't look a day over 25. I love you. You're the best. Thank you.
You don't love white. If you don't like white people, the Boogaloo Boys will come through.
How can you be the voice of reason if you don't like white people?
Yeah, the Boogaloo Boys will come through.
Jamie says I'm okay, just tired
It's
and
just
cold
a
and
different
got off
form
work.
of racism, Marvin.
Welcome
it's the
to
exact same
your
thing.
relaxation
They're racist
time.
against white
I'm glad
people.
you're tuning
just in
in
the
to
same
my
way you can
channel
be
for
racist
this.
against black people.
All
I
right.
just died to just a cause.
So
No
we
more
refuse
just
to
a
admit
cause.
that white people are the best race. We refuse
Um,
to admit that.
All right. So I have now realized that ice wolves are very dangerous.
Yeah,
Amanda,
Okay,
I
which race is the best race?
Amanda, I think, Amanda, you should rename yourself into race trader.
Yeah, you should. Also,
Yeah.
I wanted to say something that all of you guys are wrong. Amanda, you're wrong in the fact that women can't rape men. It's actually very common. And Marvin, you're in fact wrong. It's actually the other way around. Haven't you heard of snow bunny hypnosis?
I mean, the prevalent. I didn't say that women can't rape.
Yes, you said that.
I'm saying that there is a bit of a challenge in doing that.
I just have the body of a 16-year-old schoolboy from Japan. It's in the trunk of his car.
I'm saying that there is a bit of a challenge in doing that. 'Cause, I mean, the prevalent. I didn't say that women can't rape. I'm saying that there is a bit of a challenge in doing that.
Not all men react on fire.
Yeah, a lot of race
Yes,
traders.
but do you think the challenge is gonna keep the woman from raping?
No, but I'm saying that
Yes.
the prevalence is a lot lower. There's also the fact that women have less testosterone, and so their libido is often far lower than that of men, which is that's not a crazy thing to say. That's the reality. You don't have, like, women generally don't have this. Okay, are there women that are nymphos? Yeah. Are there women that have a high sex drive? Yeah. However, generally speaking, they tend to have a lower sex drive than that of men, right?
So many race traders. So many race traders. So many.
What do I call
Just
this
so many.
guy?
Why are you a race
I'm
trader?
going to call this guy Marvin.
Why are you a race trader?
When this guy dies,
Oh, why are you a sex?
I just
Why are
going to
you a race
remove
trader?
Marvin.
Why are you a race trader?
That seems
What
like
is
a
that?
loaded question.
Are
that
you
you're
asking me or Amender?
So I'm asking anyone in this room, do you support interracial marriage in the United
Hell yeah,
States?
based.
Yeah.
Based.
So you're a race trader. So you're a
Based.
race trader.
I love interracial
Oh.
marriage. I want to have as many interracial babies as possible, so that way we can get rid of the race supremacists.
I am extremely good with the bow. I just hit a moving deer or
What?
elk in Skyrim.
What is this? Where the fuck am I? I'm in the middle of a dungeon and I have nothing. And there's a skeleton.
Oh, you have another life installed. That's
Yes.
cool. You are friends with the skeleton.
I have 2 lockpicks.
Don't waste them.
Trying. Okay, 1. I wasted 1.
Note to self: if you encounter Thalmor
Oh, good.
while walking about, don't
That's it.
piss off the Thalmor.
I have no more lockpicks. Okay. A vampire. Oh, good. I'm sure this is fine. This is fine. Am I a
Oh,
vampire?
yeah.
Am I a vampire?
You're a vampire.
I don't want to be a
skull.
vampire. I
You're
am a vampire.
skull.
I'm a
Yeah,
vampire.
I think
damn
so.
Oh, god damn it. I'm a
Hey,
vampire.
you get special powers. You get special
I am
powers.
a
as
vampire! This is not good. I don't like that I start as a vampire.
Maybe you shouldn't have picked to start out as a vampire.
Well, no, I said surprise me, and so here I am.
Oh no!
Here I
you
am.
chose
I'm a
surprise me.
vampire. I keep dying in this game in like 5 minutes. Maybe I should lower it to adept. Like, it just seems so, like, not right, I guess. Like, I just die instantly. Is the sun a problem? Am I just going to take damage from the sun?
Oh, no, you're not going to take damage from the sun, but your stamina won't regen. So beware. If you sprint and stuff, you won't be able to sprint until it becomes night, or you go inside a building or in shade or something.
Oh, Jesus. This is awful. This is just the worst. Give me this.
Ooh.
Apparel. Okay, I'm wearing that.
Lekker.
Food. I have no food. Okay.
I
God
also have
damn
to
it.
get lucky.
Bro, I'm not even
winner,
gonna
yeah.
bother. I'm not even gonna bother favoriting my stuff because I just die so fast. I really need to know what I am doing. Like, I just die instantly. Like, if there's a monster that's like even minorly more powerful, I'm just genuinely effed.
Try out an orc or something.
Why
'cause I'm
is
pretty
the
sure
monster a
orc-
minor?
That's a weird question. All right,
Yeah, that was a bad joke, Magnus.
we shouldn't talk.
He said minorly.
All right, let's see.
Amanda, I have a question though. So you know that I was bullshitting because I said snow bunny mind hypnosis, right? But you know, just for argument's sake, holy shit, 4 of a kind, amazing.
I've.
Yeah, no,
seem
what
to
I
be
wanted to
gaining
say is
stamina, but
because.
slowly?
Do you think that because of testosterone and other reasons you've stated, women are inferior to men?
No,
You just call it.
not at all.
Okay.
No, I just think I basically use it the mud pit argument as my it's basically my answer to all race realists. They are basically completely incapable of handling that kind of question because They go, oh
They're
wait,
stupid, yes.
when my demographic is included, for whatever reason, I seem to have a problem with that. And obviously, it makes sense that they would not want to be excluded in the society because they want to live in the perfect society and they want to exclude other people. But as soon as I use their logic against them, they just completely fold. Yeah, it's pretty easy. I love the mud pit argument. It's one of my favorites against race realists. They literally have no argument against it.
Mm. Okay.
I think you're gaining stamina because it's like turning night.
Hmm.
In Skyrim, I think you're gaining stamina because it's like dark and turning night. Or it looks like it.
I need armor. That's why I'm killing this guy.
Yeah.
All right, cool. We did it. All right, he was thankfully not difficult. Here's the problem. Like, I need to come up with a way to, like...
Make money?
Leave.
Oh, fuck you.
Like, if I get into combat, what is my response? Do you see what I mean? Like,
yeah.
If I get hit really hard, I really need to have, like, a game plan on getting the hell out. Because that's what happens, right? Is I'm fighting, I'm playing the game, and then I just get hit really freaking hard, and then I'm dead. Right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Like, do I just... Like,
you could...
Like, I gotta conserve my stamina, making sure that I could just... Right?
Yeah.
We're coming up with plans on how to leave.
What I do is I usually just like I try to get the enemies aggroed on me, and I try to fight around people who would help me fight if the enemies aggro onto them. Like if I see Stormcloaks walking around, I'll usually just like bring an enemy over to the Stormcloaks and have them help me kill the enemy if it's getting to be a bit too difficult.
Jamie says, one day I'll get a better phone and get Discord and be able to interact, but my phone sucks. Let me do you a favor. Discord is a total cesspool. It's a freaking nightmare to deal with. There are just people who are not good people, and they like fundamentally make like life worse for people, and they do it for fun. So
yeah,
I just
totally
just be aware of what you're signing up for. It's also addictive, so I don't know. If you're not like currently addicted to Discord, maybe just stay away. Just trust me.
I'm not currently addicted to
I'm
Discord.
very addicted to Discord. I'm hopelessly addicted. I am hopelessly
for some
addicted to
people,
Discord.
this is the healthiest thing they can do. Let's recognize that.
This, for some reason, Discord gives me energy to actually do stuff throughout the day. I don't know why.
No, I mean, the opportunities for community building and meaningful relationships have deteriorated so hard in our society, and our skills to build meaningful social contexts, that for some people, this is really the least unhealthy thing they can do, is get online and, I don't know, like get validation from people. Or just be in the presence of others virtually.
What are you doing here, Necromancer? A random Necromancer appeared.
There's a wolf.
Don't attack it. You died from a wolf.
No.
Time.
I didn't die. I died to an ice wolf, not a wolf. Those are two completely different things. The wolves are easy. Those are no problem.
I don't know why, but I would like.
But the
I would
ice
like it
wolf,
more.
that's a whole nother can of worms. And now that I think about it, can ice wolves... Can they run faster than me? I have a feeling they absolutely can.
I think like wolves and ice wolves and stuff, the animals can run faster
Is
than
that the
you.
difference? You can run away from a wolf, but you can't run away from an ice wolf?
It's probably the same speed between the ice wolf and a wolf.
Does it deal more damage?
The ice wolf deals significantly more damage, yes. That's what I just died. I just died to an ice wolf. I'm gonna go into a random cave and just explore. All right, cool. That's a mage. All right, we know he's a novice necromancer, and he's just gonna keep doing that. So we're just gonna wail on him while he spews ice at me. All right, he's dead. All right.
Why don't you
Let's see, we
spew
get any-
fire back at him? You spawn with or start
I
with
have-
fire.
By the way, Amanda,
I
I,
don't
think
need
it would be way more funny if you would play games which all like your watchers or the people who give you company could play with you.
Maybe.
Not
Like what? Like Minecrafter. Wasn't it Bobro? Weren't you the one that was just like, you should play Minecraft? Who was it that said
Yeah.
they should play Minecraft? Yeah.
That was me. I still think Minecraft is absolutely fun, even vanilla Minecraft. But I enjoy the basic things in
Good
bitch.
game, Magnus.
All right.
Son of a bitch.
Goal, get to level 10. Goal is get to level 10. Let's do it.
I was so
It's gonna be difficult for you.
Yes, you are correct.
You had a
Like if I can
fucking
get to
full
level
house.
10, I think like, okay, now we've got some
You never
survival
go all
abilities.
in if you don't have full house.
Oh, we have a scout.
Anyways, I'm a skedaddle
should-
now. Have a good one.
Yeah. After you get more money than me, you will leave.
Yeah, of course. That's like you
such
leave
a
when it's the
bitch.
best.
You're such a bitch.
Yeah, I am. Smart gambling. I've never lost in the casino.
Oh, I have a perk point.
Oh, we just
What do I want to spend it on?
Bye bye.
look, stuff up there. Stuff.
Can bribe gods to ignore crimes? I didn't know you could do that.
NT Monarch says
Skyrim?
Minecraft? Question mark?
Burial-
Yeah, I mean, Bobro
Burial
was
and
suggesting
Coyote, you guys would
that I should
join a
play
round of
Minecraft.
poker?
Yeah. Minecraft's absolutely fun to me.
Burrier, do you would join a round of poker?
What?
All right, this is
You would
this is
join a
an
round of
example of
poker.
something that'll kill me.
Poker?
Mm-hmm. The activity here in Discord.
I will only poke.
Sure. If it's in Discord, yeah.
Poker, I hardly knew her.
I mean, I'm currently playing my own version of Amanda's Skyrim Nodierim.
Yeah, I'm
we gotta
playing
favorite
right now,
this.
and Warren's joining, and I thought like would be more fun if more people would join.
Okay.
Got him. All right. Ancient Nord Battle Axe. That's a plus 11, so I'm going to do that.
The battle axes are pretty good. Though I've spec'd my character to be great with one-handed weapons and magicka. Because you can just like swing faster and attack faster with a one-handed weapon.
I just die so easily. I die with very like I really need to be on top of it. If I'm not on top of it, I'm just dead like instantly. Like my character just gets yeetus deletus. Silver ore. Okay, I need a pickaxe for that. That's fine.
Coyote, Bufu, is one of you also joining?
We got a skeever there. Skeever's not a problem. We should be able to handle skeever, no problem. It's just a little skeever. He cannot hurt us. It's got gold. Look up and around. Look for traps. Traps are bad.
One of y'all is gonna have to just briefly explain how to play poker. I know.
Oh, the game is telling you what you have on your hand.
Okay.
I also have a thing side opened on my other desktop to check out like what hand is better. Because I'm also a bloody starter.
Well, it looks like we got a novice fire mage, and there's two others. We are not going down there. We are going to wait for them to come to us. There's two of them. That's okay. We got an apprentice fire mage. We got an apprentice. Oh my god. This sucks. This is not good. This is not good.
Nah.
Oh my god.
That's not good.
Should I just go for it? Should I go for it?
Come on, show me. What do you got?
You should be careful. You should like try and sneak around if you can.
All right, no, we are not doing that. We are leaving. We are
Thought I'd
leaving.
try for the Fire Spirit.
We are leaving. We're not
What's
going to
up?
be a part of that. Let's see. We're going to level up. Health.
You have to rejoin.
Are we going to do? Are we just going to be doing our regular one-handed?
Let's
Or
fold.
yeah, let's do
Just
two-handed.
fold.
I like two-handed.
Either or. I mean, whatever is like fun, good for you.
I heard when you played a vampire and you became a vampire lord, like when you raising up the ranks of being a vampire, the vampire lord is really strong.
Jamie says, "Who is your favorite debater? Like of all of the famous ones on YouTube, etc." If you've already answered this, no, I have not answered that.
I know it. I know it. Can I quest? Joe Rogan?
No.
No.
He's not even a debater.
No.
Is David Pacman a debater? He's very good. I like him.
Yes, David. I think David Pacman is a debater.
He's more like a news commentator kind of guy. Like he doesn't really.
Yeah.
Debate.
Do you watch Gene or Parker
Jon
at all?
Stewart is very good. Jon Stewart
he
is
is.
brilliant. He's very, very intelligent. I
like Jon
a very
Stewart.
formidable debater for sure.
Yeah.
I frankly have found that
Are the apprentices gonna like run out here and
No, not unless you aggro onto them.
well, I did aggro them and so they may be following me out is my concern.
You should hope they don't follow you.
Yeah, I mean there is that apprentice mage, but I genuinely want to get to the end of this cave. I really actually do. But man, god damn it. This is oh, I want to explore. I have to just be a little bitch and just walk away. We're just exploring at this point. We're not even doing any quests. Oh, Hunter. Hello, Hunter.
I've been hunting and fishing. It's not like my. Take a look.
Let's see what this guy's got. It's got food. It's got miscellaneous items. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're having a good time.
Did I do well? I don't know.
Also, just walking around in this game is dangerous. Like you really got to be careful.
Oh.
Yeah, I was
like no wonder everybody
got
just hangs out in a
one,
village.
yeah.
They hang out in a village because they'll just die and they don't have
No,
quick.
yeah,
They don't have
2 pairs.
quick load.
I got 2 pairs? How did I get 2 pairs?
I don't know. It stood below your name, but I didn't saw where you had 2 pairs. That was weird.
We are.
I always thought that Cheeky Breeky is actually stinking.
Is he?
I don't know. I'm mixing always people up in my head.
There's a mine over there. Maybe I could go check out the mine.
No, dude, I'm not stinking.
If you have a pickaxe, you could like try and mine resources and sell them for better. Yeah.
Maybe.
Hello, Melody.
Assuming I even make it to town.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
Like anytime I see like a red circle, I really just need to be very much on alert. Like, because I don't know what I could get. It's a huge problem. Like I can't die in Skyrim Nodierim. I'm gonna lose my character.
Oh, I won.
Yeah, I folded. I didn't have reason to go.
All right, we gotta.
I had a
We got
really
an
bad
enemy.
hand.
What is it? What is the enemy?
The enemy is a doggo.
Whatever it is, it's
A
moving
wild
towards me.
doggo.
All right, it's just a bandit. We should be able to handle a bandit. I hope.
No, you can't handle a bandit.
Yeah, we can handle a bandit.
Okay.
No problem. No problem. Bandits are easy. We just got to worry about that bandit chief. All right, nothing there. I'm also a vampire. Doesn't that mean like I have like abilities or something? Like I'm like.
Yeah, you.
Let me look at my magic. See, active effects.
Vampires.
Okay. So I have a vampiric blood. I have a 40% weakness to fire. I need to be aware of that. I have 100% resistance against poison, resistance to frost, I also got Nord blood. So basically, frost and poison is almost no damage. Vampiric blood gives you 100% resistance to disease. Vampires are 25% harder to detect when sneaking, and illusion spells cast by a vampire are 25% more powerful.
Flush. But play more.
All right, so let's see powers. I've got battle cry, vampire servant. That is very good.
Yeah, vampire servant
Vampire
is
sight.
great.
Okay, all right. So
You should have a vampire lord form if you truly are a vampire. That can also make you pretty durable.
Servant. I'm gonna favorite that. That seems like a really useful spell. Since I am a vampire, I am the vampire.
You're no longer a Nord, dude.
I want the blood, the cycle blood.
He's a Nord. He's just a vampiric
I'm a Nord.
Nord.
I just want your blood.
I want to drink your blood.
I want to drink your blood.
All right, we got 2 enemies. We got 2 bogeys. 2 bogeys. What are they? What are they? What are they?
Oh.
Bandit? I think it's just 2 bandits. We should be all right.
Imagine you accidentally walk into a frost troll.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like I'll just die. Like that's the type of thing that'll just kill me instantly. All right, hold on. Hell yeah, let's go. Finish her. Gold, lockpick. Silver garnet ring.
We got
anything good? Nothing good. Okay, that's fine. We're leveling. We're leveling. All right, we gotta go. We're gonna go back in the mine. We're gonna go check out that mine. There's bandits in here, so there's no doubt a chief bandit. The last thing that killed me, it was in fact a chief bandit. So we really need to be on top of that. Also, we became aware that fire hurts really bad for my character. But so I mean, we if we see a dude that's casting fire spells, bro, leave. You need to leave. All right, so there's a smithing spot here. We should be able to use this. Look at this. We got some weapons here. I like that steel warhammer. That's probably a good weapon. Let's see here. Yeah.
Then you guys have jack and shit.
What?
Not you guys.
I do not have anything.
Well, that's always good. Go tell your opponent that.
What?
Hey,
Bender,
I watched a movie the other day, Bender.
Wait, what movie?
We had literally
The Apprentice. Have you seen The Apprentice?
I have not.
Isn't that the thing that made Trump popular?
No, that was the television show, but there's a movie called The Apprentice that came out in 2024.
Doesn't he drink in that movie?
Oh, he drinks a little bit after Roy Cohn pressures him. But the main controversy is there's a rape scene in that movie.
Okay.
Awesome.
Cool, man.
He rapes his wife Ivana in that movie. Wow. Trump has threatened to sue that film.
Okay.
Yeah, I would too.
Wait, is that a movie or?
Yeah. This is a mainstream movie.
Terrible to hear.
Starring Sebastian Stan, who plays the Winter Soldier in Marvel, and Jeremy Strong, who is the main character in Succession.
Oh, I had 9, you had 10. Wow,
Kitties,
that
this just wants pets. Hi, Peppers.
Oh my god. I could have won all that money.
All right, so we got a... That's a bandit chief. That will kill me. That will kill me. All right, we're gonna go. We're going outside. I don't like not being in the open.
I was really.
Come on out.
It was a very
Yeah,
unflattering
I'm
film for Donald Trump. And Stephen Chung, the communications director of Trump's 2024 presidential campaign, threatened legal action over the film.
Let's go on.
I don't know why I'm quick saving. Assuming that...
We don't have to talk about this. I know you're watching it.
I just don't know. I don't know the movie, man.
You should watch the movie. It's pretty good. Other than the rape scene.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I'm being depicted as a rapist in a film and you have no fucking clause, yeah, fucking defamation.
You're gonna sue him?
What was the film about?
I'd probably sue him too, assuming I was a rapist.
I don't think I can fight that chief, guys. I think I think I just have to piece out of here. Like, man, what a shame, man. I just have nothing to work with.
I've got a straight.
I'll go back to my Access Now Let's game, which I was trying to play before I got kind of involved in this. Now, let me go back to it.
Somebody commented on my YouTube channel. Let me see what they just said.
What did they say?
Oh, probably some horrible shit. It's really
why don't people
get
ever
so upset.
say nice? Why don't people ever say nice things like, First Amendment, you make some good points, or First Amendment, right? First Amendment might be right about this, right? Like, I don't see a lot of those comments on your stream.
AKA Zopher says, "This is hilarious. You're like a trans woman. Just because you identify as a winner doesn't make it so."
Oh boy,
it's pretty clever.
Oh,
it's pretty clever. I'll give you that. It's pretty funny. I have one lockpick. Can I open this?
Oh no!
I'm dropping the trailer to the movie in the side.
Let's take a break, bro. Let's take a break from poker.
All right,
Okay.
got some banded iron armor. That's good, and got some healing. All right, moving up in the world.
You just want to take a break because you're now losing against me. Wow.
Banded iron armor. Let's go. Yeah, I'm not gonna sleep in a bedroll.
What are you playing?
Skyrim. What do you mean?
Is that Riziko?
It's Skyrim Nodierim.
Nah, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Juan.
Oh, I played AAA. Access Now is.
It looks like Juan wants power.
Yeah, Von wants power.
I am still a vampire. The vampire actually may be a good idea, minus the fire magic. Fire magic is a problem.
Fire magic is a problem if you're a vampire.
Yes. So basically, if I see somebody using fire magic, I'm just going to run. Because I'm completely incapable of handling it.
Is that a world strategy game, government?
Yes, it is.
Supporter?
I'm playing a world strategy game right now. If fire...
Not nearly as...
I'm playing the Heroes of World War II.
What the fuck is that? What is that? What is that? What is that?
Huh?
The Japanese.
What is that? What is that? Oh, it's a witch. She's casting fire magic. Remember that thing that I was saying that we're just gonna run for the fire magic? We're gonna give it a shot. Boom! Wow, that almost killed me.
Should I become a werewolf or a vampire?
Holy crap, guys! All right, fire magic, no joke. Fire magic is no joke. That was a relatively easy fight, and that bitch almost killed me.
Hey, yo.
Do I enter the witch's lair? Do I?
By the way,
I double dog dare you to. I double dog dare you to.
I mean,
enter
we're
the
an
witch's lair.
adventurer. We can't just not. Glenmoral Coven. We're going. We're going.
We're going.
We will not die.
If Skyrim was a multiplayer game, my character would be right there backing you up.
We're not gonna die.
No, totally. You're totally not gonna die. Okay.
We have one lockpick. This is a novice.
I wish it didn't take so long to level up smithing.
What do you mean? You just make iron daggers.
Yeah, but I have to either buy or go mine the daggers.
Yeah.
Or I have to go buy or mine the iron
Yeah,
to make
do
the
it.
daggers.
Yeah, do it.
It takes a while.
All right. We're going this way. All right, that is not. That's good. That is not fire magic. Though that still hurt a lot.
Oh, oh no.
Skeever.
Oh
That's
no.
not a problem. Skeever's not a problem.
I just used the fast travel guy to go to Falkreath, and now there's a dragon.
I'm gonna die. I'm leaving.
Is there always a dragon at Falkreath?
I'm leaving. Yeah, that witch almost killed me.
Oh, it's a frost dragon at that.
This sucks. I have everything is stronger than me. I have no recourse. I have guys.
Oh,
I don't have a way to level up. I have to just keep running like a bitch.
Hey, yo.
I'm just like this little weak vampire just looking for little scroungers.
No.
Oh my god. Take VR says, holy shit, that was close. Yeah, it was close.
I believe you can.
I have no more health potions, so I can't even do that trick again. What I just did.
I believe as a vampire you have a spell to drain health from enemies that heals you.
No, I do not have that spell.
When you want to rank up
Mine
as a
says,
vampire,
I know how you can get a werewolf companion. You know what? Companion might
you know how
actually
to
be the
rank up.
move. I normally hate companions.
Amender, you know how to rank up as a vampire?
I swear, if you have a terrible German joke coming right up, I'm banning you from.
I'm talking honesty.
All right, go ahead.
As far as I know, you have to sneak into people's houses and drink their blood while they're sleeping.
Okay, sounds good. If I see
Without
somebody
awakening
sleeping, I'll do that.
What? No. I was trying to help you guys kill a dragon.
Wolf is not a problem. Wolf is not a problem. We are not afraid of wolves. Now, Ice Wolf, we're very afraid of Ice Wolf. If we see an Ice Wolf, we turn around. That's what I learned. I learned if there's Ice Wolf or Giant Spider, we turn around.
Did you ever play The Elder Scrolls Online?
Yes.
I did. I didn't really enjoy it.
I liked it. I got about 900 hours into it, and then I got bored. I was like, fuck this. Grind.
Yo.
Feels like job.
What
is this? Where's a lot of red. We got a Death Hound? Okay, I don't like that. We're just going to leave. I don't know what a Death Hound is.
You should see.
Wolf? Death Hound. What is that Death Hound?
That came from death.
Alright, well, the Death Hound is definitely tough. We're just going to run. I have no stamina. I have no way to... God, I'm gonna die, guys. I'm literally gonna die to stupid fucking... Bows do 20% more damage. Let me think. I got the Vampire Servant. Tart Battle Cry.
Don't think too much.
So I highly recommend The Apprentice.
How do I do this spell?
The spell?
You say Fusroda, right?
Let me check. I think it's G, right?
It's like, yeah. It's...
Fuck.
Oh, are you chased by something, Ender?
Yes!
Yeah.
I don't see it.
He's so close to death. Oh my god.
I can't do anything. I told it to...
What is chasing him? I don't see it.
Hold on.
Vampiric Drain. Absorbs 4 points of health per second from the target.
That's a great spell.
Cast it, dude.
But I have
Cast
no
it.
magicka. I have nothing.
This
You
one
don't
time
even
it-
have potions, which
Sounds
sucks.
like excuses, Amender.
It's not excuses, it's actual... He's struggling.
What the hell just killed you, dude? That thing came out of nowhere.
This one time at Access and Allies camp.
Was that a bear? What the fuck was that
It
thing?
was a death hound.
I see. So
What
dark.
he's been talking about?
Let's start as vampire again. I want to see how you sneak into houses and steal people's blood.
There are so many enemies in this game. You just like die so easily.
On which difficulty you play?
Expert. Maybe I should set it to adept. It would probably be better. What do you guys think? Or should I stop being a bitch?
Go to adept.
We're not.
Go to adept.
No.
Or if you really want to punish yourself, go on legendary survival mode.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
I don't want
Legendary
to.
is-
Legendary sounds hard.
I believe it's the hardest
we're
difficulty.
gonna do adept because as if adept is gonna do anything. Like
Oh, make that it's surprising again.
we're going back to
make
adept
vampire
because
start.
holy crap, expert is a nightmare. And we're
Yeah,
just gonna
make
we're gonna go
vampire.
to a statue of Mara and we're gonna say surprise me again. All right. This is going to be my life. What's my life going to be? What the fuck? All right, looks like I'm a thief. Let's take a look what we got. We got leather. We got a steel dagger. Okay. I'm here for it. We got 10 potions of healing. That's great. That's fabulous. We got 20 lot. We're a thief. We're a thief. Let's see. Powers. We got a battle cry. We got healing, flames, okay. Active effects. Okay, so we just have Nordblood as a resistance to frost. Okay. 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 So we have no negatives.
One of the races that you can be, I believe, gives you like a quick once a day spell that like heals you or something, or like it's passive effect.
To these thieves.
I mean, now it would have been better if you would have been started as a Khajiit. I know that they are better chiefs.
Yeah, they're better thieves.
Thieves.
Yeah.
Tamakola, judging the dangerous nature, it seems as though they are performing some type of initiation. Okay. All right. We're doing that quest. Tech VR says at this point, wolves are considered generational trauma. Very true. Very true. It's a nightmare. Okay. So,
by the way, I just want to say that one message is hilarious.
Now, if you're done belly aching like a child, how about handling a few the OR organization? I want you to explain
Okay.
the
More there.
do this right, and I can promise you.
Okay.
Honestly, the debt is secondary.
It's more important you get a message across that we aren't to be ignored. Word warning. I don't want any bad for business. Okay. Details. Okay. Now get going. Okay, cool. We got a quest. We got a quest. We've got reasonable equipment. And we're...
Do you have reasonable equipment though?
Oh, okay, you can remake your face from this lady. Okay, gotcha. All right. Yeah, you know, we're a thief. We're not here to fight.
He's here to sneak around and steal stuff.
We got this, guys. We got this. All right. Reed beggar. Okay. All right. Pickpocket is up. That's good. There's an iron dagger there. Anything good? Salt pile. Drum, tankards. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Skeever. Skeever must die. Okay. This is beautiful. This is gorgeous. I definitely want that, but I don't know. I feel like I should stick with the dagger situation.
You should also take the second one.
Should I take it anyway? Yeah, I'll take it. Probably
I
sell
mean,
it.
at least you can sell it.
Yeah, sell it. We're opening that door. Gotta get the fuck out of here. Where's the exit? Are there traps here? I feel like there'd be traps here. Who's G on the fist?
He's someone you have to fight to get in and out of the Thief's Guild.
I should be able to kill him.
You should be able to, but it
But-
looks like he's actually doing significant damage to you.
Let's see here. Restoration. I'm gonna set that to 2.
And you should also put maybe one hand the dagger, other hand casting fire.
Let's see. We got the steel dagger. Fuck it. I'm gonna equip the iron battle axe. Come here. Come
Oh
here.
yeah,
Where'd he go?
Iron Battle Axe, baby.
Where'd he go?
Behind you.
No, he's in front of me. Okay, that's a skeever. What about
He's
the...
behind you?
Ha,
He's trying to
found you.
sneak up on you.
Okay. I don't like G on the fist. He's got a cheese wedge, got 1 gold. He's got gloves of the pugilist. That's great.
I remember who he is. He's a drunkard that likes to hang out around the Thieves Guild.
He had to go. He had to go. I'm sorry. He had to go.
a deep. I think he had a deep love for skeevers down there.
He had to go.
Did he though? You couldn't just run past him.
He had to go. He had to go.
Okay. Yeah, he had to go.
Right. I didn't do anything to him. He came up to me. All right.
Since you're in Riften, you can go kill the evil head mistress lady of the orphanage and get some skill points and stuff for a
That
free
sounds
quest.
tough. This is an
She's an old
expert
lady.
door. How do I? Where the fuck am I? How do I leave?
You're in a dungeon.
He's trying to leave the Thief's Guild.
What game is it?
Skyrim.
Oh my god.
Skyrim.
You need to be more careful.
Oh, I forgot that I'm playing my own Skyrim. I'm just sitting here watching Amanda.
Oh my.
Yeah, playing as chief is not really his thing. You did it right before. Take it slow.
Take it slow and methodical. Oh, yeah. I was waiting for this guy so I can sell stuff to him.
Hound on the road. Fine, strong creature that's been wandering. I asked the gate guards if you were willing to retrieve him. Yeah, give you some fresh meat. Rats and all on the road.
All right.
Sure, I can catch him.
See? What I said.
Holding it for you if you succeed.
Tech VR says, "What kind of thief can't lockpick?" Listen. Where the fuck? I'm back at the entrance. Give me this. Give me this. I'm taking this book. It's mine.
You are a thief. I mean...
How do I leave?
No one's-
I want to leave.
I don't remember
Let
how to
me
leave. It's been a while since I've played with the Thief's Guild. If I
been a
remember how to
while
leave, I'd tell you.
Since I last played the Thieves Guild. It's been a while.
50. Oh, I should put on my steel armor.
Sorry. Who are these people?
They're the Thieves Guild.
What is your problem? That's the Thieves Guild and they're attacking me? Why are they attacking me?
I was joking. It's not the Thieves Guild. It's just random strangers and...
Watch the health. 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 Watch the health.
He's healing. Oh, yeah. You killed him.
I hate this.
No, you don't. You love this.
I just wish I was stronger. I'm so weak.
You gotta level up before you get stronger. Someone's shooting a bow and arrow.
I'm gonna wield a steel dagger and a fucking iron shield. Like, I need to be able to block. Like, blocking is necessary. Paxel says, "Hello, Amender. Hi, how are you doing?"
Hi
Guy
there,
with bow. Guy with
noob.
bow. All right, here we go. We're going. Do it. Come here. Come here, Draff. Draff. What's his name? Draff. This guy actually kind of hurts. All right.
Draff.
Going over here.
It seems like you're not doing much damage to him with the
Shut up.
dagger.
We got this.
It would be funny. It would be funny if you could one-handed wield the arrow and just stab the arrow in like his kneecap or something.
Oh yeah. All right, guys.
Bro, what do
Hey
you
guys,
expect? That
axe is
game
where
is
it's at.
Fucking old.
Axe is where it's at.
It may be an old game, but it's still a fun game.
Coins. Okay. All right. Looks like we can leave. Looks like we can leave. Okay. Looks like we can leave. We're leaving. All right.
Amanda's probably the only chief out there who is like, would wear a metal plate armor and swinging a battle axe.
I'm a thief.
I love the visuals of this game. This is so much better than the other game you play.
What, Skyrim?
Yeah.
Well, how's it
Oh,
better?
It's better than the other monster
I'm pretty
game that
sure
you play.
if Amanda would be...
What, you don't like Castlevania?
No, what's the other one? The monsters that you like shoot. What is that game?
Monsters that I shoot?
Yeah, they look like mongoose but big size, and they attack you from all like they chase you and then you shoot them.
What game are you talking about? I have no idea what game you're talking about.
Stalker 2?
Ah, yeah.
Stalker
Wait, you
2.
don't like Stalker 2? Oh my god, I love
No,
Stalker 2.
this looks so much nicer than that. This look at the details on the door. Even the
That's-
door
Are
is
you being
fancy.
serious right now?
Stalker 2 looks
Stalker
worse
2
than
looks
Skyrim.
way better than this game.
No way. Look
Yes,
at the
yes
the
way.
ground. Look at the roads. The stone. The details. Look.
Do you need to load Stalker 2 for a second just to show you the difference? Like no. Look at this. Are you
Maybe
serious?
I just like the aesthetic.
You're so
Maybe
wrong.
I just
You're so
like
wrong.
the aesthetic.
Yeah, you like the aesthetic. The graphics aren't as good. They're
Yeah,
not.
maybe
They're
that's-
not. Stalker 2 is one of the
but
best graphic games
people-
out there. All right,
the
so
people
This has
in-
let me look at
vibe.
my current
This
quest.
This has a
This says, all right, we're collecting debt. That's what we're doing. And we're not killing anybody. Okay? So, we're going to... I have a message
You
to
know,
you.
sometimes I wish they added a quest in Skyrim where you could become a Jarl of your own, like, hold or whatever.
ew.
Way.
Lizard people. Is this what lizard people look like?
Yes.
Ew.
Yeah, lizard people are really ugly.
And they made it with boots.
Huh.
Yeah, I know what you mean by the graphics.
How do
I can see it's a little bit
How do
bad,
I...
but the aesthetic is nice.
They just told me to get out. I'm not paying a single coin.
What do you want?
You have to coerce them.
All right, we're gonna try again on another person, I guess.
You should could come. You should go at night.
If you're looking for a handout,
Go at night, so I can steal from them.
Yeah, go at night.
Go at night, so you can probably, I don't know, then less people are around in the bar.
All right.
I mean, you don't want to start a fight when like everyone is around.
All right, let's try this.
Yo, gangsters. Is this Skyrim?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Petty threats and fist waving are not going to sway me.
No, it's Skyrim. What do you thought what it is?
And you can't. Don't fool yourself. It's only a matter of time before you.
Don't fool yourself.
I'm going to make you sorry for this.
Okay, so I think I need to. All right, wait. We got pugilist. We got pugilist gloves.
Pugilist? Is that how you pronounce that?
Pugilist.
Pugilist?
Boom, 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 boom.
Why are you attacking that guy?
Because he owes money.
Oh.
I did it.
It's probably one of the few quests you can actually do. Hello, doggy.
Let me try again with this lady.
What? There's a talking dog?
Oh my god, no. Come on. Let me wait maybe 24 hours. Can I wait 24 hours?
Hello, Barbus.
Jamie says you got to pick a pocket or two. Yeah.
Apparently there's a talking dog named Barbus in Skyrim.
Your mom is a talking dog. Beauregard, how old are you?
I'm picking you up.
20. I'll be 21 this year.
She's like, don't hold me. My cat's like, no, don't hold me.
This election was actually the very first election I voted in. What?
She's my baby. I love her.
I heard
so
people
very
in your
much, and
background
she
on the
hates being
TV.
picked up.
That's my Skyrim game.
Oh.
Are you okay?
I'm
Bubba?
also playing
Okay,
Skyrim.
fine.
I just
You don't have
don't know how to record
I
it
just wanna
from
show
my
you to
Steam
the
Deck.
people. You're free. You can go. Sorry. All right. Let's try again. We're gonna try again.
We should be able to talk to him there.
Oh my god, no freaking way. What happens if I punch her?
The entire room will get angry at you and start attacking you.
Huh? What?
If there's anyone else in the room, they'll all get angry at you and start attacking you.
That's not a good idea.
Go ahead, punch her if you want to find out what happens.
Am I allowed to quick load?
You made the rules.
Yeah, it's
if you
a
want
bitch
to...
move. It's a bitch move.
Yeah.
No quick loading. That's a bitch move.
No quick loading.
The whole point is
no quick save, quick load.
The whole point of this is to handle the consequences of your actions.
Not be like Trump and just be like, I can just get away with
Okay,
anything.
Hold on. What do you want? I have a message.
From you, Brian.
Okay.
Wolf.
Ah, she's gonna
You
duel. Let's do it. Boom, 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 boom. Now gimme. Dory, bye.
Just one in there, punching everyone and then being like,
punch.
Yeah.
But
You
what do
don't
I
solve-
do now? Now what do I do about this lady though? She won't give me a single coin. I gotta just punch her.
You gotta try and persuade her.
She won't even talk to me. I'm gonna wait till night. I'm gonna wait at night. I'm gonna wait at night and I'm gonna punch her.
You should try and pickpocket her.
That's brilliant. I didn't even think about that as a thief.
You're a thief, and yet you didn't think about pickpocketing her.
It's a good idea, though. I should do that. Let's see what I can do. All right, hold on.
Oh, and being behind her, I don't think anyone will be able to see you.
Oh, good. Oh, good. All right. So
oh, nope.
Wait.
It's not late enough yet.
It's
Everyone
12 in
leave.
the morning. Why are there like a billion people here? It's 1 in the morning. They're all drinking and eating. I hate this. Do you go to sleep?
No, apparently not. Okay.
There's 1,000 people here. When do you leave? All right. Okay. Fucking leave. Leave. It's 2 in the morning. What's wrong with you people? Go home. Who the fuck are you?
Crystal.
Sapphire?
Or Sapphire, my bad.
Alright, hold on.
Yeah. What's your problem?
Looking for work? I need someone to deliver a message. I paid.
I'll consider it.
It doesn't.
Yeah. What's your problem?
Punch.
Punch. Alright, guys. It's gonna be bad. This might be bad. What?
Is
She don't have
stuff
anything.
not there?
Punch! 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 Punch!
Oh no, someone
punch,
saw you. She has
punch,
a dagger.
Punch!
She has a dagger.
Punch! Punch!
You killed her.
I did kill her. And now we accept
It's
our
nothing more evil than people who kill women.
run. I'm running.
Especially
running.
lizard women.
I'm so sorry. I killed. I'm so sorry. I killed. I'm so sorry. I killed.
No, you're not.
I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all. Run. There was no way to complete the quest. What am I supposed to do? I should have punched her at the beginning.
Yeah. Lord, man. I hate having hiccups.
All right, I think we're safe here. I now have a bounty though, so I gotta pay that.
I think one of the people here can clear
Yeah,
your
I know.
bounty.
I know.
I'm not sure.
How about the goal? Did you remember to bring it?
Yeah, it's all here.
Suppose it's not. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want, no, on to other things. Despite your mistakes, I see more potential in you than half the snot-nosed footpads that stumbled. I'm going to put my neck on the line. We need people like you in our outfit. That's the spirit. Larceny's in your blood. I think you'll do more than just fit in. What's on your mind? We've run into a rough patch lately. Tell you what, you keep making us coin, and I'll worry about
right.
everything else. Now, if there are no more questions,
Okay.
how about following me and I'll show you what we're all about.
Maybe you can help.
Let me show you the operation.
Okay. So we are upgrading in the Thieves Guild.
Ooh, no, you're not.
Speaking of which, don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Got to go to the bathroom. I'm going to start making some rice for lunch.
Okay. Oh, dang, it's already lunchtime? Jeez.
No, not really. Hey, yes, F.
Hello.
Me and Amanda are just playing Skyrim.
Oh, Amanda, you missed something today.
He's not currently here right now.
I know.
He's using the bathroom. Ah. Okay.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you can hear me.
My advice: don't listen to that talk of the face sculpted down in the bracket for that face butcher is more lacking from what I've heard.
I used to be like you, then I took an arrow, and then he. Any true adventurer can walk off an arrow to the knee. Skyrim's music is beautiful.
How's everybody doing this morning?
Doing pretty good. I just posted a few new shorts to my YouTube channel, which
Alright, I'm back.
only has 5 subscribers.
I am back.
What kind of shorts do you do?
Right now they're just random, like, rant shorts, or just shorts talking about my day and stuff.
Oh, okay.
If you are a fan of Trump, I wouldn't recommend watching any of my shorts, because I rant about him a lot.
Oh, yeah, but I don't know, man. How many views it's gonna get?
Is that why you have 5 subscribers?
One of my shorts has like 154 views somehow.
And like I've got YouTube like specific, very niche specific gaming videos with like several hundred views. So.
Oh. Well, I mean,
I barely upload anything. All I upload is like I said, niche video game shit, like for EVE Online or War Robots or something like.
I want
I'm gonna
to
look my
make
video up and see.
I want to make my channel a gaming channel, but currently my PC is a piece of crap. It can't run like a game and another thing at the same time. Like, I tried running just plain old vanilla Minecraft and Google Chrome at the same time, and my computer couldn't do that.
Damn.
I'm not a Trump supporter by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't know, like.
Let me see. I have 187 subscribers, and I have on my first video 110,000 views.
Oh wow!
So
nice. My max.
What kind of stuff do you do?
I will just play a variety of games.
You just do anime shorts, like or anime videos.
No.
Oh, are you asking him or are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking Griffith. I mean, you're the one with anime stuff up right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just made a edit of the Berserk '97 series into like just one long amalgamation, and kind of threaded threaded all the episodes and cut out some epilogue bits. Just made it like a Gone with the Wind level fucking length movie. And then I just made like a fucking AMV edit that only has 200 views.
They don't crack down on that. They don't pull that copyright issues.
Well, there are some things that I did, and I also didn't monetize it.
Oh, fair enough.
So, like, I think unless you monetize it, because I also took bits and splices from other edits that I credited in the video. So I'm like, I'm taking bits and pieces of other people's work too. I'm not going to even bother trying to monetize anything.
I'm trying to get into like, what's this word, like specifically geopolitical analysis. I'm thinking about starting a YouTube channel, because I don't really have any certification for that shit. I'm pretty good at it. Like, I'm consistently pretty good at it. I've been recording my predictions and got a pretty good accuracy rate. There are certain things, obviously, you don't want to predict, like the outcome of elections and yada yada, but there are certain things you can predict quite easily, like Trump's going to attempt to run for a third term. That happened day 3. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that was an easy prediction. But there's a lot of people who.
He was
already got that.
The Republicans are trying to pass an amendment change to the amendment that limits the United States to 2 terms by saying only he can run for a 3rd term.
Remember how you told me that wasn't going to happen, Amender? Do you remember how you told me that wasn't going to happen? Well, it's happening.
Yeah, it's happening. They wanted it in a way where, like, Barack Obama and people who already had 2 consecutive terms can't run again, but Trump can run again for a 3rd term if it ever succeeds, which I'm hoping to God it won't succeed.
Because the Supreme Court's ruling, Trump could theoretically just assassinate his political opposition when he does run, and he would have immunity from it.
That's true. Yep. Because he could just say, "Oh no, that was totally an official presidential act."
Yeah. Like they've laid a very dangerous. He could literally assassinate his opposition next time he runs. Like I told people this was going into a full-form dictatorship, and nobody wanted to believe me. Well, yeah.
That's because some people actually want a dictatorship.
I know, but a lot of people, like liberals specifically, who are still clinging to the idea that this is still a legitimate democracy, right?
It's not.
Day 1, he attempts to violate the Constitution by ending birthright citizenship, which is a clear violation of the Constitution, right?
Yeah.
Day 2 passes an executive order deregulating the pharmaceutical industry, mass deregulation, meaning your drug prices are about to skyrocket, right?
From Anti-Monarch, he says, who is James Gordon, and will First Amender debate him? The answer is, I'll debate anybody who wants to debate me.
Okay, so the issue is Day 3 proposes a bill, an amendment that would allow him to run for a 3rd term. Like, also, and all of this is a bunch of other executive orders that do a whole bunch of damage. But, like, totally not a dictator, guys.
I want to push back. I want to say, Amender, you're willing to debate anybody, but would you be willing to, if I were to be a moderator, would you be willing to debate Stink?
Sure.
Hell
really?
Yeah.
Why would you debate Stink of all people that do?
Technically, one of Trump's executive orders kind of made everyone legally a woman, because the 2 sexes one was at conception, which at conception, technically, everyone at conception is a woman or a female.
Yeah, I know. It's because he's stupid. He doesn't actually know shit about biology, about politics. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's fucking dumb.
Well,
and then people are like, I don't know. Musk
say
must be smart. Musk isn't smart, people. He's a moron. Like,
he is a moron.
I'll make an argument. Because Trump's first mistake that really ticked me off was oh damn it, you're bringing TikTok back,
Wanting
and he's
to
like, I'm gonna bring it back.
Wanting to
I'm gonna
revoke
bring
the
it back.
14th Amendment?
Save with me, and I'm like,
No, the
oh,
TikTok one,
God,
that's what bother
no.
you, not revoking the 14th Amendment?
I mean,
14th Amendment?
Yeah, he
really,
wanted to end birthright citizenship, which is flagrantly against the 14th Amendment.
Currently, 22 states are currently trying to like sue and oppose that.
22,
But
but
it's
yeah.
already been struck down by a Trump supporting Republican judge, actually.
Yeah, because it's flagrantly against the 14th Amendment. But it's like,
but can't
it's like, why is that
amended?
day one?
Because
they don't like. He's a fucking Nazi. They're Nazis, people. Jesus fucking Christ. They're fascists at the very
Day
minimum.
one.
I don't know how hard. I don't know why people can't see this shit. It's blatant in your face.
All right, so I should be able to.
I mean, for some reason, people would rather have someone like Putin running this country than someone like Kamala.
Well, I mean, like, to be honest with you, like, if Putin actually does give a fuck about Russia, so I would legitimately take Putin at this point over Trump. Like, dead serious.
I mean, if that's true,
at least Putin actually gives a fuck about his country and his people. Trump, and whether or not you agree with his methods, and I don't a lot of times, but he does actually give a fuck. Trump is literally just enriching himself at the cost of his own followers and everyone else. Like, there's no concern for the country, just himself. At least Putin gives a fuck about Russia.
I don't know much about Putin.
He is very patriotic. Putin, at the end of the day, does love and support Russia. That is fundamentally true about him. Now, his methods, they're not the greatest in a lot of cases. There's a lot of criticism to be leveled at his methods, but I know I've researched the dude. I legitimately believe he cares about Russia at a very deep personal level. Trump is just enriching himself. I would take somebody who actually cares and makes mistakes over somebody who fucking doesn't give a fuck and just leeches off of everything.
Yeah, I mean, if
at
that's
least
the truth,
one you have the potential to convince, right? To convince that this is a bad course of action. The other one does not give a fuck if it's a bad course of action. They just want.
I might be convinced because I was watching the other day. I was watching The Little Rascals and like great Mel Brooks film, but. I like when that scene came up and he's like, "Hi, Dad, I'm gonna win this thing," and then Trump in the stands on his cell phone goes, "Waldo, you're the best son the money can buy."
What?
Yeah, I know, right? Like,
I'm like, oh man hasn't changed a bit.
That's in The Little Rascals?
Yeah, so if you've ever seen that old movie, yeah, it's in there. Trump literally tells his kid, "You're the fuck." He's playing in the movie, and he literally says, "Yes, son, you're the best son money can buy."
Oh my! I remember watching The Little Rascals, but I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
I do, because I remember watching it as a kid. Like, I just remember back then it was a very wealthy man. I believe it was Trump. I think we can Google that. Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was Trump. He did several films.
Wait, hang on, Space Apache.
I gotta
Look
get to
at
clearing
side chat.
out this safe.
Yeah, Waldo's dad. Waldo's dad was Trump and the Little Rascals. Yeah.
Okay.
Kim Jong Un paid a visit to Russia, and Putin and him got some selfies together.
Yeah, basically. But the Chinese sphere of influence is growing, man. Like, and like, I'm not gonna lie to you. If China continues on this path of space exploration, where they're beating the United States currently, as far as like getting to the moon anyway, I might just shift loyalty to fucking China. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I mean, if the USA would stop, like, giving NASA barely any funding, maybe we could actually get somewhere against
Well,
China.
what they're doing is they're pouring their funding into SpaceX, which has produced some good products. Don't get me wrong, Falcon 9, heavy lift rockets, yada yada. But Starship is a flop. All right, like it's not that the concept is bad; it's the construction is bad. It's built out of stainless steel. Okay, like it's fucking retarded. And the Chinese have stolen the designs for Starship, and they're building one out of composite materials, which will make all the fucking difference. Like,
Yes,
Elon
it
Musk
will.
is promising Mars in 4 years. He's fucking lying to people. We're not going to hit Mars years. We're not even going to hit the moon in 4 years. The Chinese have beat us with the moon. They're on their final manned mission, laying the groundwork. They're on their final robotic mission, laying the groundwork for a manned mission. That manned mission will establish the foundation of an actual colony on the moon, like clearing areas, yada yada, getting it prepared. Right, the 4th, 5th, and 6th missions are literal like setting up of moon bases and a fucking mass driver on the moon. Like, the Chinese are beating us. We can't even get Artemis off the goddamn ground. Starship hasn't even done an orbit of the planet. Y'all know that? Starship hasn't even completed one goddamn orbit.
I did know that, and that sucks. Elon Musk needs to either focus on SpaceX, focus on being an authoritarian, but he can't do both. And either the US government needs to give more funding to NASA, or they just need to leave everything to SpaceX.
I'm going to be honest with you. Whoever seizes the moon controls this planet, all right?
Yeah.
And whoever seizes the moon controls this planet. There's so much you can do for the moon. First off, you can start building space fleets, right? Because it's so easy to build and launch materials from the moon. B, you put a mass driver on the moon, you can drop weapon systems back to Earth, and nobody will see it with extreme precision. B, once you establish a moon base and it's solid up and running and you establish defenses on that moon base, no attack from Earth will be able to take out the moon base. Okay? With a combination of lasers, railguns, and fucking rockets, they can and missiles, they can defend that moon base from any advance from Earth. There'd be no way to get off planet without them seeing it. They would detect every rocket launch that leaves the planet, and their weapon systems like lasers, all they would have to do, your rocket's leaving orbit, they could literally fire a, believe it or not, you could fire a standard projectile from the fucking moon, right? And have it hit an object in orbit over Earth.
Yeah.
All you have to do is do the math properly. Unless they ship their location, you can hit them.
And one thing you don't really have to account for is the moon's rotation, because the moon is tidally locked to the Earth. So you don't even have to account for rotation.
Once you establish a moon base, you basically have military control of space.
Yep.
And people keep telling me, like, I've had people in this chat, well, some people in this chat and other people tell me, they won't take weapons up there, it would violate these treaties. Do y'all think the Chinese give a fuck about these treaties?
No, not at all.
A treaty is only as good as the other party's ability to enforce it, all right? Once you have a gun in your hand and your opponent is unarmed, that treaty doesn't mean shit anymore.
Hey, look, guys. I'll just say this: I'll debate you, First Amender, and you want to know, like,
What you want to debate?
we're gonna have like a debate on whether or not I can convince you to trust the plan.
What plan?
Look, I don't know yet. But you just gotta trust the plan.
You gotta
I
trust
think
the
there's a
process,
plan.
N-word.
My first response to anybody proposing to trust a plan for me would be that no plan survives contact on the battlefield. Whether that be life or an actual battlefield, no plan survives first contact.
Can I trust you? Can I get you to trust in the plans, Apache?
Narp.
What if I?
Depends on what the
what if I
plans
took you out
are.
to dinner?
I'd like a nice steak dinner.
I mean,
Let's
depending on
discuss
what
it
you
at
can do.
Dorsia. I'll get a reservation.
Got to be a black tie event, or at least dressed up a little bit. I am an elitist after all.
No, I will be. I'll be better dressed than you.
We'll see. I'll try. Damn, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
Trying to get my camera working right. There we go.
Fuck.
I thought I was doomed for the pocket.
I got the mohawk and beard going on.
Shit.
Like, I can't. People don't believe I'm a fucking cop when I look like this shit. It's fucking great. You wouldn't think I'm a fucking cop with a mohawk and a fucking beard.
You look like a dark Hispanic version of Soap from Modern Warfare 2 with the mohawk.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, Like somebody told me, it's like you got the villain's beard going on with the fucking mohawk. I'm like, yeah, it's a really fucking look. People remember.
I'm gonna
this
get
shit.
that. I'm gonna do that fucking thing with my facial hair that Captain Price has. That fucking like real awesome fucking Cockney British beard.
Yeah, I like it. I could pull it off. I could not pull it off, but I would love to get somebody else to do it.
Trying to get into this fucking place.
Then I'm gonna have to talk in a
It doesn't want you
in a
to get
rugged
into the
accent.
place.
Well, I'm okay. I'm detected. I wonder
Hey,
if
Amender,
I
what
can...
if we make all blenders illegal?
all blenders?
Yeah. We can stop the trans and migrant genocide.
Yeah, sure.
I say we take all the weak males and force them to either become trans or be executed.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's like.
Then I would
fuck is wrong with you?
probably be with them.
I'm dead serious. I'm not quite dead serious,
Bro,
but
like, what are you doing, dude? We're
All right.
streaming.
Well, you know what? I want to live.
Also,
and I
you're a
don't
mod?
wanna be
Like, what?
trans. I want to live, and I don't want to be trans. So
How does that not violate rules on the server? You're advocating for the death of people.
no, he's giving them a choice. He's giving them a
total
choice.
choice. You can totally choose to
This
be
is
trans.
idiotic. This is
No,
one of the
see,
dumbest
look,
things
I'm
I
not
heard
gonna
you
be
say all
trans.
week, Apache.
I'm not going to be trans, and I'm also not going to not live. So you know what? You know what, you know what, Apache? I choose.
Yeah,
the
I know.
third
I get
option. I'm
triggered
gonna
when
bulk
people
up.
want to like take away human rights from people and are like, "Well, you're weak, so I don't
Clearly
believe
a
you deserve
goddamn
human rights."
joke, dude. Jesus
That didn't
Christ,
sound like a
chill
joke,
out,
bro.
person. I clearly said I'm not serious. Like I said, I wasn't serious about it, dude. It's a joke. Chill the fuck out, dude. Man. My God, you have no sense of humor.
God damn it! I feel like a chimera.
Are you
I'm fucking hot as shit.
What happened to the Uber racist that was here earlier? What happened there?
Oh, he left.
Oh,
Which one? Who was it? Who was it?
It's just a guy who came in and said some horrible racist shit, and then as soon as I brought up the mud pit argument, he completely caves.
He was like
argument.
his name was like Marvin or something.
Oh yeah, Marvin. He's the self-hating black guy. I love
He's
him.
black. Really, he's black. That's crazy.
That is
Yeah, Uncle Ruckus is real, guys. Uncle Ruckus is real. I know some
Oh
of
my
them in real
god!
life.
I mean, listen, I know them too. You saw that one kid that just shot up a school, the black Nazi. You didn't see that
that's
shit?
I mean, not
Yeah,
cool.
he fucking shot up a school like 2 days ago. And he's a black Nazi. Like he's like 17 and his brain is cooked.
Dude, the hatred for black people in this country, especially online, I think is driving some young black males to fucking turn against their own people.
For sure.
Like it's really disturbing. Like I know a guy in real life, a black guy in real life, who makes the statement, "No black man should be in charge of anything. Things only get better when white men are in charge." And he's a police officer. He's like, we need a white mayor, a white police chief. Everybody here needs to be white. And he even made the comment like, I think even my position should be given to a white man. He just, yeah.
It's so over. It's so over.
That's kind of cute.
It's
I know.
Joe
I mean,
over.
I'm like, bruh, like the fuck is wrong with you, man? Shit. It makes you want to go fuck white people, you know what I'm saying? Even though I know that's not fair, but that's kind of like my response to that shit.
Excuse
God.
me.
Excuse me?
Pardon?
What do you mean pardon? Pardon?
Yes,
And then
I can
Trump's like,
pardon you.
and then Trump's like, pardon?
Skeever.
Who else
Pardon?
wants one?
You know
If-
what? Maybe I
if you
should
do-
go for a bow and arrow build when I think about it, because like, man, I am dying so easily in this
Called
game.
archery, Amender.
I am dying
Archer build.
way easy in this game.
Stealth Archer. Those are like
I want a bow and arrow.
very powerful.
I want a gun and bullet build.
It sounds,
Jamie-
I know, right?
Jamie
It
says
sounds like
to
a
do a
child,
debate.
like a
Anybody who
5-year-old.
wants to come in and challenge me to a specific debate, we can do it.
There is
But if no
Amender.
one's challenging me, then I gotta wait. I gotta wait.
Amender, is weed or cocaine better?
Hey guys, we should cut the penises off of all weak males.
All right.
That I agree with. We need more femboys.
You just have to lock them all in chastity cages.
No, I agree with that because we need more femboys. Hell yeah,
Government
brother.
regulation: all weak males should be in castity cages. Chastity cages.
Wait, that was actually a part of Sam Hyde's 2070 paradigm shift where he said state enforced homosexuality.
That's so funny. State enforced homosexuality.
As much of it as it is a joke, like society does not function well when you have an overabundance of unattached straight males. It does not end well.
I don't think it functions well with any disenfranchised group, to be fair.
True enough, but unattached straight males are the worst because they're the ones that usually just like yeah.
Damn it, bro! I keep
Space
getting
Apache,
detected.
I think you're targeting me a little bit this morning.
Well, I don't generally consider you a weak male. You may be unattached, but I don't hear crazy shit coming out of your mouth. So it tells
Do you think I'm
me
a
you
weak
can handle
male?
whatever you got going on. You just gotta get a handle on it.
Am I a weak male, Apache?
Yeah. And I also don't bash women. Like I can disagree with like a lot of culture, but I also don't bash women. Like,
My brother said, That's funny as fuck.
And the disdain for culture goes both ways.
What a douche.
Men and women.
And it depends on who you're dealing with. So take for example, you have weak males who don't really harm anybody. Fair enough, right? Like there are plenty of them. There's also a lot of weaker males who advocate for really fucking terrible policies in societies in which they'll be on the bottom, ironically. That's the type of people I'm talking about.
How do I get
like people who come in here and
into this
advocate for
fucking
like what's that, like 17-year-old we had in here the other day advocating for a completely like predatory dog eat dog, strong, only the strong survive society. And I'm like, you're the guy who would get eaten immediately in that society. Like, what are you talking about?
What's in this boat? Is there anything in this boat?
Look, I want to debate Amender. Is his jawline as good as mine?
What the fuck?
Oh, we can't see your jawline because you have the beard going on, which is a good choice. It's a fucking awesome beard.
Where's my jawline? Is it okay? It's not bad for 35.
I mean, Griffith, you have a slightly better jawline.
I've always had a bit of an oval. I've got a good jaw, but I've always had a bit of an oval face. So
Get into that fucking base. I'm trying to figure out how to do this.
Swim over to it.
Yeah, no, but there's so many guards. Like I can't like.
Oh, there's a sewer somewhere. Like
I actually
I've done that
did
quest
go into
before.
that sewer, and problem is there's like there's a guy who's like at the spot that you're supposed to go in that is going to immediately detect me as soon as I open the door. I don't know, maybe it's been enough time and he like fucked off and went like respawned or something. I don't know. Let's try. Let's see.
Maybe. Otherwise, I don't know how to help you. Because, I mean, I've done that quest before, but I don't really remember how I did it. I remember going through the sewer.
Get up here and then just... I don't even know why I'm quicksanding. I mean,
on a real note, if you really want to know like how we probably need to deal with the large amount of
yeah,
unattached
see, like they
males,
just
probably one of the
immediately
best
come
ways
into
to do
attacking
it
me. They're all just waiting there.
would be one of the best ways to do it would be to cut social media apps, like not all social media, but dating social media. It's a really bad idea. B, legalize sex work across the fucking board, or at
We're
least
gonna
you
just brute force this.
criminalize sex work across the board.
I'm just
obviously also raise wages. Raising wages and improving the economy would go a long way to eliminating this problem.
Obtain the key to
That would go a
Farragoth's
long
safe.
way.
Okay.
That would go a long way eliminating a lot of problems.
Well, I know exactly. Like the real material conditions contributes to a lot of this. If males, also other things you would have to do: start eliminating microplastics, BPA's, violets and bipholates from the system. Microplastics as much as possible. Return glass, steel, and wood wherever you can use it. Renewable resources, basically, that would go a long way as well. Microplastics are fucking with sperm count and testosterone count. Really fucking bad. Like, I'm being hyperbolic, saying like cut all their penises off and yada yada, but in reality, like these policies that are non-violent would be far more effective.
Yeah. I wish
I'm
there
just
was
LARPing for that, but that's good.
I mean,
I
if
would
we could
lo-
get the same degree of regulation for food and drugs as they do in Europe, and I don't mean like, and I'm not trying to talk into terms of healthcare drugs, but like we've got some of the biggest federal
This is hilarious.
bureaucracies for Food and Drug Administration, and the lack of care that's like an attention that's being paid to for chemicals and hormones that are put into our food, like to just make it as cheap as possible for the food companies to have the biggest profits while it's poisoning the general populace.
100% brother. 100%.
Like I'm with that
You
too.
absolutely right.
Like people ask me all the time, like, are you right wing? And I'm like, what's right wing?
I'm just for
you're
helping out
self-interest,
people as much as possible.
I mean,
This
like,
is
I
so
don't say helping out
ridiculous.
as much as possible because I think you can take that. I think humans obviously need struggle and suffering in order to develop as some resilient human beings.
How do I leave?
But too much struggling and suffering only creates really damaged people, as we see. Like, you have to have this balance in there, right? Like, I want my children to struggle and suffer. I'm going to engineer struggling and suffering into their lives in order to give them something to work against, right? However, that doesn't mean I want them to grow up the way I did, with very little hope and most of their friends dying, right? Like, not a great way to live. You need enough struggle and suffering to build your resilience, but not so much that it fucking breaks the majority of your people.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
This is why I believe in actual meritocracies, where there is a tight social safety net. So, yeah, like if you want to move up in the meritocracy, you're gonna have to struggle and suffer. But if you're just incapable of that, you're not gonna starve to death, right? And your children will probably have a better shot. But it's hard to develop
I also think like people that like I think a large swath of people do want to own their own means of production, meaning starting their own business and having the freedom and ability to do so without the same regulations that government places on large corporations that can foot the bill for those.
Yeah.
But like, and especially COVID destroyed a lot of small businesses across the country, and like to the mom and pop that have like a small store or like even restaurant that went under because like it was just so much easier and safer and more convenient to get the same thing at a fucking big box store than their mom and pop shop, and they've worked their whole lives doing just to maintain a head above water.
What's hilarious is with the advent of AI, we can make this easier. You know what I mean? Like, what you could do is subsidize. You can still institute these high degrees of regulation, even on small corporations, right? Or small, privately owned businesses, very small businesses. But what you could do, right, is you could like subsidize the cost of the compliance with these regulations, right? Say you have to build filters into all your gas pumps or whatever, right? The government could subsidize that, right? Obviously, some people are going to take advantage of this. What we could do is use the developing AGI that's probably going to be announced in a few weeks, along with AI in general, to analyze the company's interactions online, right? And then flag the small companies that are taking advantage of the system for further human analysis and auditing, right? Basically AI auditors. And therefore, you would cut severely down on the amount of scam in the system while helping those that really fucking need it and promoting small businesses.
That sounds like a good idea. I just think there should be some human component to it because the AIs might accidentally flag the wrong
thing or something?
Well, that's what I said, though. That's what I said. The AIs
Oh.
would flag somebody, and then they would go to human, like a human audit and a human analysis.
Ah, okay. I didn't hear that part. Sorry.
Yeah. Kind of like in, like I think that would be pretty fucking effective. Like you would still promote small businesses, hold a high degree of safety in your community as far as business is concerned, but not crush them by the cost, and punish those who had gamed the system for their own benefit. Griffith, what are you doing? Like, you were in your house, then you were in your car for like 2 minutes. Now you're back at a house again. Like, what are you doing?
No.
Like, you taking like short ass drives? Oh,
No.
okay.
Guys, I just brute forced this quest. I was just like, screw it. Obviously, I can't hide properly, and so I just basically went and just like ran through like tons of people and guards and stuff that were trying to kill me. I went in and I took their fucking key and I just ran right to the chest while everyone's like trying to stop me, and I just like opened the chest and I'm like, all right, this is mine. Bye. I can't believe that actually worked.
God, the way some people drive, I'll never get.
This game's fucked up, bro. The Thieves Guild is just going to be like, wow, you really can do it.
3 days.
I really do believe that. So I think Rose said there, deep down, I think everybody is still a child. Like, deep at their core, most people are still children. Like, they're a hurt child or an angry child.
Why do you think that?
The way we behave. Like, our
How so?
motivations don't really change a lot from childhood. The motivations are still pretty much the fucking same.
Like what?
Like the desire for love, for example, or for care. It drives a lot of, like, you take
So
someone
like
who takes
Maslow's
adult
hierarchy
health.
of needs?
Not necessarily, kinda, but it's a little bit of a different take.
There's like food, safety, love.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but love is not at the bottom of the need chart. But
No, but it's
higher up,
like,
actually.
yeah, it's like on the third level, but like it's still there.
Yeah, the idea. I mean, I
You
just
know,
think that,
actually,
like,
what's interesting is that babies tend to prioritize, they tend to prioritize comfort over like physiological needs. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm. humans are
Well,
built
my
to be
rice is
resilient.
done, so I'm gonna go collect my rice. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere if you're watching my stream.
He'll be rice back.
Got him.
But when it comes to this, I've seen a lot of people in a lot of high stress situations, right? Dying or hurt or watching their life melt away, reacting to these things. And what you realize, like, deep down, everyone's a fucking child. Like, they still want their parents. They want basic fucking care most of the time. They're children. Most people are children deep at their core. And that's just the reality of it. The same motivations apply.
Oh, yeah. So I had to stop at the convenience station real quick.
Damn,
but
that white girl chick. Shit.
Apache with the.
I still got 2 minutes, but I disagree with
like
what Apache just said, right? Like, as a baby, you tend to care about your comfort more than a physiological need. But then when they become adults, you tend to prioritize physiological needs over comfort.
I don't know. I think I still
don't know about
prefer
that.
comfort over physiological needs.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Like if
at the
you
end of the
can't
day.
eat?
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude, I've actually
like-
been in that situation. It is far better.
Like
to
you'd
not
rather,
be able-
okay, so like let me get this
Yeah.
straight, right? Like you're starving. You would rather...
now you're taking it to an extreme that doesn't exist, Amanda. Children or that are starving.
Bro,
do
I
not
didn't even
value-
finish my hypothetical, Apache. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
So assume you're starving, right? You would rather say like have a comfortable bed over food.
All right. So
Yeah.
first off, you're mischaracterizing. You're mischaracterizing the studies here. First off, children
I'm
will
not.
will prioritize. Hold on. Children will prioritize comfort over physiological needs to a degree. Okay. Once they begin to like get really cold and hungry, that begins to go out the window. Okay. But humans adapt to really hard. What we're talking about here It's a basic encroachment on physiological needs, like not necessarily extreme encroachment. And I actually have lived through that where I've been hungry, not able to eat for a couple of days on end because I was too fucking poor. I would definitely, I've been there alone and I've been there with people to support me like my wives. It is far better. I would literally take the comfort of my wives and knowing that I have people that care about me, yada, yada, and deal with some hunger than to have all the food in the world and not have that. Yeah,
All right.
long shot. I'll prioritize
Well,
the
what
comfort.
about the different? Okay, so what about the difference between like dependence and independence? Like you're saying, we're just like babies, but like an adult can be completely independent, whereas a baby requires dependence.
All right, but first off, we're not. I didn't say babies. I said children. And B,
that's still the same thing.
Adults. No, they're not. That's not the same thing. And
Okay,
B,
children are dependent on adults for basic needs.
Not necessarily.
What do you mean, not necessarily? Yes.
Hold on.
No, not necessarily.
Amanda, we have
let
plenty
me get
of
my rice.
instances
I'll be right back.
where
Don't
children
go anywhere if you're
north-
watching. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we have plenty of instances in history where children north of 3 years old survive fine in the wilderness for weeks on end. The issue is that mainly because they'll eat and drink anything. They're not like adults, right? Because they'll literally eat and drink anything, whereas an adult won't in many cases. But when I say I mean children, not babies. Like by children, I mean like small children, 5, 6, 7 years old. But basically 4 to 7. And in those situations, nobody's independent. Nobody's fucking independent. You show me an independent person a person who's completely independent, and I'll show you an insane man. All right? Like, that doesn't exist. Everybody's dependent on somebody, or a system as a whole. And when we isolate people who are quote unquote independent, they go insane. Most of them do anyway, according to the studies that we've done. They go insane. So yeah, you're not really independent. You never really are. You can have a degree of independence, but you're not independent.
I didn't know that.
I was gonna say before I stepped out to the convenience station about like people need struggle and the disastrous effect of COVID, like destroying tons of small businesses that people have struggled their entire lives to build, and that was just uprooted over the course of less than a year. And a lot of people just either didn't recover from it or may have recovered, but not enough to reopen, and have just said like, hey, that, like, what was it for then? Like, it's like, and then you get a lot of people disheartened over that continuously. And it's just, they find that, hey, look, I struggled and may have started to, or may have made it, and all of that was just uprooted. Like, what's the point in struggling anymore?
Well, yeah, there's different people have different degrees of resilience. But a lot of people, you're right. There's just too much struggle. There's an average at which the vast majority of people break, right? But out of these situations, you do out of the worst situations, you do grow the most resilient people. However, yeah, there is a certain degree of where hardship is so bad that if it breaks the majority of your people, it's not really useful anymore. And I would say COVID and the effect on small businesses was one of those. But as somebody who lost everything during COVID and ended up moving back into my dad's house at 30 years old, right? I've recovered since then, and I'm doing way better than I ever was before because I'm a particularly resilient individual. I know that I'm particularly resilient. I'm stronger and tougher than most people. That's all there is to it because of the life that I lived. However, right, once again, the vast majority of my friends are dead. My family is really fucked up. People I care about are dying. And was it worth it? Not really. Like, obviously, we need less struggle. We need struggle to create resilient people. And maybe the more resilient can take on more struggle, but you don't need so much that it just crushes everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, or crushes the mass majority of people.
Yeah.
Oh man, I gotta wait fucking 9 minutes because.
But this is kind of like how the military is structured, right? Like you have standard boot, which is for your average soldiers. They're good soldiers, they're tough guys, but it's not enough to just like psychologically break them, right? But it's good enough to turn them into, well, at least if you do break them, you can rebuild them. Whereas like if you go to like special forces selection schools of some type, right? You end up with a situation that breaks the majority of them. But that's what you want. These people are choosing to go into more harsh environments to test themselves. I think that's kind of like how society should be structured. A base level of hardship for everybody. The weak just won't make it, right? But the majority will. And if people want to move on to more, challenging issues, they can through a meritocracy. I think that's fair. And if you don't want to, fucking cool. There's a reason. I don't bash people for being average, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with being average. Like, nothing at all. Like, if we didn't have average, we wouldn't have exceptional, right? Like, there's nothing. Everything is built upon the average. There's nothing wrong with being average at all. It's the foundation of society. Kind of like your lawn police officers compared to specialized divisions. Like, the police department runs off of those patrol officers, right? Those average police officers. They're the backbone of everything that happens. The specialized divisions without patrol would be stretched so thin they would break. You know what I mean? Yeah. You have to have your average guys. They are the core of your society.
I just want to be clear, right? I want to go back to that children debate because that was weird.
Commander wants to go back to children.
What was your answer regarding dependence versus independent?
Oh, my answer regarding that is that nobody's independent. Like, independence breeds insanity. Like, we can establish this through a lot of studies. Nobody's fucking independent. You have a degree of independence, but you're not independent ever.
Would you say adults are more independent?
Yeah, because we have to be to survive. That doesn't mean that they don't often react like children. There's a lot of children.
Like an adult cares for others, whereas a child is incapable of doing that.
That's just not true, Amender. That's literally just not true. Okay, I don't know where you got that. The ability to develop empathy, the ability to feel empathy develops.
I'm simply saying they are more independent as opposed to like a child who's not as independent.
I didn't disagree with that.
Like they need. Well, you were just disagreeing now.
No.
You're saying that children and adults are like the same, right?
Okay. All right. So first off, the ability to feel empathy for others is not the same as independence. So they're not the same. I was not agreeing with that.
I didn't say anything regarding that. I said dependence versus independence. Obviously, children are less independent than adults, right?
Then what was the whole point of children don't have the ability to feel empathy, which just isn't true?
I never said that.
You said they don't have the ability to care for others.
Yeah, no. Those are different things.
No,
I'm saying like they don't possess the resources necessary to be able to take care of other people.
Okay, that's not what you said, but okay, like the ability. I would like to hear the ability.
Yes, it is. Why are you stop throwing words into my mouth? Like, oh, you didn't say that. I'm telling you what I said.
I can't help it if you suck at communication, dude. Like the issue is.
So we're just gonna do this like tit for tat. Like, let's shit on each other's character as opposed to arguing like a cogent proposition.
I didn't shit on your character.
You're doing it right now. You're saying I'm shitty at communication.
Well, if you said something and everybody in the room took it a different. Yeah, dude. Like at the end of the day, if you say something, the whole.
I do want to genuinely have this debate with you, but if you're going to come in with insults, we're not having a discussion.
Insult, Amender. If you state you mean to make a point, and the entire room takes the point as the opposite of how you intended it, you probably.
I'm clarifying it.
Okay, and I'm attempting
to so acknowledge the clarification and move forward. What's wrong with you? All right, so we're going to try again, right?
Oh my God.
Adults are more independent than children, right?
So we're going to deal. First off, we're going to deal with the other statement. Right? I've never disagreed that adults are more independent than children. Of course, they have to be.
Okay,
however,
so that's one aspect where they're different.
Jesus fucking Christ! I didn't say there were no differences, but I said at their core, people tend to still think and react like children, which they do. There's actually a lot of psychological studies.
What do you mean by at their core? What does that mean?
The basic motivations are very much childlike motivations. The reactions to stress are very much childlike.
At their core, children have regulate their emotions differently and are often quite limited compared to adults at their core.
Are you joking? All right, it's just okay. Amender, like, hold on. The ability to regulate your emotion, it functions. Children can do that quite well, and sometimes they're better at it than adults. Like that's just like you made the statement. And by the way, children can. If you mean children can care for other people in the sense of like actually physically caring for them, yes, they can. By the way, I'm going to address that too. We have plenty of instances throughout history of people as young as 6 raising their siblings. Okay, it's a pretty common occurrence throughout human history. And for example,
I'm
let's
not
use an
removing
example
that.
right now.
Okay, I'm not removing that acknowledgement. The problem that I'm having is that regarding emotional regulation, adults are better at handling emotional regulation than it is children.
In some cases, yeah. I mean, we ended up developing more coping mechanisms.
Not in
That's
some
not what I'm
cases.
talking about here,
Most
though.
cases. It's because children are developing their feelings and their emotions, and so they often fly off the handle over things that are rather trivial because they're developing.
Hey guys,
Good
good combo. I gotta go though. I got work, but
All right.
you all stay
Take
safe.
care, brother.
Take care.
See ya.
So when it comes to this, like, children do generally learn coping mechanisms. Yeah, we learn that all the way through adulthood as well. Adults regularly learn coping mechanisms as they get older. We all do. You kind of have to.
Do you believe that
But that's
children
not
in
what we're-
general?
Hold on.
Do you believe that children in general are more capable of regulating their
Can I
emotions
finish
than
a statement
adults?
before you interrupt? Dude, how about that?
Bro, it's my show. What do you mean?
All right, dude, you were so, like, you're talking with your mouth full, constantly over talking people, spazzing out. Dude, you're running a bad show, brother.
I'm not spazzing out. I'm just giving you a reasonable point on how adults are different from children.
Hey, nobody's going to want to be in your show if you overtalk everybody after you demand people debate you and then you overtalk the people attempting to debate you.
So I want to go back to a point. Do you believe that adults are less capable of emotional regulation than children?
In some cases, yeah.
I didn't say some cases.
That's a very,
I said
that's
in
a very
general.
I'm attempting to answer, dude. Stop. Okay, let me finish an answer before you overtalk. Okay. In some cases, yes. In a lot of cases, no. It's generally part of the human development to add more coping mechanisms. However, this doesn't mean that the basic emotions that person feels at their core is still not very childlike. Because in childhood, it's particularly 1 to 4 years old, how that impacts how you will react to stress or to life situations for the rest of your fucking life. They're literally the most important years of development. And generally, we do know from studies that people generally react to stress and other life events the same way, in line with the values and the reactions they were taught in that critical stage of development from 1 to 4 years old.
Yeah, he's right.
It sounded like earlier that you agreed with me, where you said that adults tend to be better at managing their emotions than children.
Yeah, I didn't disagree with that.
All right, cool. Yeah.
You're not
So
listening.
we're aware that that is a different aspect of children and adults.
Have you ever heard of arrested
What about their
development?
cognitive development? Right, like
Amanda, you're not
children
understanding
usually
the
like
question
they'll operate thinking very concretely and focus on like emotional
Not true.
experiences while their brain is still developing, whereas adults are more capable of advanced reasoning and complex thinking.
Okay. All right. First off, you're confusing a lot of terms here. First off, children do not generally engage in quote unquote concrete thinking. Okay. In fact, the most imaginative.
That's
point of your
empirically
life
false.
will
What
be-
you're saying.
That they're just. Can I finish the statement before you interrupt?
Okay,
I'll let
but
you
that's
finish. Now,
what
you
you're
let me
what you're
finish.
building off
Amanda,
of is
Amanda,
empirically
Amanda,
false.
Stop, Amanda. Stop interrupting. All right.
Yeah,
Stop
you
acting
say
like a
something
hurt-
that's wrong. I'm
You're
pointing out
demonstrating
why
my
it's
point.
wrong.
You're acting like a child, Amanda. You're acting like a hurt child.
You're the
Calm
one
down,
screaming.
Okay? I'm not screaming at you. I'm attempting to
Maybe
get you to
children
at
are
least
more
stop
like
interrupting.
adults, right? Where it's like they're incapable of emotional
You're gonna attempt
regulation.
to take my insult and throw it back at me. So Amanda, just stop. All right, stop interrupting. Let me finish an answer. Now,
All
where
right,
were
I'll
we?
let you.
Was that-
It's the Apache show, everybody. Go ahead.
Well, you wanted to debate people. Surprise, surprise! When you ask people to debate,
incapable of
you have to
debate,
go
Apache.
back and forth, Amanda. Yeah, I'm sorry you're triggered, brother. So where were we? What was even the point you interrupted me on?
You were
I don't even
talking about.
You
Yeah.
both stop fighting like this.
I didn't get a text or anything.
I don't even remember what he was asking me at that point. So I don't know. Like, but
Yeah,
when it
I'll watch her dogs.
Hey, if
Yeah,
you're gonna
I'll watch
shout
her
to somebody in the
dogs.
back, hey yo, if you're gonna shout to somebody in the background, bro, just mute.
Who is shouting here?
Yeah.
right.
From what I last
I'm sorry
recall,
about
he was
that.
talking about how kids and adults have different levels of abilities of processing emotional and mental things. That's the last
Okay.
thing I heard.
All right. So when it comes down, okay, I don't even remember what we were on though.
Something about kids. Can we please change the topic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So when
Space.
it comes to the, go ahead. What's
How old are you? I know that I keep my topic appropriate for the age here.
Who,
somebody
me?
was saying something.
Why don't we just keep it always appropriate?
I mean, I'm 20, so.
I'm
Like,
45.
liminal, if you could just like not make it sexual, that'd be really cool.
All right, so I'm pushing back against the statement that Space Apache said.
Yeah, but
where
90% of the stuff is trans.
He
these
said,
days.
hey, he said that
Sorry, you
children
came in and interrupted other people
and
and ran over
adults,
them.
children and adults, in a lot of ways, are the same. But I think that there's a lot of differences to acknowledge among adults
say
and
that.
children. Then what is your argument?
My argument was that at their core, humans still function very much on childlike desires, motivations, and actions. And at their core, once they face high stress situations, people are pretty much, in a lot of ways, children.
All right,
Their
hold
core,
on.
when they actually start
Hold on.
focusing at
A
dealing
lot
with
of
high stress
words.
situations.
So you say at their core, children operate much the same as adults.
Yes. Under high stress, yes.
Okay.
So
Well, hold on. At their core or under high stress?
Obviously, they put this like at their core under high stress, and in general, I
Okay,
would say in
so
life in
you have to
general,
add
your motivations
both.
are very much childlike. This can branch into a broader topic of life in general, but yeah, I would say in life in general, those
Wait,
childlike motivations are still very much there. I mean, there's well-established documents of this. There's like, for example, toys. Boys don't stop playing with toys their entire life. Okay, the toys get more complex and they get bigger, but everybody still loves their fucking toys, dude.
All right, I'm going to try to steel man your point, right? You said at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults.
Right? More like their inner child, yes.
Okay, so that was a yes. Okay. So what do you mean by at their core?
So
They're
so
fundamentals.
But so let's put it this way. There's well-established documents of this. So people basically remember that those first 4 years of
Stop. I just need you to explain what you
So,
mean by
Jesus
at
Christ,
their
you want me to
core.
answer your question or not?
He means fundamentals. This is not a hard concept, bro. Come on.
I'm trying to understand what Apache says, so that way he doesn't squirm away out of anything.
Dude, no, he's
I
explained
want
it
it
like 8
concretely.
fucking times. He's explained it like 8 times.
Well,
Come on,
explain it to me. I was downstairs. What do you want?
All right, let's
Explain
deal
it.
with it. You have to let me finish explaining it, Amender, so allow me to continue, okay? We know that through psychological development that the first 1 to 4 is like the fundamental development period for a human being, right? How that person reacts to stimuli for the rest of their lives is dependent on these first 4 years of development, whether or not they're needy, whether or not they're more independent, whether or not they are capable of making their own decisions, whether or not they collapse under high stress, whether or not they can feel basic emotions like empathy and love, how much what they will go through to develop basic emotions like empathy and love, especially from others, validation from others, so forth. At their core, right, people are carrying out these basic drives that were developed in their first 1 to 4 years, and between a combination of their genetics and their environment. If you want a more complex, detailed
I'm going to
breakdown,
ask you the question again because you're not explaining what you mean, right? Because what you said is you
Well, how
rattled
many
off
more
some
ways to
facts
explain
saying,
it, Amanda?
whoa, What you said is that you rattled off some facts saying 1 to 4 is the fundamental development of a human being and many things are developing as well as their basic drive. I still don't know what you mean when you say at their core. What does that mean? Core.
Repeat the last 3 words that you just quoted him on.
I would have to say when he says the
Basic,
core, he's talking about
are you
the
saying basic
personality.
drive? Is that the core?
Okay, so their basic
personality
drive. What does
is
their
core,
basic drive
is what
fall
I'm
under?
getting from
What does
this.
their
Okay.
basic drive fall
So
under?
wait,
It falls
hold on.
under the
Is
fundamentals
there?
of the
Hold on.
characteristics.
Stop. This is Apache's argument. So okay,
It's Apache's
if
argument.
he's saying they're
Everybody in the call is
Hydra,
reiterating
shut
his argument
up,
for him.
please.
Oh my gosh, this is fucking outrageous.
Apache. So I'm going to ask you, right? You said, okay, so is a aspect of at their core, is it their basic drive and their personality?
Yeah, how they respond to stimuli, their basic drives, their personality. Yeah, when you're acting as an adult, you are carrying out the effects of that 1 to 4 years of development. We can prove this pretty conclusive. It's pretty well known psychological bullshit, dude.
Okay.
Like
so
it's like
so
basic
they're
understanding shit.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just trying to concretely understand your point. I want to steelman your point as solidly as possible, so that way there's no ambiguity here, right? So basically, what you've said is their basic drive, their personality, their response to stimuli under high stress. Children operate much the same as adults. Yes.
Right. Particularly under high stress, but in reality, pretty much all your reactions.
No, we're stuck on the same exact point you said at the beginning. You said at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. When I didn't understand at their core, I'm asking you to explain it. And so what I am doing is I am putting in the things that you have defined as at their core instead of saying at their core. So when I'm saying their basic drive, their personality, their response to stimuli under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. Do you agree with that statement?
Adults act out the motivations they were given as children.
That's a yes or no question, Apache.
Everybody else.
If I could jump in here. So at the beginning of the conversation, Space Apache literally said that when adults get in stressful situations, they are just like children in the fact that they want their parents, they want their mommy, right? Like the way that they respond to stressful situations is very similar to how children respond to stressful situations. Like if I am like I have to pay taxes for the first time ever, I'm just like how I am when I'm like fucking 6 years old. I want my parents, bro. I'm fucking scared, right? Like this is freaking me the fuck out.
Okay,
right? Like
so
I'm an adult.
The problem is I don't agree with what Apache is saying here. I think he's very much simplifying it, and he's also ignoring clear things that I guarantee that Apache is already aware of, right? If we're talking about your basic drive, your personality, your response to stimuli, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
More like adults operate much like the child that they're.
All I'm doing is repeating your claim. I just need you to agree if this is your claim.
That inversion matters.
Stop. Say yes or no, and then explain. Because I need you to answer whether or not you own up to your claim.
Hold on, you're demonstrating my point, right?
I'm asking a yes or a no question. Don't go on a long diatribe. Explain to me, yes or no. Is that your point?
Stop being a child, Amender.
Dude, just answer yes or no.
Hold on, Amender. Let him Amender, let him clarify, bro.
I've asked him to clarify.
I know you're not letting him speak. You're giving him a yes or no. You're not letting him elaborate beyond a point.
He could give a yes or no and then elaborate.
No, stop.
Was your point their basic drive, personality, response to stimuli under high stress, children operate the same as adults? Yes or no?
Now let him give a full response. Don't talk.
So, dude, you're not in control of the thing. What are you talking about? You don't talk.
All right.
You're not
if you
in control of
invert
the
that last part, and you're more like, and you say that adults react like the children that developed when they were 1 to 4, then I would say yes.
Okay, so this is your claim. You said yes.
Yes, you said yes.
All right, great.
Okay.
Cool.
If you invert that last part, understand the caveat that you invert that last part.
You're aware that there would absolutely be some neurological differences between children and adults that would absolutely affect their basic drive, their personality, and their response to sex. Can I just finish?
That's
incredibly
ironic. I know, right? Like he doesn't even see his own hypocrisy.
I'm trying to explain. I got you to acknowledge your point, right? And so we go back to the problem, right? I disagree with your claim. The one example is that there's clear neurological differences that exist between children and adults that would absolutely affect their basic drive, their personality, or response to stimuli under high stress. So therefore, your initial claim is, at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults, is actually factually wrong by your logic.
What? They all completely understand my point.
You just said, no, I steel-manned your point. Stop. I steel-manned your exact point, right? You then said, that children, in terms of their prefrontal cortex, is completely different. You then said, I don't disagree with that. That means you're contradicting what your initial statement in saying children operate the same as adults.
I thought you wanted to have debates on your show. You have to let the other party speak if you want the.
Well, I'm pointing out the ridiculousness of your point. You're literally contradicting yourself. I steel-manned your point. And then I showed you the problem, and you even agree with the problem.
You're an example of my point, Amender. You are making my point for me right now. You're responding like a child, and you're a full-grown man.
Oh, Space, why are you here then? If he's a child, why are you here? Why do you want to have this conversation if he's so childish? Why are you here right now?
Leave. You're done. I literally can't kick you out of here because you're a mod.
That's not true. You can kick mods out.
No, you can't.
I remember so is that why he's acting so cool?
Yeah, you can kick mods out. I've seen it done.
Yeah, you can kick mods out. That's absolutely untrue.
Go and kick me, Amender.
What? Leave. Just leave. Like you're done. Like it's done.
Amender. So at the end of the day, if everybody else in the room gets this pretty clearly, people develop. You're right. There is a lot of neurological differences between children and adults. There's a lot of brain development. However, most important and the vast majority of your brain development happens from 0 to 4 years old. Okay? Like most of it. All right? Everything that happens after 4, you do develop your prefrontal cortex, you develop, finish developing the amygdala, yada, yada. However, pretty much the vast majority of your brain, your personality, 0 and 4 years old. And people, generally, throughout their lives, they respond to stimuli, stress, but especially stimuli and high stress, the same way they were trained to as a child. And that's my point.
Okay, well, the problem with your argument is that you're contradicting yourself.
Hold on. Let me explain. And so when it comes to this, people generally carry out the response to stimuli and high stress the same way they were trained to as children. So take, for example, and there's some things you just don't get rid of.
No examples. Real quick, because he's trying to tell you something and you're just going off into a tangent. Let him respond a little bit.
You said...
Amender, let me respond, Amender. Like, hold on.
No. There's a whole group here.
I haven't even been able to finish the statement here because either Amender interrupts me or something else happens. So,
dude, it's back and forth. Like, this isn't supposed to be a thing where we're just listening to you for 30 minutes talk and then we can't even respond about anything.
You're also on my stream, right? And he's like trying to take over the entire VC when it's literally a back and forth where anybody can have a discussion. But I want to slam into the point, right? That I got you to agree to saying that, steel-manning your point, you said at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. I then brought up, okay, what do you mean by at their core? And you gave me some examples. You said their basic drive, their personality, their response to stimuli. Okay? And so if you said that, then I could then say the statement, so their basic drive, their personality, their response to stimuli under high stress, children operate the same as adults, right? Because all I did was place the definitions of at their core, right? To make it more concrete. Okay. So then I got you to agree that that's what you believe in. You believe that. Then I can bring up an instance where that is not the case regarding their basic drive, their personality, their response to stimuli. So then I brought up the fact that that they have an underdeveloped brain that literally changes their basic drive, their personality, their response to stimuli. And what's even crazy about that, Apache, is you said that I don't disagree with that. Okay, then you're contradicting to yourself. Children don't operate the same as adults, yet in another instance, you say children do operate the same as adults at their core under high stress. No, those are not. No. Here's the answer. The answer is this. At their core, under high stress, because the underdeveloped prefrontal cortex, children don't operate much the same as adults. That's what I'm saying. Children don't operate the same as adults.
But you're doing the whole thing where you're thinking that him agreeing to you on one section of where human behavior does difference between adults and children means he agrees with you on everything. Where in reality, he's saying under certain stimulus and conditions, specifically under stress, with his observations, that they perform in a similar way, but not in every way. You're doing you're being like a destiny brain right now, brother.
Okay,
no, I'm pointing out the hypocrisy. It doesn't make sense.
That's not what hypocrisy is.
It is hypocrite.
Real quick. Amanda, I want to say one thing real quick. It does make, I see what you're saying, because space. You literally said that adults are the ones who act like children at the core. Adults are like children under high stress. And Amanda said, okay, so then the same can be said that children under high stress act like adults. If you're saying that adults are acting like children,
if we can say,
and you're saying no, and he's saying, okay, wait, you're not letting me finish. Please stop talking. You're not letting me finish. And he's saying, okay, then with that being said, you, my friend, are contradicting yourself. Do you see where we're going here?
No, that's not okay. Let me explain why that's not a contradiction. So in this case, one does not always equal the other, right? So Space Apache saying so children act like, or adults act like children. That doesn't mean that children act like adults under high stress. That doesn't mean the same thing at all. Because under high stress, a child is not going to sit down and think, how do I logically comprehend all the things that I'm going through? What is the best way socially? How am I gonna respond to this that makes me look the best way and is also the most effective? That's not how children think, right? That's not how a child would think. So it's not contradictory to say that adults act like children, but not all children act like adults. That's absolutely not contradictory.
And I want to read. Hold on. Before we go any further, I want to read something from the California Department of Education, Psychology Today, and the NHI. It's a Google breakdown of this. It's pretty fucking important. All right, the AI overview. The 0 to 4 age range is considered the most important stage of human development because this is when the vast majority of a child's brain development occurs, laying the foundation for future learning, social interaction, emotional regulation, response to stimuli, with a significant number of neural connections forming rapidly during this period, making early experiences the most impactful on an adult's life trajectory. So, yeah, Amender. This is what I'm talking about.
I don't disagree with that, but I disagree with your initial statement.
So,
right?
Can I finish?
I don't believe that they behave like bro. You've been talking more than everyone in this room. Stop doing dumb meta. Stop with the dumb meta. I haven't brought up dumb meta. Let's stick to the point. So going back to it, right? Going back to it, I disagree with your point in saying, dude, just leave. You're incapable of having a conversation. You are actually incapable. Just leave.
You just interrupted at midpoint. Are you fucking stupid?
What?
No. Yes, you interrupted at midpoint. Are you?
I was sitting there explaining myself when he paused.
No,
right, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Oh, I need to finish talking. I need to speak for 30 minutes."
He did not.
You have to be deaf.
Oh my fucking god, bro! This is ridiculous.
Must be deaf, brother.
Calm down, everyone. Calm down. The chat's turning on you for a reason, brother. Look, at the end of the day, what I just read to you you're acting like a child. You're actually carrying out childhood emotional responses right now.
Wow, that's just another. That is another.
So
That is
issue-
another.
so
That is
back-
another personal attack. I've
All
asked
right,
you
so
already to
that's
not do
That's not
personal
a
attacks.
saying that you're acting
you have
childish
been
is not a
asked- wait.
personal attack. If you take it as a personal attack, that is by definition
Well,
childish.
hold on.
The
Can I
whole-
try to
Wait,
wait. Saying someone acts like a child is very clearly a personal attack. Now,
When you-
I
dude, when
do
you
think,
start
I
yelling,
do
when you
think,
start yelling over
I
people,
do
shit.
think,
Thanks.
I do
If the
think.
host of the show asks you to leave, why don't you leave if the host is
The host of the show
I-
is not asking
I'm
him
trying-
to leave.
I'm trying-
There's
I'm trying
more
to-
people
Yes, it is. Amanda
disagreeing
is the
with
host of the
Amender
show.
and agreeing
I'm trying
with
to build
him, the
bridges,
mind.
guys, I'm trying to build bridges so we can calm down. Amanda, I do think you're overreacting a little bit. I think this is a very easy point. There are just some people, many people, especially if you're on Discord a lot, that just act like children, right? These are grown-ass men and women who act like children. And there's a lot of reasons for this. Maybe they're just here to like bully people, very childlike, right? Or they confront ideas that they're not used to, and they react irrationally, right? A lot of people, you can like train them and they can get more comfortable in stressful situations where they don't rely on these like more basal reactions. But it kind of is the case that a lot of people, even very smart people in bad situations, they're going to revert. And I've seen like incredibly smart people just completely shoot down ideas they would otherwise agree with just because the framing was in a way that puts them off. And I think that's kind of what's happening here. I think there are grown-ass adults on here who act like children.
So Green Pill,
and I
if
would
he
like to point
said
out-
that there are adults that act like children, I would not be fighting back against him right now, right? Because I agree, there are adults that act like children. This is why I specifically asked him I wanted to steel man his point so I can say concretely what is his point, what is his claim, so that way that there's something for me to shoot down, right? So when I got him to agree to his point, which is at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. And the way that he determined at their core was, he said, their basic drive, their personality, their response to stimuli. I completely disagree with this point because the neurological systems aren't even functioning the same of that as adults. And if he acknowledges, stop. And if he acknowledges that the neurological differences between children and adults is different based on their basic drive, their personality, and their response to stimuli, then by that very metric, he's holding two completely separate ideas that are contradictory. Children don't operate the same as adults. They don't.
Okay, let's let Apache make a statement that I'd also like to say after.
So once again, I'm going to reread the AI overview and restart my point. All right, the 0 to 4 age range is considered the most important stage of human development because this is when the vast majority of a child's brain development occurs, laying the foundation for future learning, social interaction, response to stimuli, emotional regulation, with a significant number of neural connections forming rapidly during this period, making the experiences highly impactful on an adult's life trajectory. All right, there's lots of studies to back this up. This from Psychology Today, UC Berkeley, California.
None of that is contradictory.
So when we're talking
none of that contradicts my point.
I didn't say any of it was contradictory. My point being is here, how you respond to stimuli, all the things listed there, those basic keys to how you develop as an individual are formed in 0 to 4 years old. Okay, so for example, if you teach a child resilience during this period, right, they're more likely to they're going to basically be resilient as an adult. If you teach a child to deal with no. This is why it's important to tell your children no. If you teach them to deal with the being denied, all right, or stress, right, at this age, they will react better to hearing no as an adult, right? If you give them everything they ever wanted, when they become an adult, they're going to expect that from co-workers, from people they're in relationships with, so forth, all right? My point being is that everybody, right, basically carries out, with very few exceptions, carries out the basic lessons they learned from 0 to 4, because that is when the majority of your neural development takes place. How you react to stimuli, your need for validation, all this develops very strongly during this period. So take, for example, a person who was raised to be resilient, deal with no and have discipline enforced in 0 to 4, like I was, right? It develops a far more resilient individual. But somebody who generally take high stress and develop it. But
Well, you know what I think? I think that if you're going to
stop fucking interrupting him.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and have 30 minutes. Let's go ahead.
Guys,
By the way, his point actually has nothing to do with the argument. Right? He's literally coming up with something that has absolutely nothing to do with the argument.
So look, I think
good job telling him that his point has nothing to do with his point.
Yeah, it doesn't. What he is saying right now literally has nothing. Like, I can agree with every single thing that Apache just said, and it actually doesn't address my problem. It doesn't. I am simply saying children do not operate the same as adults at their core under high stress, right? They don't. They simply don't. Simply pointing out, oh, you have some developmental stages early in, and that you often have that into adulthood is not actually talking about at their core under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. So I'm going to give you my point, Apache. The painting of the Mona Lisa it has its own mailbox at the Louvre because it's very similar where they really like what it looks like. Do you understand how this has absolutely nothing to do with the initial argument? Yeah. So I'm going back to the same problem. At their core, under high stress, children do not operate much the same as adults, right?
Right. So, can I please jump in here and explain the point one more time so that everybody in the room understands? We're just going to take a second to really slowly explain this point because we've already done it. So what Space Apache means by adults or children act like adults or like they act much in the same under high stress situations. He said it at the very, very, very beginning of this argument when the thing that sparked this argument was him saying that under high stress situations, adults tend to have childish responses to that stress, right? That's what they tend to do.
That's
right?
not that wasn't what he said initially.
Interrupting me. Stop fucking interrupting me.
Yeah, but it's not what he said.
No, that is objectively
I wrote down what he said. I wrote down what he said.
Up. That is objectively
I wrote down what he said, and I got him to agree on a basis of a Steelman point. It is not what he said. I could let him talk, but again, we could talk about things completely irrelevant that has nothing to do with the initial point.
Amender, when somebody interrupts me, stop fucking interrupting me! Stop interrupting me! Bro, you just come off as a disingenuous, dishonest prick when you do stupid shit like that. It's so fucking annoying. It makes everybody not want to fucking be in this call with you.
Bye.
Okay.
All right. Going back to
it. Calm down.
What? That's so unfair. What? That doesn't make any sense. No, that's hypocritical of you. That's
just a pussy. It's fine.
Look, we just need to calm down.
Congratulations
I don't
think
your point is actually going to defeat the overall point because, even if the brain is changing in structure, it's changing in how it's processing information. It's still the case that it's still a human brain. A lot of these things are still going to be similar from a child. And I even argue, right? You have these adults, they throw temper tantrums, they throw road rage. I've seen people get someone went into their lane, right? Perfectly normal activity, and they flip the fuck out, right? And they're super angry, right? It's just really irrational. It's kind of like children, right? One mild inconvenience and they throw a tantrum, right? Mm-hmm. This person has a developed brain. They're maybe 30, right? They've gone through this developmental stages. Their brain it has these developed connections, right? But it's still the case that they throw a tantrum here. It just seems that a lot of people, and I'm not saying maybe the disagreement is whether or not, and I feel like Apache would probably agree with this, is that people can learn and train themselves. You have anger management, right? There are people who have these problems, they recognize the problems, maybe a court orders them to go to anger management classes or something, right?
Yeah.
The point though is that they still have these tendencies. The point is deep down, in these stressful situations, people just sometimes, a lot of people break down because they're not used to these situations. They kind of default to more childlike thinking.
I'm completely pushing back against this. I don't agree that children act much the same as adults in high stress situations. They simply don't, right? The prefrontal cortex is not developed. There's the fact that if you're referring to emotional regulation, children often have limited coping mechanisms because, again, they're still emotionally maturing. You're talking about, when children, they will, if under an overwhelming situation, they'll often exhibit like an extreme emotional response, like a tantrum or withdrawal. I'm not saying adults don't do tantrums or withdrawals. However, they are much more capable at masking or channeling their stress more effectively. Why? Because they're more developed.
Ehi, ci facciamo a colo! Non scuola da colo! Mamma,
What is going on? What is going on?
I don't know what Daniel.
Something in Daniel's life.
I think as an adult, you're more likely to have some of these coping mechanisms. Like, sure. I just like it's still the case that like underneath like these coping mechanisms are secondary, right? Like as adults and we grow, we learn like when we have these like emotions, like maybe we get cut off, maybe we get mad for a second, we just take a deep breath and we just chill out. Some people even as adults just don't have these coping mechanisms.
I mean,
for a variety of
I'm
reasons.
saying
maybe
like
their parents didn't give them these coping mechanisms. Maybe they didn't teach them how to control their anger, right? Maybe their parents blew up on them all the time.
So I don't disagree that there aren't adults that do this, but what I'm pushing back against is that adults and children are much the same. They're not. They simply are not, right? Like even like if you're talking about like a seemingly small issue, like say like losing a toy, you get often like when it comes to between children and adults, you get a giant outsized reaction because they often lack the perspective to evaluate its true importance, which is not the case quite often in adults. I'm not saying adults can't like overreact. I'm saying adults tend to react differently than children do. They don't operate much the same as adults. I push back against this.
So I think Apache, and I don't know if he's still here, would likely agree that like adults are going to have like some of these better coping mechanisms. They're going to react differently on average. The problem is just like still at its better. Okay, you could just dial this stress meter up, right? Like maybe like an adult losing like, I don't know, a toy or something. I don't fucking know. He's like annoyed, but he's not like pitching a fit.
Yes,
but if I just dial this stress meter up, right? Say his car gets hit, say his car gets towed, say someone cuts him off in traffic, say he gets fired. People start acting a little irrationally erratic and frustrated, right? Maybe they have a better, maybe those things are more important, but it's still the case that these people end up like acting a little irrationally in these types of stress. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Apache, but that's what I take away from like what you're trying to say.
He's saying that, but he's also adding on top that I think Apache has done a decent amount of like research and study into like early child development, how it works, whatever, especially because he's a dad. And he's saying that it's not only the negative things like you're saying, but the positive things that are very similar in the reactions. I think that's what he's trying to say, is that the similarities are both positive and negative because of child psychology, not because of like any like inherency. I think that's what he's trying to say, is child psychology still carries forward.
Exactly. There's well-established data on this. Your responses to stress, stimuli, how you react in life, how people treat you, all of this is developed from 0 to 4 years old. And as adults, you pretty much, unless you go through some significant therapy training and so forth, you're pretty much going to carry out these same basic reactions, right, to your entire adult life. This is what I'm talking about. At their core, when you break them down, people respond to stimuli the way they were trained to as children. Some people, grown-ass people, throw tantrums when they can't understand basic ideas. Okay?
But I'm saying that an adult is generally going to be more regulated, and so their response to a high-stress situation is fundamentally different from that of children. I don't think that's a hot take for me to say. I can't believe there's as many people pushing against me here.
Amanda, I think you're talking past each other. I think like I don't think Apache is like disagreeing that on average adults are going to handle stressful situations better just by virtue of them having more experience around stressful situations. It's just still the case that you can just keep pushing.
So then,
adults
if he does not, right?
You can push.
Then we can say, right?
You might just agree, and you guys are arguing over nothing.
Then can we agree that the statement, at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults, is not correct and probably requires a great bit more nuance?
I'm not going to go against what psychology has taught us. hundreds of years in psychology has taught us, Amender.
But
Right,
you've already acknowledged the very clear differences that children react differently under high stress situation comparison to adults.
Amanda, are you studied on child psych?
No, but I've read this stuff.
I have a degree in psychology, Amender. You
What?
don't.
You have a minor in psychology, right?
But
I've
still, a
also
degree
taken
you don't
psychology courses, FYI.
Yeah, but I actually have a degree, and it's in my degree. So
Okay, you have a minor in psychology.
husband took
What I am
psychology
saying
at
is
the
not
University
incorrect.
of New Hampshire.
it is incorrect. You said fundamentally different. What do you mean by like? Can you define what you mean by fundamentally different?
What, their prefrontal cortex isn't developed enough, and their ability of regulating their emotional stress is physically not there.
Okay,
So let me ask you some questions.
but they still have this emotional stress adults, right?
Well, let me ask you Amender some questions. When does the vast majority of brain development occur, Amender?
Between 1 to 4.
0 and 4. When does the basic forms of emotional regulation form, Amender?
0 to 4. Like you said.
When does the basic response to stimuli develop, Amender?
0 to 4.
Do these carry over into adulthood?
Yes.
Do they carry, does the science back up the fact, does the science state that the basic response of human beings to social interactions, stimuli, high stress situations develop from 0 to 4 years old? Is that the basic understanding of psychology we have today?
Yes.
Then that's my fucking point.
But that doesn't mean that adults respond the same as children regarding high stress situations. They don't.
They do.
Wait,
They don't. I don't know.
Wait, but you,
hold
Amender,
on,
you
wait,
already
wait.
stated earlier that there are like a bunch of adults that actually like
First
act like
Amendment.
children.
Sure, but in general, no. Absolutely not. No. Completely
First
disagree.
Hold on, First Amendment. Let me give you an example here, right? All right. There could be a snake in the wood, right? And a child could just go pick up that snake not knowing what it is. It's not stress. But the parents who's stopping that child from grabbing that snake in the bush is stress. And it's going to be like, no, don't touch that, don't touch that. Whereas the child's just like grabbing a snake by its neck and like probably like throwing it or something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Okay. So this is one case where, in some cases, adults can clearly be more stressed than children. If anything, I'd say children have less stress than adults.
What the fuck?
No. You could take away a toy from a child, and the child will freak out in a tantrum, whereas an adult will look at that and be like, "I don't care," because they have a different social experience. They understand the consequences of their actions. They also have different emotional regulation.
Okay, but if
like that's
if
not
that
a
same
hot
adult,
take.
If that same adult gets hit by another car, they might blow up and get a little angry, right? They might throw a tantrum that doesn't actually help the situation. If someone disagrees with them on Discord, people might scream and overtalk each other. That doesn't actually help the situation, move the conversation forward.
That never happens. Hello.
This
That
is
never
just
happens.
common. Yeah, right. Discord is a bastion of civility. People in situations that they're not used to, that they find stressful, they tend to, act much in the same way children act. Like when a child throws a tantrum over a lost toy, we think that's childish. We think that's silly because it doesn't do anything for the situation at hand, right? And in that same way, sure, an adult might not freak out over a toy. He's freaking out about other things.
Yeah, like being able to understand emotional regulation. So that means under high stress situations, adults think differently from children. Right? So the initial claim is false.
I don't really see how you disagree.
What? Daniel, am I crazy? What is happening?
You agree there are like a ton of adults that like will engage in road rage. That
Daniel, help me
there are a ton of
out.
adults-
Help me out. I need to. Maybe Daniel can tell me why I'm dumb. I don't know.
Well, I don't think it's like a black and white thing, and I think both, all of you guys, you're trying to think it like it's a black and white thing.
It's not.
I
never
mean,
claimed to be black and
obviously,
white. Never claimed that.
obviously. So look. It's like the fact that a child will not be stressed when he's handling a snake is because the child doesn't know that a snake is dangerous. After seeing that the parents are freaking out, he understands the snake is dangerous, and next time it will also freak out, right? So that is just like the understanding of the whole thing, right? And that is part of the emotional regulation. Like freaking out about some things can be part of the emotional regulation, which actually strengthens Amander's case, because the adult, when he's seeing the snake, he knows it's like, holy shit, that's bad. We need to fix it, right? The child doesn't do it.
Hey, what you call it? David, Daniel, hold on. Amender, once again, we're going to go through this. When is the basic response to stressful stimuli developed in a human being?
I don't know.
You answered it earlier.
This is 0 to 4?
0 to 4. When is the basic, how somebody interacts with the basic understanding of social interaction among humans, when is this developed?
So I'm going to speed this up a bit because I don't think we disagree here. I'm simply saying that just because that the development occurs the same, it occurs between 0 and 4, and it doesn't change into adulthood, doesn't actually address my problem. Because the problem that I'm having is that it's very clear to me that adults handle stress differently comparison to children.
All right, so allow me to explain. I'll explain this again, okay, for the 20th time. Human beings, all right, the base interaction, how you interact with pretty much everything in the world, develops between 0 and 4, all right? As people move into adulthood, we have fundamental factual psychology on this point, okay? As people move into adulthood, they carry out these basic responses that were developed in them through genetics and environments from 0 to 4 years old, okay? Now, of course, humans as adults learn new coping mechanisms. They learn new ways to regulate their emotions. However, this is why I said particularly under high stress, you will see people revert to whatever they were taught as children. So say, for example, somebody's
I don't think that's the case.
Somebody's trying to hurt you. What you see, or somebody's about to lose their freedom. What you see is that inner child. There's a lot of psychology talks about this. You study prisoners, particularly. You talk about this. You see this basic development from 0 to 4 really express itself under these high stress scenarios. Whether somebody remains calm, whether
I think that
they
an adult is going to be far more calculating than what they would have been as a child. Like, I'm sorry, they would be more calculating about this and would respond to high stress situations differently. I'm sorry. We'll just have to agree to disagree here. I don't know what else to tell you.
What the science says, Amender. You're disagreeing with science.
I'm not disagreeing with the science at all.
Well, I think
I'm right.
I think it might be the case that they might be more calculated, but at their bedrock, they still might act like really irrationally.
It's not like acting like a child doesn't mean you're acting irrationally. Okay, so the basic good things like discipline, remaining calm, right, analyzing problem solving are all also developed as a child. These aren't things you pick up when you're an adult. They develop in you as a child. Okay, so it's not just quit taking. Everybody needs to stop taking this as a negative connotation. Okay, this is also a positive connotation. And by the way, I have a degree in this. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. This is the ironic part here.
What's your degree, if you don't mind me asking?
I have a major in history and a minor in psychology, a bachelor's degree.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so like what I'm saying, I can back up with numerous links and citations. Your basic response to stimuli, pretty much all stimuli, is developed from 0 to 4. We add complexity as we take on new experiences, and we develop in other ways. But your basic responses are developed 0 to 4, and with a hell of a lot of therapy, you can overcome it.
Yeah, but when you're an adult, I don't think you're necessarily always reverting to the basic responses you had when you're young, because I think they're kind of tempered by experience.
Then it's on your left. Yeah.
Am I wrong about it, or?
What do you say, Amender? Not Amender, but Daniel. What do you say? I couldn't hear you. I was helping you.
So I'm saying it's like, okay, so the basic responses, yeah, they're kind of like solidified when it comes to in 0 to 4. Also, we have some like more deep responses, right, like fight or flight, that are like kind of ingrained in us. Yeah. But all these responses, especially in humans, right, because of our cognition, they're kind of being tempered usually by experience, by a lot of other factors.
Yeah.
Right?
So
when you're an adult, so like technically you're never gonna have the same response as a kid, right? It's like you might, but the chances of it happening are actually like a lot lower when you're an adult.
Well,
than
no,
when you're.
I would just. It depends. Though. That's why I said it, particularly under high stress. So, particularly under high stress, people's discipline, their coping mechanisms begin to break down. And if you study psychology, I don't know you have, Daniel, if you go through your university, you know this. As people in high stress situations, their coping mechanisms, their survival strategies, the higher, more developed parts of their brains, the things they've added in, the training they've added in as adults, it begins to be tested and break down. Some people are particularly resilient. Maybe people who are raised to be particularly resilient, they can maintain this even in the face of abject death or extreme stress, but most people can't. Okay, and even those people, they were trained to do that as a child. That's part of their core psychology. But as they enter these high stress scenarios, these coping mechanisms, these strategies begin to break down, and you begin to see what that person truly is, how they were trained as a child. And we have lots of psychology to back this up. There are lots of psychologists that have dealt with prisoners, that have dealt with soldiers, police officers, nurses, doctors, scientists who can back this up. Once you get into these high stress scenarios, the stimuli and the response to stimuli that was trained in you a child really takes over that fight or flight response. Whether or not you freak out, whether or not you shut down, whether or not you remain calm, whether or not you can keep processing information, whether or not you keep discipline.
I understand this. I understand it, but look, it's like another factor that we might be a bit overlooking is the fact that, especially in childhood, right, and more prominent in adolescents, right, is the fact that like the hormones, right, the hormone balance inside the body is also like a lot different, right, and those things can also like affect the way people behave, right, and that's why it's like it's clearly there's like more hormonal, let's say, difference, right, in childhood than it is in adulthood. So that is also affecting the whole thing.
Hormones do play an important role.
The reason psychology, it's not necessarily in neurology, but the hormones, they do affect you in a lot of ways. We still understand how, but we do know that the basic response to stimuli is developed during this period, and I was over here. Don't worry about it, man. I'm done. No, I'm done with it. I just had my phone problem fixed. I'm talking to folks. No, I'm good. Yeah, you're good, man. You're good. Should have at it.
Hey, Apache.
But hold on, real quick. So, but my only point here that started all this, Daniel, was I made the statement that after a core, people still carry out the basic desires, responses to stimuli, and particularly under high stress, they very much become the child that was developed in those early years of 0 to 4. And this is, basically at their core, adults are essentially acting like children at their core, both for the better and for the worse. And Amender took issue with that. But it is a well-established science.
Yeah, it's like, again, it's like I have like a layman understanding of this because it was only by self-teaching, right? So I don't have like, I didn't study it because, you don't do that in chemistry. But as far as I know, it's like, yeah, there are some things which are kind of like the baseline, and maybe sometimes in some situations you might just kind of revert to like a specific baseline thing, but for most of the time in adults, you don't really do that.
Yeah, but in adults' normal life, you have a lot of coping mechanisms, social conditioning.
That's why I'm saying it's like all these things are like highly tempered by a lot of other factors, either physiological factors like all these hormones that you might have when you're a kid, and social interactions, and a lot of things,
Yeah, you add 100%. You add tempering, coping mechanisms, everything, all this stuff as an adult. But at your core, and this is well-established psychology, like I just read to y'all from I don't think it was before you got in here, Daniel, but like I read from the Psychology Today, California University of Education, overview from all these locations, is that from 0 to 4, I'll read it to you too, but I'll just read it to you. Okay, so this is my argument, basically summed up. The 0 to 4 age range is considered the most important stage of human development because this is when the majority of a child's brain development occurs, laying the foundation for future learning, social interaction, emotional regulation, and response to stimuli, with a significant number of neural connections forming rapidly during this period, making early experiences highly impactful on an adult's life trajectory. So that was my point. That at their core, when you strip somebody down, you find a way to remove those socially ingrained responses. Especially this generally happens under high stress. You'll see what type of child, you'll find a child at the core of that, right? An angry child, a hurt child, a disciplined child, a resilient child. At the end, you'll find what that person's childhood development listed to be. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, no, but I don't think that was the contention. It's like I agree with you, but I don't think that was the contention.
You were here for an hour. It was. Believe me, he had a full.
I mean, as far as I
spectrum
understood it, yeah. No, again, I might be mistaken, but yeah.
Okay.
That's what I understood from it.
So, I'm just pulling up just from various scientific papers. The stress response in children and adults involves both psychological and physiological components, with some notable differences between both groups. So one of them is a cortisol response. Both children and adults show significant increases in salivary cortisol in response to stress, indicating the activation of the hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis. However, children may exhibit more behaviors indicative of distress despite similar cortisol levels. The salivary alpha amylase, adults show increased SAA levels in response to stress, while children do not exhibit the same increase, suggesting a developmental differences in SAA reactivity. There are neurobiological differences. Children exposed to early life stress show altered brain activation patterns during reward processing, which can affect decision-making in adulthood, but the changes are not necessarily observed in adults who experience stress later in life. I'm pointing out that the stress response in children and adults are different. This is not a hot take, and I am bringing up valid studies. I can go ahead and provide them.
With the point I made.
You said at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. But I'm pointing out instances where children don't operate the same as adults. Children tend to use different coping strategies based on their age and situation. Younger children engage in primary control coping, as in trying to change the situation, while older children shift towards secondary control coping, which is adjusting to the situation. There's also stress symptoms. Children, particularly daughters or parents with cancer, report higher levels of stress response symptoms and such an intrusion of avoidance compared to sons. The symptoms are linked to a higher trait of anxiety and internalizing problems. Overall, children and adults, they exhibit psychological stress responses different in terms of their coping strategies. They do. They don't operate the same as adults.
First Amendment, can I say something?
Hold on. I think you're fundamentally misunderstanding my point. Okay, I agree. Me and Daniel just had that conversation. I agree that humans add extra coping mechanisms. I agree that there are hormonal differences, but it is well established.
So they don't respond to stress differently. They do.
Hold on. All of that is true. There are differences in hormones. There are social coping mechanisms developed. However, it is fundamental established science that your basal reactions to stimuli.
I gave you fundamental established science. What I just told you is, in fact, fundamental established science. It doesn't matter. I can pull up studies that show that children and adults respond differently under high stress.
And they can pull up.
This is not a hot take. This shouldn't be a hot take.
I'm into you're incapable of understanding the topic, okay? Like I'm not going to explain it to you again. We're done. You're incapable of understanding what I'm saying.
All right, then leave. Leave. I don't know what to tell you. Leave. Leave. I'm pointing out there's a difference in cortisol response. There are neurobiological differences. I can provide the studies that you need. They are different. At their core, under high stress, children don't operate the same as adults. They don't.
Princess has something to say. Princess trying to say something.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Princess.
I just wanted to say that Last time I went to the hospital for a psych eval and I saw a crisis counselor, she thinks that I store up all this negative stuff, and I finally blow up in the end, stating my suicidal ideations and stuff like that.
No worries.
And that's that in and I've come home with papers that stated stress response.
Hey, what's her name is next? Keela was next. Keela, go ahead.
Did you hear me?
I heard you.
Yeah, stress response is on the release sheet at the ER.
Oh,
because they think that I hold everything in and I blow up at the end.
Gosh, bless your heart. What I was going to
Bless
say.
your heart.
No, because she was going through stress, and that's not good for anybody.
Oh
Like,
no,
she went
I'm
through
laughing. I'm laughing because somebody once told me, people in the south of the United States, they just say bless your heart instead of fuck you. So it's like every time I hear bless your heart, I just think
I
like
say
fuck
bless
you.
your heart because I actually want your heart to be blessed.
Bless your heart.
I don't think that was the intent, I'll be honest.
No, it's not. Bless your heart. Bless your sweet little heart. That's the.
Bless your heart
can also mean I feel bad for you.
This is what I
It's
was
like
gonna
imagine
say.
saying about somebody that's an asshole. It's like, isn't he different from the others? Bless his heart.
No, it's not. Bless your heart.
Let her finish your point.
Say what I need to say now.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, go.
Okay,
My bad.
and this is going for everybody, especially you, First Amendment. Please do not interrupt me. If you interrupt me and I get loud with you, don't be a bitch and remove me. I'm not gonna deal with that. Now, what I'm finna say is there's both sides to this, okay? Depending on how you are raised, like Apache said, depending on how you are raised, will determine how you're gonna act when you are an adult. What do that got to do with the conversation? Let me explain. So when you have a kid that doesn't know how to take no for an answer, is spoiled, going to be spoiled in life. That means they're going to have stress-free. They're not going to care about what everybody else says. Then when you have a kid that has standards, because you raised them to have standards, then they're going to go out in life the respectful way. When they get into a stressful moment, they're going to be like, man, I want my mom, I want my dad. It's like how a kid would when they get lost in the store. I want my mom, I want my dad. My mom is 45 years old, and I can say when she gets in a stressful situation, all she says is, man, I wish my sister was here. And I need my mom and dad. It's like how a child would. Depending on how the situation is stressful, they will respond in that way. They will want a parental figure to be in that present moment because they are so stressed. They want that comfort from a parent. Get what I'm saying? Or do you want me to break it down a little bit more?
No, I get what you're saying. I'm saying that in terms of stress response, they do react differently. I mean, I suppose you could bring up specific instances where it is similar, but when it comes to stress what?
You elaborate.
Yeah, so when it comes to stress responses, there's obvious parts of the brain that are not fully developed that would cause you to think completely differently than that of a child. That's not a hot take, by the way, and that's also scientifically accurate. And I was also bringing up differences of stress responses between children and adults.
Although that doesn't address my point.
Yeah, it does. Your initial point is, at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. They don't. They don't. They don't. I'm going to say it again. They do not. That is not, and the studies don't show what you're saying to be the case.
Just read it to you, Mender.
Okay, so me as an 18-year-old, I still have the same stress response as a little kid getting lost in the store because me trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for college, how am I going to get my graduation stuff. That's a stressful situation. I want my mom.
Okay, so let me get this straight, right? Let's say you get lost in a store. Do you start crying and sitting there, or do you go to the front as an adult? Well, because it's very common. Would you agree? It's very common for a child, right, when they are lost in a store and they can't find their mom, right? They cry, right?
I think
I'm saying, does that happen? Is that common?
Minder, you're missing the point. It's not that doesn't happen, and it's not that as an adult that they're not going to find that situation stressful. The point is
because
that
we respond to stress differently.
I'm telling you,
but that's stress that's caused by different situations.
Lost in, I don't get lost in a store if I can't find I'm just gonna turn this person down. If I can't find my girlfriend in a store, right, I don't freak out, right, because it's not stressful. The point of the matter is that when an adult gets into a stressful situation, say they get hit by another person in their car, many people don't react that well and might react in a very similar way that a child might act.
How does a child react in the event that they got hit in a car?
You're missing it again.
Nope, stop. No, I'm not. I'm saying they react differently. They react differently in high stress situations. So a high stress situation, you brought up an example, hit by a car, child gets hit in a car, child is crying. Adult gets hit in a car, they take down insurance information. Two completely different responses.
You're missing
they react differently. The stress response is different. It is
not about. You're missing it. It's not about.
I'm not missing it.
This is going straight.
Would you rather actually engage with what I'm saying? If I tell you I think you're missing something and you keep repeating it, that I don't think you're actually having a conversation with me or anyone else in this room? Do you understand how this doesn't help when I say I think you're missing something and you're like, well, no, I'm not. It doesn't help. It hurts the conversation when you do that. I'm telling you that what you're missing isn't that the child and the adult are going to act differently in the same situation. The problem is that what constitutes a stressful situation for the child and adult will be different. The adult will have better coping mechanisms. But in stressful situations, adults can often act very childlike. Very irrational. They can freak out. They can blow up. They can have tantrums. A lot of adults do that.
Green-pilled. If Apache said sometimes adults behave like children in stressful situations, we would not be having this conversation. What I am pushing back against is, at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. The answer is no, they don't.
Isn't that literally
Not sometimes, not maybe under certain situations. No, he said at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. But the problem that I'm having is that is an overgeneralization, and most adults don't behave like children. They don't.
The whole chat thinks you're a moron right now. You don't get the basic shit.
All right, cool. I don't believe that I'm a moron, and I don't believe that I'm mischaracterizing this. I'm pushing back against it, and I don't think I'm wrong in doing so. I don't care if 1,000 people are arguing against me on this. I don't care. Provide a substantive rebuttal, or just go away. I don't know what to tell you.
I've cited multiple organizations.
Can I say something right quick?
So have I.
I just got in my first rig too long ago. First ever rig. I wasn't already putting my insurance down. I was trying to call my mom and dad. I was like, what is happening? I don't know what to do. I'm scared. Like a child would when they're scared in the store. Response. Even though I'm an adult, I didn't go and do my insurance right then and there. I was crying. I was bawling my eyes out because I thought I did something wrong when it wasn't my fault. I called my mom and dad because I needed their help. I need their comfort. It's like a child would.
And secondly,
I want to ask a question, Space. Space, what is even the point of I want to ask Space real quick. What is the point of even bringing up this fact? If we were to even agree on it, then what? What was the next step in this conversation? Because we've been stuck on this point for...
I don't even remember how this goes. So somebody made a comment. We were talking about how to end some of the social problems. And I just mentioned that at their core, people are basically children. They carry out the stimuli they were taught as children. Which, by the way, people keep taking this as a negative connotation, like throwing tantrum, but it's not. Okay, positive connotations like imaginative response to stress, like problem solving, analysis, calm. Right, those were also all developed as a child. Okay, both positive and negative response to stimuli are developed from 0 to 4 years old, and unless you have a fuck ton of therapy, all right, in training as an adult, you're pretty much going to keep responding that same way even though you add coping mechanisms and stuff to adulthood, yet your core, you're still going to have these basic emotional, whatever type of response your emotional mind was trained to have. And that's why I said that, particularly on the high stress, as high stress strips away your coping mechanisms, as high stress strips away your training, you are left with what that person truly was when they initially developed. All right. And that's something I can back up from a lot of experience, not only having a degree in psychology or a minor in psychology, but being a police officer, investigating people, having to deal with criminal psychology. You'd be surprised. Like, for example, dying. You know how many people I have heard die and call for their mama with their fucking guts laying on the ground, bleeding out brain matter. They're crying for mama, mama, mama. Grown ass fucking thugs who's gunned down 4 or 5 people. Tough bastards, right? Laying on the ground, bleeding out, crying for their mother. Because now they've got nothing left. They're dying. There is no coping mechanism to stop that. And they return to their basal emotional needs. That's all I'm talking about, which is backed up by the science.
Even my mom being 45 years old, gonna be 46. She gets times. I remember seeing my mom blow up for the first time ever, and she like literally had a whole tantrum over the smallest thing because she got so stressed to the point where she just blew up. She was crying, and she was just had a temper tantrum like a child. I don't understand why this is not.
I fucking love all this anecdotal evidence that you guys are bringing. It's
backed up
absolutely
by the science.
amazing.
Hey,
It
Daniel,
really
you wanna
helps
see the
the
science?
conversation.
I'll show it to you, Mender. Daniel,
I don't
I'll
know
show it to
why
you, no
it's not.
problem.
I don't know why it's not processing through Mender's head.
Well, it's not processing
It's so-
through because it's like the point was not that sometimes people do this. It's like all you guys do
Thank you.
is you're just talking about, oh, sometimes people do this, Amanda, you're wrong. But that wasn't the fucking claim. Sorry to tell you.
Thank you. Finally, someone figures it out.
I'll say this: it seems
Daniel,
fairly
that is-
common if you spend a lot of time on Discord that you find a lot of people who have like horrifyingly bad coping mechanisms and act like children.
Exactly. And by the way, Daniel, what I'm pointing at is not just sometimes, but everybody.
It completely went in one ear and out the other, didn't it, Daniel? One ear and out the other. That was amazing. You bring up another personal anecdote, and they're like completely ignored what Daniel just said.
It's not a personal anecdote, Amender. Every single person in this room, all right? Every single person in this room, all right? Your basic coping mechanisms, both good and bad. Your response.
My coping mechanisms in response to stress as a child is different from as an adult, and that is also generally the case. In fact, the exact portions of the brain that you respond to specific stress situations is different as an adult than as a child. This isn't a hot take.
Doing all this all the time, Amender.
Oh my fucking god! Kill me, kill me.
So what I'm saying is
this is just dumb.
Very, very, very childish
This
of
is
you,
brain
Amanda.
rot.
You
This is
said
brain
kill
rot.
me, just like the kids would say.
Yeah, it is
brain
childish,
rot,
but
dude.
the issue is
No, it's not.
It's fucking brain
Dude,
rot, dude.
Oh my god.
Amender, it is well established science that your basic response to stimuli, basic coping mechanisms are all developed from 0 to 4 years old. That's both good and bad.
Prefrontal cortex affects those things, which is not developed until adulthood. And if that's different in adulthood than it is as a child, then no, it's not the same.
So you finish, Amender, you're not gonna go to your basic responses. Well established science. I've read it to you and I've cited
What?
it.
You agreed with the prefrontal cortex claim. You agreed with that, and that is also established science. So, is it true that adults are the same as children when it comes to stress response? The answer is no. They are not the same.
Amender, calm down. I'm asking you a question.
Can't say they're the same.
When does the vast majority of brain development?
It's so brain rotted. I can't do it, dude.
Amender, when does the vast majority of brain development occur?
I've already answered this, Apache. Do people write love letters to the Mona Lisa?
What the fuck does it do with anything?
Oh, correct, Funky Kong. It actually has nothing to do with anything. Correct. That's why I brought it up. Because his point has nothing to do with his initial claim. Where the majority of development happens in the brain as a child into adulthood is completely irrelevant with whether or not that adults treat stress differently from children. That is a completely irrelevant response. Correct. Yes.
All right,
No conversation happening
Can I
right
say something real quick, just real fast?
Go ahead.
But real quick, yes,
Okay.
real quick. Go
This
ahead.
type of situation,
Super
I mean,
fast.
you are having the same type of reaction of as a child. If a child didn't know.
Agreed.
I'm sorry, but did you ever meet Amanda when he was a child to actually say this, that he's behaving as he did when he was a child, or what the fuck?
Yeah, if me and my friend as a child, like if I had a toy, a Barbie doll.
No, but I'm sorry, it's like, if you're just gonna call somebody out, if you're gonna call somebody out as being childish, no, it's like if you're gonna call somebody out for being childish, when it's just a frustration. Yeah, I don't know why you're bitching for somebody else. By the way,
I'm not really bitching.
Yeah, because I actually care about other people.
not you. I wasn't talking to you.
Do you
I was
see how
talking
he's
to
raising his
Mr.
voice
Space
every
Apache.
single
Let her finish her point, Kilo. Let her finish her point. Let Kilo finish her
I'm
point.
getting stressed. I'm starting to pick my skin here.
This is not a stress.
Ew.
Picking up the signs. I feel like y'all are both right and wrong in the situation. Y'all are both right because yes, when you get older, you have a new way of like dealing with stress. You
No
like, as a- you might go and take a walk. You might read a book for a bit. You might get off your phone. That's a coping mechanism for your stress. But deep down in your core, when you do have a ton of stress on you, you've just been holding it in for so long, you will outburst like a child. Will
Okay,
get
so
that
do you think adults usually behave like children in stressful situations? Question.
all the time.
Not
Depends
typically,
on what
yes.
type of situation. That's why I feel like
So
Amanda-
that wasn't the question, though. My question was literally like a yes or a no. It's like,
Okay, what was your
do
question?
you think?
It is a
Do you
yes.
think adults?
It is a yes.
Do you think adults? Dude, am I fucking talking to you, Space Apache, or are you just like so
That's
willing to be in the
weird.
center of the conversation? Do you have like, do you have like main character syndrome or something? Like, shut up a second. Shut up a second, then. Shut up a second, Space Apache. Shut up, Space Apache. Shut up a second.
Let him ask
Holy
his
moly,
question.
dude.
Passionate
Okay, so
about it.
Kilo. My question was, do you think adults, in general, usually have the same response to stressful events as kids do?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
correct. That is correct. That is
Wait,
scientifically correct.
you think? So
can see
you
it.
think there's no difference? There's no difference in handling stressful situations between adults and children.
Nobody
and I can see
said
it
no
now.
difference then. What we're talking
For
about here.
fuck's sake, shut the
Raising
fuck up, Creep. Holy shit, I wasn't talking to you.
Hey, have a temper.
Don't put your dick in something.
You're having a
Just a second. Dude, stop fucking talking. I'm not talking to you,
brutal,
Space
dude.
Apache.
Guys,
Dude,
this
you
is-
keep
this
talking,
is
keep yapping
Saturday
like a
morning.
bitch.
Can we-
Like, holy shit,
This
just
is-
shut the
this is
fuck up a
Saturday
second.
morning. Can you guys calm down?
Okay,
Like, I'm
Kilo.
serious. This just does
Yeah,
not
Kilo.
matter.
So you think there's no difference between kids and adults when handling stressful situations? Zero.
Oh.
I didn't say that.
What do you
That's
mean?
not
You just said yes. Oh my God, Space Apache. Did you learn
so-
ever how to shut up when you were a kid, or this is the way you are behaving
Maybe
as
it's
a kid?
his coping mechanism as an adult.
Yeah, it's his coping mechanism when he's wrong or something. I don't know. It's like, am I wrong? I need to talk a lot if I'm wrong. Holy shit.
There is
I
no
learned that as a
conversation
kid.
happening. There's no conversation happening at all. You guys are just talking past each other and yelling at each other.
No,
in
like
this
I'm trying
room-
to talk with
everyone
Kilo,
in
but
room
this
is
Space
calm
Apache guy doesn't learn how to shut up.
Yeah, Daniel,
It's like he
you
just
realize
needs to
when
talk.
you act like this, it doesn't push the conversation forward, right?
Yeah, when I'm asking somebody to just let me fucking talk with another person in the chat, yeah, cool. Of course not. If you would shut the fuck up, I would be able to have a conversation. But he keeps talking. It's like he didn't learn how to fucking shut up. It's like his parents didn't teach him how to shut up. They just said, yeah, just speak, Space Apache. It's cool. Just talk all the time. Doesn't matter if people are listening to you or not. You just talk. It's all good.
A, this doesn't help the conversation, and B, that would just align with what Space Apache is saying.
I know, right? They're making.
I was just making fun of. I was making fun of him.
You're
Sorry,
making
not the way.
our
So
point
you-
right, though.
Think that there's
You're making our
nothing
point
said
right.
about
You
like, a
don't
parent
understand what we're
not
trying to
teaching
say.
their kid how to behave, and then that kid just grows up and behaves similar to how they did as a child.
Right.
And there's nothing to be said about that.
Exactly, because you're.
Yeah, but this is again, we're not talking about a specific child, because if you talk about a specific child, that would be fine, right? You can talk like a specific person, and you can say, okay, this person is not developed, like, when it comes to handling stress or something, right? But we're not talking about like specific cases or anecdotal evidence. We're talking about how people usually behave, right? So we're talking about averages. So when you're talking about averages, the fact that you, Kilo, coming and say that there's no difference between children and adults when handling stressful situations is just fucking insane. It's like I've never heard somebody ever say this. There's literally, you're saying there's no difference between a kid and an adult in a stressful situation, which is just mind-boggling.
I think there's going to be some difference, but like the point
some
that I
difference.
Think that
It's
should
a
be
large
said, I think
difference.
the point that should be said is how that you guys are engaging at this isn't going to move the conversation forward. You yelling at her and be like, I think this is absolutely fucking stupid. Which,
Oh, I wasn't yelling at her. I
think
was
it's
yelling at Space Apache.
You
by the
would
way.
have to say that I don't even think it's remotely the most stupid thing I've heard on Discord.
Obviously, I heard more stupid stuff.
Yeah, so then why are you yelling?
Yeah, but we're not talking about the other stuff.
Well, I mean, I'm pushing back against it because I believe. I'm pushing back against it because I believe it's. I'm pushing back against it because I believe it's wrong. I don't believe it is correct.
Amanda, you can push back with something without freaking out and yelling.
I'm not
at people.
freaking out.
I
explained it very calmly.
Yeah, but now you. Well,
very calmly.
You were calm this entire time. Amanda, you had plenty of outbursts this entire conversation, and I was pointing
Yes,
this
because
out
it's
to Daniel.
frustrating. But yes, I initially explained my point, and then I was interrupted left and right, and so yeah, it tends to get a little frustrating. So I'm going to explain it again one more time, very calmly, right? Space Apache's initial claim was, at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. Right?
Adults act like
And so I asked him specifically what he means by at their core. Their basic drive, their personality, their response to stimuli is much at their core. That's the core. Under high stress, the children operate much the same as adults.
So I'm going to read.
The prefrontal cortex isn't really fully developed until late into adulthood, and that does affect your basic drive, your personality, and your response to stimuli. All three of those would be different because the prefrontal cortex it changes the way that those three things work. That means that at their core, under high stress, children don't operate much the same as adults. Now, it is true, Apache brought up an irrelevant point by saying that the developmental stages is the same between 0 to 4 as it is in adulthood. That is not actually addressing the point. The point is that their core under high stress, children don't operate the same as adults. And I've given I can provide studies that show that fact to be the case. High stress, no, I forced you to steel-manned the point and forced you to agree. So no, I understood your point. I have it directly, and you have to actually argue against the point now. Children don't operate the same as adults under high stress at their core.
All right, so Amanda, allow me to read to you, all right? Because once again, you don't have a degree on this. You don't understand
that is an appeal to authority.
Googling. Hold on. I'll let you go for a while. Now you're gonna let me speak.
You don't have a degree on this either, dude.
Googling things you don't understand and attempting to mismatch them into your point is really terrible. And you're saying that point is irrelevant, that the vast
This is an ad hominem.
0 and 4. Well, it's a fact. It's not an ad hominem. It's a fact. I'm about to demonstrate.
You're saying you don't understand these things, therefore disregarded it, rather than addressing my point. That is an ad hominem. Now please address my point.
Let me finish my point. All right. So I'm going to read to you firstthingsfirst.org, which is .org, all right, which comes from an academic source, which is basically to teach parents how to develop, to care for their children. It's about child developmental psychology, okay? One of the areas that I was really interested in when I was studying psychology, how brain connections are built. Starting from birth, brain connections are built through a child's everyday experiences by positive interactions with their parents and caregivers, and by using their senses to interact with the world around them. It's a young child's daily experiences, the amount of quality of care, stimulation, response to stimuli, and interaction that they receive in their first days, weeks, months, and 4 years that determines which brain connections will develop and last for a lifetime. And what it goes into after this, right, is how these connections, these early experiences, influence the child's actions later in life. And what it comes down to is what I read to you before, which links back up with what I read before, which is the 0 to 4 age range is considered the most important stage of human development because this is when the majority of a child's brain development occurs, laying the foundation for future learning, social interaction, response to stimuli, and emotional regulation, with a significant number of neural connections forming rapidly during this period, making early experiences highly impactful on a developing adult's life trajectory. Okay?
Bro, did you know that the Mona Lisa gets love letters?
In other words, okay, your basic responses to stimuli, how you respond to the world around you, is baked into you from 0 to 4. This is why it's such an important.
Yeah, did you know the Mona Lisa gets love letters?
You're being like overly dismissive about something that is actually relevant to the
It's
topic.
not relevant at all.
It is relevant.
Okay,
It is relevant.
I can say, for example, I can completely agree with everything that Apache just said. All of that is correct, right? That doesn't address whether or not children operate the same as adults under high stress. Do you understand?
Furthermore, hold on.
It is not relevant. It is not relevant. I understand that the brain is the same when they develop it, that the same parts of the brain are the same, and that the developmental basis is the same all the way into adulthood. That doesn't address whether or not children operate the same as adults under high stress.
Let me finish. Let me take everything that I said before.
Oh
now.
my
Let me
God,
finish
fucking kill me, dude.
As you grow,
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Hormonal changes and basic coping mechanisms, like especially social coping mechanisms, like how to lie, how to cover up your true emotions. All of these develop as a result of interacting with other humans. However, right, your basic responses to stimuli, your emotional responses, are developed when you're a child. Right, and these coping mechanisms, and we have psychology to back
And the
this
Mona
up.
Lisa gets love letters. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's funny you're saying my points are relevant. The Mona Lisa is actually irrelevant.
No. Both of these points are irrelevant.
Hold on. So as you add these complexities,
can I get someone else to talk instead of just Space Apache, please?
No, the rest.
Space Apache has main character syndrome. He won't shut up.
I want to.
We literally are. The rest of us are letting him fucking talk. You're the only one not fucking listening, dumbass.
Dude, he just talks and talks and talks without making
I
the
know,
fucking
I
point.
want to listen. I'm listening to
diverging
him.
from the fucking conversation. It's like he's making
part
one
of the
point and then he's
You
presenting
two
evidence
are the
for
only
some
ones
other
complaining
claim.
about this. You're the only two complaining about this.
This is literally relevant to the conversation, right? Like
Exactly.
It is not.
How people develop their stress. Like Apache's broader point, right, is that children develops interacts with stressful interactions. They might learn how to interact with them when they're a child. They might have, and they carry a lot of these things into adulthood, right? Like that's just like the broader point, right? And he even said earlier, it's not just like bad. Like maybe your parents yell at you if you drop some eggs on the ground, and you're gonna get like severe anxiety if something goes wrong into the future. But if they treat you differently and you have a different response, you're gonna carry that into adulthood. That's like what he's saying,
Okay,
right?
hold on. Stop. Apache says children. Apache says. Apache says. Well, you're on my show, just so you know. I'm streaming live. Other people can watch this. So I'm gonna say this, right? Apache says. Well, yeah, it's my show. So Apache says. Children carry their experience very much all the way into adulthood. Yes? Apache, did you say that?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I agree with that. What does that have to do with children operating the same as adults under high stress?
All right, so I'll get into it. Allow me to explain. Since you asked a question, let me explain. Okay, so once again, like I read before from the .org organization that deals with developmental psychology, like I read from the University of California, like I read from Psychology Today, okay, your basic responses to all stimuli are developed from 0 to 4. Now, as you get older, you do add coping mechanisms as an adult, especially social coping mechanisms. However, under high-stress situations, these coping mechanisms are stripped back. This is why, like, for example, in the U.S. military, we put enormous amounts of pressure on young recruits. If you go to some type of special forces selection, or you did like I did, and go through SWAT schools, right? They will attempt to put stress until the people break. And what you see, the people who can't handle it, they break. They begin to cry. They bawl. They shut down. They freak out. They begin to call for their parents. It's wild. You will actually see all of these coping mechanisms stripped away. And at the core, when half the fucking team is gone, what you'll see is the people who had strong responses to stimuli developed as children, extremely resilient individuals, which we then know can handle higher degrees of stress. And then you push those people to their extremes. Like when they get shot and a third of their fucking brain is missing and they're still engaged in a firefight because they were taught, it was drilled into them from childhood, keep going.
So you're saying that under extreme situations...
Hold on. Let me make my point. So when you get to this point and all of these coping mechanisms are stripped away, what you see is the child that person was trained to be. The angry child, a resilient child, a hurt child, whatever they are, at the core, that childhood motivation is still there. You strip it all back and you see it. All right, the emotional responses you develop then are still there as an adult. That's my point.
Cool. You've made it 3 times. So you're saying, right, that at extreme situations they break down into a childlike mentality. Yes.
And then you'll see exactly what they were raised to be as a child.
It was a yes or no question, Apache, not a permission to have another diatribe. At extreme situations, they break down into a childlike mentality. Yes?
Yeah, you won't. I mean, whatever childlike mentality they were trained to have. Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay. So I'm going back to the same problem, which is children operate much the same as adults under high stress. Okay. Would you say that an adult would handle a high stress situation differently from a child?
Can I say something?
It depends on
in general. I'm saying in general. In general, does an adult handle a high stress situation? Does an adult handle a high stress? Give me a moment, Kilo. You will have your chance. I just need to get this clear from Apache.
Okay.
So you would say that children operate the same as adults in high stress situations generally.
I think that inversion, once again, matters. I'm not necessarily agreeing with that statement. What I'm stating is that the adults, once they're under, depending on the type of stress situation that gets to them, because different people have different levels of resilience, right? You will begin to see their reactions. That are going to be pretty much the same reactions.
Can I just have you pause? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Then it is safe to say you do not believe children behave the same as adults do in stressful situations. You said that you didn't agree. No, you said you didn't agree with my statement that children behave the same as adults in high stress situations. You said, okay, I don't necessarily agree with that. Okay, so that means you disagree. Yes. Okay, so children don't operate the same as adults in high stress situations. Yes.
You're just being overly pedantic.
You're being pedantic here. Understand something.
Daniel, am I crazy? Am I crazy?
You're being pedantic.
Am I actually crazy? They're actually contradicting themselves live. This is wild, dude. This is wild.
Yeah,
it's done. It's done. The debate is over.
There was never a conversation, right? Like there's no actually listening to both sides.
I was listening. I wrote down what he said, so that way there's no misinterpretation.
No, actually, it doesn't actually follow that just because you wrote it down that there won't be misinterpretation, because equivocation can still happen even after you read it down.
That's why I steel-manned his point.
It's very obvious.
That's why I steel-manned his point.
It is. Look, if you're going to interrupt me, I really don't want to ever hear you bitching about interrupting. Even if it is your show, it just comes off as incredibly hypocritical.
Irrelevant.
The problem is, well, it's relevant meta because you're just being hypocritical. The problem is that obviously they're referring to similarities in how they act. That there are very large similarities when people get pushed into these stressful situations to how they acted as a child. It's very clearly what they're talking about.
But that wasn't
now,
my question, Green Pill.
If you want to be like pedantic about it and be like super autistic about the language, you can. The problem is I fear when you do that, you aren't actually having a conversation with the people you're talking to.
No, I am addressing. I'm simply disagreeing with the point. Me disagreeing with your point doesn't actually like the whole purpose of this is to debate. And so, yeah, I am pushing back on the point because I disagree doesn't mean that I'm being pedantic. And when I bring up a point that, by the way, is not even pedantic, it is directly responding to what he had said, right? Because when I just rephrased the statement a slightly different way, right? But it literally means the same thing. I said, do children operate the same as adults? Hold on. I'll even write it down. Do children operate the same as adults?
She's been waiting for a minute.
Shut up.
He doesn't care.
Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish.
You had your time to talk. You had your time to talk. Now it's my turn.
Oh, go ahead, Kilo. Yeah, go ahead. You win. Go.
Thank you.
I want to hear it. Yeah, I want to hear your point. Go ahead.
Is that you as a host sucks at this. You suck at being a host, okay?
All right, cool. So was that do you have a point or is it just going to be this?
This is my point. Get better at speaking to people.
All right, good talk, Kilo. That was a great ad hom. I did like that. Wow, I'm really glad we let Kilo talk.
It's not actually an at-home because she didn't say that you're doing this thing bad, therefore you're wrong. She just said you're bad at this, which is true. You're bad at having a conversation with people right now.
You're bad at this, Amanda. You're bad at this.
All right, guys.
Can I finish what I'm saying? That goes for everybody else too.
Are we going to ignore the fact that when Greenfield said that all they were saying about
me disagreeing with you is not
I literally asked Kilo.
Is not permission to insult me. Right, me disagreeing with what you feel does not mean like, hey, you can dismiss it.
It's how you're doing it. It's how you're doing it that's being critiqued.
Here,
let me
tell me exactly what my point is, Amanda. Tell me exactly what my point is. Come on, man. You aren't actually having a conversation with people. You're just yelling at voices in your headset right now. That's all that's happening.
All right, so I'm gonna try one more time, right? Because I'm done with Kilo. So, do children operate the same as adults?
You gave her your word you would do something. You gave her your word.
Disconnecting them for a second. I just need a moment. Do children operate the same as adults?
Everybody agrees with you. Y'all take care. Be safe.
Okay, so what the problem is when I said, do children operate the same as adults under high stress situations? Apache said, I don't necessarily agree with that, right? So that means he disagrees, right?
Talking about similarities, right? Like when we invoke the same, right, it's going to be that every property is absolutely the same. But like what they're actually talking about is that there are like similarities and parallels to how a child is raised and how they learn to deal with coping mechanisms and stressful situations and a variety of other situations that just follow them into adulthood. That's all that's being said this entire time. And the reason why I'm saying you're pedantic is
that is actually not the case, Greenpilled. So here's the thing, right? All I did was wait. Hold on a sec, Daniel.
Please, because I need to make things clear.
Do you think nurture?
I literally Greenfield. Just a second, Greenfield. I literally asked Kilo, and she said yes to this question. I asked her, do you think? Do you think? No, but it's like
I'm not going to hold Kilo's position. That's fine.
They were agreeing with each other, right? They were agreeing with each other.
I think there was a fair amount of
Apache was agreeing with Kilo. Apache was agreeing with Kilo. I asked it like just a second. Can I just make my point?
He disagreed.
Can I just make my point?
I know what point you're making. I'm going to tell you right now. I heard Space Apache disagree with Kilo when she said that children and act exactly the same. Right? I heard him disagree with that. Now, if you did it, that's fine.
When Space Apache made this claim earlier, right now. Okay, so when Apache made the exact same point earlier before Kilo. Who was he agreeing with or disagreeing with?
I did not hear Apache make the exact same claim as Kilo there.
That's bad in that case. It's like that means you're disagreeing with us on something that you didn't hear him say. but that's cool.
Well, I was in Daniel. I was in this conversation longer than you were. I knew exactly what Apache was saying. Kilo was a little different than what Apache was arguing for the entire time, right? Like, I'm sorry. I was in this conversation longer. I'm pretty sure I know exactly where Apache was. I even steel-manned him, and he agreed with me, right? So, like, I'm sorry. It's just not what Apache was saying. I think you guys are being overly pedantic and like trying to avoid like the actual thing, just to kind of have this like dopamine hit
So
of
can I
arguing
go
and
back?
yelling
Can
at
I
each
go
other.
back to it?
I mean, does it even matter?
It does
Apache's
matter.
like not even here.
It doesn't matter.
Why?
So
why does it matter?
Well, I mean, I'm pointing out the problem with the argument. So what he said initially and what I was pushing against is, and this is what was initially written, and I got him to agree with this, at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. I disagreed with that. Now, here's the funny part. Right at the end, I said, in general, do children operate the same as adults in high-stress situations? You'll notice in this statement, what I just said is literally the exact same thing as the initial statement. The only difference is I just swapped the wording around. However, it still meant the same thing. And so
I will say,
when he said, I don't necessarily agree with that, he is contradicting himself.
Hold on. I will say that throughout the whole thing, I think you ignored this on him. He kept trying to clarify that he thinks that the wording of adults to children to adults does matter, because he's trying to make it a transitive property of like the development as a child affects you as an adult, not adults to children. And he was trying to say that over and over again. I think you were ignoring him on that.
Sorry, one more time. What?
Okay. Space Apache, over and over again in that conversation, from when I jumped in and jumped out, he kept saying, whenever you made that statement of, do adults act like children, he wanted you to say, do children act like adults? Or, you say children act like adults. He wanted to say adults act like children. Because he
children
thought
can
the
act like
transitive property
adults,
mattered.
and adults can act like children. I agree. That's
Then
completely.
you agree with him?
No, because what I was
Why?
disagreeing with was not whether or not adults can act like children or children can act like adults. What I disagreed with was, at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. In general, no. Right? So when I asked the question, in general, do children operate the same as adults in high stress situations? And if he said, I don't necessarily agree with that, he is disagreeing with himself. He is contradicting himself. This is my problem. I will provide my notes, right? I will provide it in side chat so you can see it. I'm not crazy in saying this.
Yeah,
right? I'm not being disingenuous, and I'm not being pedantic.
I'm not. Well, I'm not going to say you're like necessarily being disingenuous, because that implies like an intent on this. I do think you're being pedantic, because I think you're like. I think what's honestly happening here is you wrote these things down. You took them to mean a specific thing. Apache, through his conversation, clearly pointed out what he was kind of referring to.
But Green,
and
I
then
steel-manned his point, and I got him to agree with what I wrote down.
I don't really
right?
see.
So I'm not taking him out of context. I literally repeated it verbatim for him. He was like, "Yes, I agree." Okay, then we move on.
I'll tell you exactly the point that Space Apache was making. Right, the point was that very early on in childhood development, these children learn a variety of skills, and these skills follow them into adulthood. Right, when you
I don't think that's what he was saying. Though.
Literally,
I think he was saying something very.
I don't even disagree with that.
Literally, what he said. Yeah,
if you would have
I
said that,
I agree with that, but that's irrelevant to the point. That's irrelevant to his point.
I don't think you guys actually disagreed on much. I think you guys just pushed this conversation to where it has to be a screaming match and a yelling match, and it just gets people angry. And for God's sakes, it is a Saturday goddamn motherfucking morning. We don't need to be this heated over something that's, honestly, kind of minor. It's not like any party's a Nazi. It's not like any party's calling for genocide, right? None of these things, right? And you guys literally would consistently interrupt and yell at them. I'm not going to say that there was no interrupting on the other side, but it's very obvious where literally everyone else in the room, one side was calmer.
And also I do want to say that, the escalation of this chat was, not really a mutual escalation at all, like you're saying. Like, you did immediately escalate it, Amender. Like, quickly.
Yeah,
and
it upsets me when Apache says things so absolute, so, scientific, so clear, and then when I poke holes in it, he starts spurging the fuck out. Then yeah, like, I have a problem with that, and it's frustrating when they say, oh, you're being dishonest, Amender. Oh, you're being disingenuous, Amender. Oh, you're being pedantic, Amender. Oh, you're wrong about this, Amender, yet provide no study, provide no information, and we completely ignore the basics, knowing that children don't operate the same as adults in stressful situations. They don't. They don't.
Okay.
Like, I don't know what else to say. He completely even contradicted himself at the end.
Amanda, the reason why I think you're being pedantic is because when you use the word same and you're saying they don't act the same, I think you're just going to point out that there are going to be some differences to like how a child might act in a stressful situation compared to an adult. That might be boiled down to their more experience. But like the point that I think Apache was like more trying to make, and I think if you listen to what he was saying, you would actually get this, is that there are similarities, big similarities in how they act in these stressful situations. Right, and I think that's the entire point of like me calling you and being a little pedantic is like focusing so heavily on the exact sameness here.
Yeah, I don't even know what you mean by similarities, but yeah, it's fine.
That they share some properties. Are you going to tell me like a chimpanzee and a human are similar? They're similar to a fish too, but the chimpanzee and the human have more properties.
Yeah,
than the same,
look,
right? Like obviously,
point,
Daniel, you're not stupid. You know what I mean by similar. You just know what.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that it would have been nice if Space Apache wouldn't have made such a very clear and decisive statement. Right?
He should be more precise. He should be more precise with his language if he doesn't want to be misunderstood.
Exactly. Both me and Amanda, we pointed this out multiple times. And not even once did he amend his first statement, right? Yeah. Not even once. Well, so it's like, what should I do? If a guy makes like this grandiose statement, right? It's like it's black and white, period. And then we show him how it's not black and white.
He's not here anymore, but you like fundamentally missed something in the conversation where he did amend his conversation, was making this more general point that I'm like talking about. I'm sorry. I don't like you can say these things. He's just not here to defend himself. I think you're like missing a part of the conversation where he actually did.
I think you guys just really like shitting on Amender, and I kind of get it, but at the same time, most of the time that you shit on Amender it's because he's annoying. It's not because he's wrong.
Brother, didn't you just join?
I think it's both of these things.
Northog, didn't you just
join? Dude.
I've been here enough to know the dynamic.
Yeah, no, brother, but you don't have the context. Okay, yeah, this is your defender, the guy who's doing this shit.
I agree with Amender on like 99% of things, right? Like, I it's not the case that like I don't even like jump out of my skin all the time.
I'm going to ask you the same question, Green Pill. I just want to get it clear. In general, do children operate the same as adults in high stress situations?
If by same we mean they share all the same properties, then no, they don't. But the very deeper point is that they act similarly. But this is the part where I'm saying you're being pedantic and avoiding the conversation at hand at what Apache was trying to say.
Merely pushing back against his initial claim. And I even repeated it back to him, agreeing that this is what he believed.
Okay.
It's wrong. You also agree it's wrong.
Amender. The problem is that if you listen to him and you had a conversation, you should have readily recognized that he was talking about is that there are similarities, not that there are going to be a one-to-one exact happening of how they react. But there's going to be. He did restate it. Oh my God, guys! He said just. Listen to what he was saying. It was very clear he was talking about there were similarities. He even ceded that there were things that you could do as you learn as an adult to change these things, right? Like, I'm sorry, I just don't think you were having a conversation. I think you guys were talking straight past each other, and it was just an excuse to like yell at each other. But honestly, I think one side was like way more or less calm. You can disagree, but like I just don't think you were listening to Apache. He's no longer here, so I don't even think it's like super relevant. But like I genuinely think he wasn't
and wrote down what he said, and then I repeated it back to him, And it took a little bit of pulling, right, to say, is this what you mean? Is that what you mean? You know, is XYZ this? He did finally get to the point that, okay, he agrees with that. And then I was like, okay, now that we got it down pat, and the reason why I got it down pat is because I know Space Apache does this. He does this all the time. He will sit there and say that he means one thing, and then when you try to slam him down on it, he completely will reverse his position, right? Or he'll completely just contradict himself, or he just won't even restate his initial proposition. So what I try to request for him, okay, let's steel man the point. I steel man it. I disagree with the point. I bring up a cogent response. He needs to be able to respond to that, right? And when I just simply repeat back to him the very same thing that he agreed with, however, just stated slightly differently, he then disagrees with his point, meaning he contradicts himself. Fuck.
The entire point. I just think if you like listen to like the conversation, you'd recognize that he was just like talking that there's similarities. I think when you like quote unquote try to steal man, I listened
to what he said. Stop saying I didn't listen to him. I did listen to him.
So when I say this, I don't just mean that you heard the word he used and you wrote down that word. Like even when that happens, equivocations can happen, and on Discord they happen a lot.
That's why I steel manned his point.
Yeah,
so that doesn't happen.
Look, he's not here anymore, so we can't like actually ask him this question. I'm just telling you, I have a strong suspicion just by what he was saying, that he would just be talking about like heavy similarities between how like these people are act as child and how they're nurtured as children, and that like bleeds into adulthood and how they react into these.
I completely
that would have been like that would have been another claim.
Also, the Mona Lisa gets love letters,
which is why Amender, that is not irrelevant. It's not
correct. It's not relevant. Yes.
Wait, no,
exactly.
Amender.
It's not relevant.
I'm saying that when we discuss whether or not adults are acting like children, right? It's going to be directly relevant on if like their actions as children get nurtured and then bleed into adulthood. This is all entirely relevant, right? You can just like claim it's not relevant, but you know,
that's what you said.
It's like very clearly relevant. But like again, Apache's just not here anymore. Questioning about what exactly he was saying when I'm pretty confident I like just by going off what he's saying that he's like taking this position. But like he's just not here. Like I don't know where this conversation can go anymore.
Because he has you to run water for him.
Well, Amender's like making his claim specifically about the conversation with reference to what Apache was saying. So right, it's like I can like run water for Apache as much as I want, but unless he's here to affirm or disconfirm
solid propositions,
does nothing.
And when I try to steel man the point, it's like pulling teeth just to get him to agree that that's what I said. And then after I got him to agree to that's what I said, and then I start poking holes in it, all of a sudden I'm being disingenuous. The only way to be genuine with Space Apache is to agree with him.
So I
right?
don't think
Disagreeing and being genuine is not possible under Space Apache's idea.
Look, I don't think you're being disingenuous, because I think disingenuous like entails like intent, but I do think there was like a significant amount of talking past each other, like a significant amount.
Well, I think we learned an important lesson. We need to agree with Space Apache on everything.
Well, or we need to agree with Amender with everything, right? Like,
no, I mean we could disagree, and I'm not sitting here calling everybody disingenuous. I simply address the point and then go to that point, right? I don't sit there and get all butt mad just because I did it. Yeah, because it's annoying. But I'm gonna explain my point.
How can you say you're not getting butt mad?
I have heard
I'm not getting butt mad. I'm explaining my point. I'm trying to illustrate my point. That's irrelevant.
Yes, no, you think screaming is irrelevant to emotion?
I don't think I'm being butt mad. I just get emotional, sure, but I don't believe I'm butt mad.
Daniel brought up a good point here. Has anyone? Wait, hold on. Has anyone ever heard Apache actually change his mind on something?
That's what I was about to say, because I heard Amender change his mind when presented with evidence.
I've
never heard Apache, dude. He had some of the most dumb takes I've ever heard, and he just stood on them until the end without budging like an inch. He didn't give like an inch, man, on anything. So don't you tell me that it's just like, oh, it's Amender being Amender. Because I heard Amender change his mind multiple times, not just once.
So
Like in Space Apache, zero fucking time.
Wanna be Kiwi
that are,
farmer.
Like, radically different from mine, but Apache isn't like Apache has a lot of perfectly fine and good beliefs that aren't even false. Right?
Wannabe Kiwi farmer says, "What is up with Amender and his love letter argument with Mona Lisa?" Okay, let me help you out. Okay, so when he brought up a point that doesn't address his initial claim and brings up something irrelevant, I then also bring up something irrelevant because it illustrates when they say, I don't know why you're talking about Mona Lisa and love letters. That's irrelevant. I'm like, yes, correct. What you said prior is also irrelevant. That was the point of me bringing that up.
And the problem being is that if we're talking about like if like people like have like these actions that are similar when they're adults and children, just directly bringing up how these actions are like nurtured into a child and how they bleed into adulthood, this is directly relevant to that conversation. Directly relevant.
No, it is not. Because
about
my main
how these
contention,
actions
right?
come
And
into
by the way,
being.
you agree, Green Pill, in that in general, children do not operate the same as adults in high stress situations. You have agreed with that, yes?
That word again, same, right? I am not the same as a chimpanzee, but I'm very similar to a chimpanzee. I'm not the same as my brother, but I'm very similar to my brother, right? So like I think that when you invoke this usage of sameness, I fear you are missing the point that Apache, and I would say even I, are trying to make. And even still, I think this disagreement.
The initial point was, at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. I disagreed with that. And then when I rephrased the question, the same exact question back to him, saying, in general, do children operate the same as adults in high stress situations? He said, I don't agree with that. He contradicts himself.
No. These statements are Amender, calm down. I got this right here. When you say the first statement was much the same. Much the same doesn't mean the same. Much the same is going to be synonymous. Much the same is going to be
I'm
synonymous.
happy you're accusing Amender of being pedantic, but you're not with this one.
This isn't pedantic.
No, of course not. Because you're doing this, so it's not pedantic. Only when other people are doing it.
I'm going to steelman Amender, and then I'm going to explain what I think he is missing. Okay. Right? Amender is saying that there are these two statements that are contradictory because they say the same thing, but that Apache gave different responses. The problem is I'm holding that these are actually not the same statements. When he says these people act much the same, this is going to be synonymous to similar. And then the second statement says they act the same, which means they share every property, which means if Apache agrees with they act similar, that's going to be similar to what I'm saying and what I think Apache was saying. And if they say the same, that's not what either of us are saying, because obviously there are differences, which make it not the same. This isn't pedantic. This is just missing the point.
Cool.
This happens all the time.
Hold on, I get your point.
All the time.
I'm then going to ask you, in general, do children operate much the same as adults in high stress situations?
I think there are some deep similarities. Yeah.
But much the same. Like, as in most of the time, they behave the same.
Look, I don't know exactly what percentage of the time. I just think there are like some deep similarities. I think
Most
a lot
of the
people
time. I'm just saying like more than 50%.
A lot of people don't interact with these like high stress situations, but I think generally like you can push people and keep pushing people, and they're gonna like they're gonna like end up like falling into some of these patterns, right?
I'm saying most of the time. I'm not. Yeah, I get your. I'm saying most of the time. I just need you to answer. Do you believe that children operate much the same as adults in high stress situations? And when I say much the same, the way I say most of the time.
Well, I think much the same is like different from most of the time, but I would.
Then what do you mean by much of the same?
Much of the same would be like when they interact in these high stress situations, like throwing a tantrum, right?
No. I asked, what do you mean by much the same?
Similar. They have similar properties, but that doesn't mean like it's going to be like when we say most of the time, we're saying like, and if I have like randomized serialized trials, I'll get like, like 60, 80%.
So in general, do children operate similar to adults in high stress situations?
I think, like, again, I think there are some like deep similarities. I don't know the exact percentages,
Saying
but I
in
think
general.
like Apache's like point is like,
I'm asking you in general.
What do you mean exactly by general? Do you mean like above
More than
50% of the
50%?
time? It might
Thank
be
fuck
the
you're
case,
not pedantic about these things.
I'm gonna be a little.
I'm
more
gonna tacitly say, I'm sorry, not tacitly, directly say no. I don't believe children operate similar to adults in high stress situations generally. I don't. And I think this assumption that children do operate the same is ridiculous, right? Scientifically speaking, children's brains are not as developed as adults, and they lack basic life experiences. And so it's quite often that in high stress situations, adults will behave radically differently from children in high stress situations.
You're saying this like same again, right? But like when we talk about a stressful situation for a child, right? It's like
it doesn't matter. I added the similar thing, and we talked about the similar thing. They're not they're not similar.
It's like losing a toy, right? But for like an adult, right? Like there's a variety of things that can like bring out stress in this adult that's going to like push them into acting very childlike.
Yes, because they don't have regulated emotions, which means that they react differently.
When you say differently, you just like I just take it to mean like there's going to be some properties that are not the same, but we've already like granted this, right? But at its core, like you're still going to find people that throw tantrums. Maybe an adult has a variety of ways he's going to throw tantrums that are different from a child.
Yes,
it still might be the case. Still might be the case that they're throwing a goddamn tantrum.
Sure, sometimes it is, but in general, no, they behave differently, which was my entire point. I don't know why this is a hot take.
It's like pulling teeth, man, with like very non-controversial subjects. It's amazing.
It's not even a controversial subject.
I think you guys more or less agreed on like most of it, and I really
Apache disagreed with himself. Like, what the fuck, man?
No,
it's
he
like,
didn't.
If he agreed, no. So look, I'm gonna tell you a thing. I'm gonna tell you a thing, Grimfield.
Just a second. Explain how those two statements are different.
Grimfield.
I think
if he said yes when the claim was the same, and said no when it was much. Just a second.
No,
if he said yes.
You got it backwards.
No. I didn't get it backwards. If he said yes,
he said yes to much the same and no to the same.
No, he said no to much the same.
Has it written down.
Amanda,
he's got a point. Hold on. So Green Pill is correct here in saying that the much the same and the same are different things. But even so, like now when I'm bringing up, like, I don't know, we just have a fundamental disagreement. Like I rephrased it again, just to entertain you on this, that in general, do children operate similar to adults in high stress situations? You didn't even seem to agree with that either. Like, so even if I change it and operate
there's going to be like some similarities, right?
Some, but not in general. Like in general, children operate differently than adults in high stress situations.
But there's going to be similarities, right?
Sure, but that's not in general.
Look, Apache is no longer here, but I truly think like the point that he was trying to get across is that there are these similarities between how children and adults react. And if you agree with this, that's fine. But Apache's just like no longer here to defend himself. Either agree or disagree. I don't think we're getting anywhere like trying to like argue over what Apache was saying when he's not here. I think it's like beating a dead horse.
All right. Well, we can bring up a different topic then. Athena says, "What's the point of this debate? Why are people arguing this? I don't know. We're just, I don't know, just being cunts. I don't know.
I mean." Look, I truly think as far as like people, you should get like frustrated and animated and boisterous about.
I want to hear Athena. Hold on, go ahead, Athena.
I was trying to figure out what the point was as far as children versus adults. Is it for a place that they shouldn't be, or what?
Oh, so like, I don't know. Space Apache will say things like, as a matter of fact, that bothers the shit out of me. Like, just there's certain things that he say, I'm like, wait, that doesn't sound right, and then we get into an argument about the thing that he said. But basically, like, what he said initially was that he said that at their core, under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. And I asked him to explain what he means at their core. And he said, well, their basic drive, their personality, their response to stimuli under high stress, children operate much the same as adults. And I was just like, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't make any sense.
I think I can speak on what
Wait a
you
minute,
meant.
wait a minute. No, don't talk to me. But why was that even an argument is what I'm trying to say.
He just said it as a matter of fact. And I was like, I'm
why
pushing
were you
back
talking
against
about
that.
children and
I don't know. I don't know. He
Adult-
just said it. He just said it. We were
Out of the
talking about
blue?
something unrelated and he brought it up.
It's a good debate topic.
Pretty much so.
It really isn't.
It made people go
it had
insane.
nothing to do with like a,
No rule breaking or anything.
No, I don't mean that. I mean just why would somebody bring up that topic out of the blue though?
I don't know.
Look,
Patchy
I don't
says
remember
weird
how-
shit. You've met him?
I think I
He says
even
weird
joined
shit
this.
sometimes.
I think I even joined this chapter,
he's-
but like conversations just kind of grow organically sometimes, right? Like if no one here remembers what the conversation was before, I think it's like tough to say if he just like threw it out of the blue. I think that's like kind of making like some assumptions if they don't remember what
Somebody
it was.
arguing that kids should have more agency or what?
No.
No, I don't think so. It wasn't like a weird like conversation. I think it literally just came out of fucking nowhere.
He's
Well,
a
that is
combat.
weird.
He's a combat veteran, and I think that he means like, this is coming from someone that's also in like a combat field in the military. Like I hear this almost every day, but like when you start actually getting shot at, like your training kind of goes out the window, and it's chaos, and also a lot of men cower and act like children in these circumstances.
Bro, if he said that, we would not be. We would not be fighting against one another. Well, no, that's not what his initial point was. If he changed his point,
whoever
then
said that,
then
are
I
you US Army?
absolutely would be in agreement.
Because I hear that U.S. Army training is really good to prevent that.
Well,
I mean,
No, but what's that got to
training
do with
might help,
children?
but
That's what I don't
like I
think.
guarantee you, the vast majority of people, I can push you into a more and more stressful situation until you just break. Right? I think a lot of people just have breaking points. Say if I like waterboard you for 10 hours, right? You might be affording that, right? So like, I think that's like the big point is like at certain points there are like these breaking points where like people break down and they act very childlike, and I think that's like the big thing. But again, Apache's not here. Us arguing over exactly what Apache meant.
He's in the
is, like,
side chat.
Oh, is he in the side chat? But I mean, he's not like hearing what we're saying, so it's like
he's
not going
trying
to
to
do much.
relate that when you're a kid, you're taught to have these reactions. You're taught to how to be a certain way, but temperament is also very genetically determined. You can have siblings that are in the same family, raised the same way, and they react to shit like stress totally different.
Yeah, well, I think there's going to be a nurture component. I think there's going to be a nurture component. It's not going to be like a one-to-one correlative that everyone's going to act similar to how they act as a child. But I do think there is like a trend of people, like literally, how many people on Discord are grown-ass men that act like children? A ton of them. They're everywhere. They're a dime a dozen. So like I just think it's like
That doesn't mean their brother or sister acts the same way. Is what I'm trying to say. That it's not
I know,
all
it's
just
not.
nurture.
So yeah, but
People have
I don't think it's
temperament.
like I don't think it's like a one-to-one thing. I think it's like some kind of trend, right? I think there will be this combination of
Personality.
genetics, and it'll be this combination of like nurture and nature, and it just seems to be the case that this is something that humans break down at some point. I think that was like the general point.
Well, also, Athena, you got to realize these conversations go through mad tangents. Like yesterday, we went from cheating to cannibalism to philosophy to morality, democracy, and we lopped off at monarchy. Right?
Some of that,
yeah.
I thought maybe there was some
Understandable.
sort of ultimate point that he was trying to make, or argue for why kids should not like be in the military, or why they should, or whatever.
I don't know, just some wild shit. Some wild shit.
Yeah, you guys always get into wild shit.
Dude, I like Apache, but he's fucking crazy sometimes. I do like him a lot, and I can relate to him, but sometimes the man does say some just like fucking wild shit.
I agree. Same.
Apache's a cool dude, but like that's why I think like even if there's like a lot that I disagree with Apache on, like I just don't think like blowing up and getting really angry in these conversations helps, because like Apache isn't like some of these other people on Discord who are like consistently throwing out bad faith arguments and might be arguing for something like akin to genocide or something.
That's
like,
what you think. It's fine.
I have never heard Apache say anything like
Yeah.
that, to be honest.
He has really bad faith arguments, but that's okay.
Sometimes.
When I say bad faith, I'm going to imply like intent, right? Like I
Oh, yeah,
think
no.
a lot of people.
As I said.
I think a lot of people subconsciously end up talking past each other, and this isn't a smart and dumb people thing. This is just a people thing. We just have a tendency to assume the words that we're hearing are the meanings that we have to these words. The problem is we're in a colloquial setting, and for a lot of these words, and I can think of like a bunch off the top of my head, like God, time, universe, whatever, that just have multiple definitions in use. That if and many people go right past them, don't even clarify them, and it leads to equivocation, and it leads to talking past each other, and happens all the time on Discord.
This is why it's
Greenfield, I
helpful
had
to define
numerous
definitions.
conversations with Apache where I was trying to like do like the epistemology of the whole thing, right? And clarify like every point, right? And it's like his epistemology is just all over the place. Okay, I'm just saying that in order to not say shit, right? But it's like it's all over the place, and it's getting to some points where he maybe he just truly believes those things, but they're just like insane. And I don't know what to do about it, you know? It's like it comes to a point where like, yeah, it's like I'm just gonna let him do his crazy thing, and that's all.
I'm not saying like Apache has like the perfect epistemology. I don't think anyone has. I wouldn't even say his like, because like he clearly believes in things that like I would not go to, but like Apache is like very, very, very far from the bottom of the barrel. He is very far.
I never said that he is, right? Obviously, he's not.
Yeah, but like once you acknowledge that, I think that's why like the point I'm trying to make is like I think the temperature got really high for no reason. Apache is not even remotely close to the bottom of the barrel. Apache's a good dude. He has a lot of beliefs that I think everyone in this room would probably take perfectly fine. He has many other beliefs you'd probably have big disagreements. I know I do.
I disagree with him more than I agree.
I
disagree with him far more than I agree.
I actually think that there are very few people that you like. If we just went statement by statement by statement, right? Like if you're like, oh, is the sky blue? I think you'd both agree. I like what make cars go vroom? Gasoline. I think you'd both agree. I think you probably agree with Apache on the vast amount of things, and you disagree.
I do not. I would say that because First Amendment strongly believed in free markets, that Space Apache would fundamentally have a lot of problems just at a basic political level. Even if they agree on 90%,
there will be disagreements.
Even if they agree on 90% of things, the things they disagree about are things that they both care deeply about, right?
Look! I'm not. I wouldn't even say like there may be things that we disagree with Apache so much that maybe it gets really heated. This just doesn't seem like one of them. Right? It just seems like something that we don't need to be yelling at each other about. Just doesn't seem to be needed or.
But I go in, right, and I come in and I have a rebuttal, and then the response is that, oh, you're not listening. Oh, you're not. You're being disingenuous. Oh, I didn't say that, and I'm just like, I wrote down what you said, motherfucker. What do you mean? I wrote it down, and it's intensely frustrating. There I am raising my voice because it is so frustrating to just like get an immediate personal attack rather than addressing what I disagree with. Right? Just because I disagree doesn't mean, oh, let's go straight into personal ad homs.
Look. If I can extend an olive branch, right? I did say that when they said you were acting childish, I did say, that is a personal attack. Whether it's true or not, it's irrelevant. It is a personal attack. But I think I just want to make you remember, right? You were very ready when you initially gave me, here are these two statements that I think Apache was contradictory about. This is what you took away from that conversation, and then I had to show you that these statements are not actually contradictory. That there are meaningful differences between those two statements that I think was being missed in the conversation. So that's why I think like that's part of where the conversation broke down, is because you were like really hyper focused on this sameness rather than this similarity.
But we also need to understand something. Comfortability. We've all known each other in this VC for a minute now. And I'm pretty certain we can consider each other either friends, homies, whatever, for specific people who have conversations. Sometimes that comfortability leads into you being so lax that you basically say things that you like. They're locked in on your heart, but you're not supposed to, right? You're supposed to ease back and you're supposed to slowly mitigate the conversation if you're trying to debate somebody on something. But when you get too comfortable, everything flies. You just let it loose because you see them as your friend. You don't see it as an issue. You're more comfortable with the situation. So comfortability is a big factor in getting heated, getting mad in a lot of debate scenarios with even people that you just know for a long time, because you know, oh, these people are good people, you feel me? They'll understand my point if I either raise my voice or this, that, and the third, because they realize I'm passionate, right? And they might take my word for things if I'm more passionate about let's say a topic, right? But yeah, you know, comfortability is also like a big thing. But yeah.
I'll say this too. I definitely don't think you were being disingenuous. You had like multiple opportunities to be bad faith when you weren't, right? Like when Daniel was disagreeing with me on whether or not Apache agreed with much of the same or same, and which one he disagreed with, right? You reiterated exactly what you said before. I don't think you're being bad faith. I
to
really
be honest,
think
I got them the other way around on that one.
Yeah, no.
Because I thought he said yes on the first one. That was like a lot milder as a claim than the second one.
Well, he said yes to much the same and no to the same, right? And you know, I'm not holding
yeah,
on really much against
I got
you
them the other way around. Yeah, I got them the other way around, so that's why. Yeah,
and I'm not holding
You're
you
gonna
against
be
that
more
either, really,
charitable
because
to
like this is something that happens like all the time on Discord. We're having a conversation, it got heated, things are going to get missed, things are going to get overlooked. It happens.
I'll be honest. The only reason I got mad at Apache is because he was fucking interrupting me while I was trying to speak with Kilo, and he would just have this main character syndrome, just constantly yapping and not letting me speak with Kilo. So
there's a lot of main character syndrome.
Like, mind you, like as soon as I like it went in, started, you know, was actively disagreeing with them, right? Getting all animated, right? There it is, right? Rather than addressing my point, Kilo comes in and says, "Well, you're a bitch." I'm like, "Cool, amazing argument." Like, what the fuck is, like, how is this an argument?
Christ.
Well, I think they were making like a meta point on like how the like.
Yeah,
I do
correct. A meta point.
Okay,
that's the point. That's the problem. Not relevant to anything.
Well,
Minder,
a lot of
I
people
think
can
like
do that.
if you're having a conversation and someone is employing meta in such a way to make the conversation go nowhere, whether they're aware of it or not, and I would say a lot of people aren't aware sometimes that the tactics they use in a conversation essentially stall the conversation and goes nowhere.
Mind you, in this conversation, right, in this debate, not a single time did I insult Kilo or Space Apache, nor did I ever imply that they lacked some sort of intellect to be able to understand what I am saying. Never did that happen. That did not happen, but they hurled that towards me. They sure did. I swear to God, they just can't handle when someone disagrees with them. It drives them insane.
I'm not saying they didn't have any like meta that didn't help the conversation. I do think like throwing the personal attacks wasn't helping, right? Like even if they did think how you were acting was indicative of their argument, it just does not help the discussion at hand. I do agree with you there. The problem is I don't think that's the end all be all with bad meta that hurts a conversation, right? It was the case. There was a lot of interrupting, there was a lot of over talking, there was a lot of speaking very loud. None of these helped the conversation.
And what caused Kilo to call me a bitch? What was it? I think it was Hydra that was screaming at the top of his lungs, calling me a bitch. I'm like, all right, bye, go.
This wasn't the beginning.
I don't know what to say.
This wasn't the beginning of the criticisms from you about you, Amender. It wasn't the beginning of that.
The criticism was that I was talking past him when I don't feel that I was talking past him. I genuinely, heart of hearts, don't believe I was talking past him, right? Because I wanted to write down what he said, and right at the beginning of his discussion, I wanted to ensure, hey, this is what he meant, right? Not just like I wrote down what he said and I misunderstood what he said and then I wrote it down. I said it back to him. Hey, is this what you mean? He says yes. Okay, this is what he means. So I'm not misunderstanding him. I understood him perfectly.
Amender, you literally remember how you were trying to tell me that these two statements that you asked him, and he contradicted himself by answering them same, and I had to show you they weren't the same statements.
Okay,
this is the misunderstanding.
Then we can discuss that. Then we can discuss that. But Apache didn't even mention that.
Well,
right?
Look, I'm not going to say like. I think
I repeated both statements back to him. He should have been able to respond that way.
Amender, I think oftentimes in these conversations, it's a two-way street when the conversation breaks down. We'd like to think that every single one of us is like great at having a conversation, but it just is the case that a lot of us have some flaws that kind of fuck with the conversation. I'm not going to say Apache is going to be perfect at spotting these. A lot of people aren't great at spotting these. But the thing is, it's still the case that it feels like when you were saying to me, oh, I know exactly what he means. Here's the two statements that he said. They're the exact same. He's contradicting himself. And I go, hold on, this assumption that you had through the conversation that these were the same statements and that he contradicted himself is actually wrong. They are different statements.
Okay, then and I didn't understand that. So bringing that up, I then say, okay, you're right. All right. So then, I mean, just for your sake, because it was basically your point, fair. Then I decided to reframe it and move the conversation forward. But we couldn't even get that far.
Well, I think Apache had already left by this time, unfortunately. So like the conversation kind of already broke down. Like I don't know if we can actually continue that conversation or not. What I'm talking about is like more of like a meta point of like how I think the conversation broke down. I think like, and it's not to say that I think like Apache and Killua, or however you say your name was, are like innocent in this matter. Like I said, I think they're like two-way streets. I do think like the personal attacks didn't help, for example.
Damn, man.
We're still talking about kids not being on the same level as adults.
We're wrapping it up.
We're talking not about the topic. Well, we're talking about the topic, not the topic itself. Yeah.
We should just have a different conversation.
That's what we should. We beaten this dead horse.
I got you guys. So how we feel about the Jews?
Oh, God, killing myself.
Let's go
chat.
beating the horse, guys.
I did not do that. Oh.
Let's go from beating a horse to beating another
I know
horse,
one
guys.
just like spicy it all up. So people's opinions on Elon's little gesture. Did he do it on purpose or was he just?
Of course he did.
I
doing it
haven't
to
had
troll.
a...
Homie wanted
My
to throw it.
take.
Homie wanted to throw it up.
I have the ontologically best take of Elon's gesture in that it's a ploy to get you to pay attention to things that aren't the Oval Office.
I think he's just a Nazi.
I mean, he was
he is just a Nazi.
He is, right? He is just a Nazi, right?
I just simply
like
believe-
both of these things can be true.
Yeah, both
I
can
just
be
simply
true, but I don't
believe
really give
that.
a fuck.
I just
don't think
simply
he's-
believe that like he thought that like it would look cool and like I said, but it didn't. And him not at least like explaining himself, but just like being quiet is just gonna add to the whole thing.
He also doubled down, you know that, right?
Yeah, but isn't it nice? Isn't it nice that we're making excuse for somebody making the Nazi salute? Isn't it nice that we're making excuse for something like that?
That's usually what the debates are about. Anyway,
I mean, he.
The thing is,
what
right?
was
I
it
mean, like, okay, there's a few takes about this, right? And like, like we could talk about like, oh, well, I mean, like, it was obviously a salute, right? Anyone with eyes could like see that. It's ad hoc reasoning. But like, I think the more important issue is, you know, what is Trump trying to define, trying to like break the Constitution with his executive orders, defining all trans people out of existence in a way that actually defines everyone as gender neutral. His approval of his pardoning of 1,500 violent criminals that broke into the Capitol, him immediately launching investigations to try to find members in the government, him immediately going and labeling tens of thousands of members in the government as Schedule F, so that way he can fire them at will, in a vast attempt of presidential overreach. And, like, these things are obviously far more important. What Elon Musk did was like I don't know if it was intentionally a Nazi salute or if it was something else, but what I do know is it was intentionally a ploy to get you to look away from things.
Or like his scam coin. Why is no one talking about that scam coin shit? That is
that shit's
absolutely
insane.
fucking crazy.
Okay, hold on for a second. Trump was literally about to like fuck up immigrants in this entire country with the 14th Amendment. Elon does a Nazi salute or Roman, either or. That happens, right? And everyone's talking about that instead of focusing on the 14th Amendment with Trump, right? That's the actual fucking problem. Not all the fucking executive orders or none of that stuff. Yes, true, but we need to mainly
we
focus
only
on
have
that.
so much attention in our economy, right? And if you go into like Twitter that day, right, you didn't see mass outrage about Trump's violations of the 14th Amendment. What you saw was mass outrage. If you went onto TikTok, if you went onto Red Note, if you went onto Twitter, if you went onto any major form of social media that isn't like 80 years old, like Facebook and some shit, the mass outrage that you saw was about Elon's action and Elon's gesture. We have to admit that in our modern day, that we live we live in the attention economy. And there was
Elon
only
was on
so much
Facebook
attention
too.
to give out.
Elon was on Facebook too.
Oh, I don't know, right? I don't use Boomer platforms.
I use Facebook.
but, like,
I use Facebook. He was there too.
Like, what's important is that, like, we have to acknowledge that we live in a society with an attention economy. We only have so much attention. And we, at that time, devoted our attention towards what Elon was doing and not towards what was happening in the Oval Office.
Right.
And that is a losing formula. We need to keep our eye on the constitutional violations that Trump is attempting to do, and the fact that he's trying to overturn 130 years of case law in the Constitution right now.
So what? Do you think they're not gonna do it? Dude, he has all the Supreme Court is his. It's like they will do whatever the fuck he wants to do.
Maybe.
No, not maybe. It's clear. This is the Supreme Court that doesn't care about their image, doesn't care about precedent. The only thing they care is what their masters are telling them to do. If the masters say no more 14th Amendment, well, whatever. They're gonna do
they
it.
also voted against independent state theory, right? So while these people are on the are very clearly puppets, they do have some loyalties to the Constitution. And the Constitution is could not be more clear here, right? It is just so obviously clear that the children of illegal immigrants are in fact American citizens. And so maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. I think the thing is whether or not they would be willing to allow the federal government to classify illegal immigrants as an invading army. That's a more maybe, I think. But
I mean, ICE was already getting active in the streets and on cameras. They already been catching people.
Meanwhile, there were Nazi forums and people that align with Nazis cheering Musk on this.
Oh God!
Nick Fuentes
They're
was
like, yeah,
super happy.
yeah.
Dude, Nick Fuentes literally said,
him and Nick Fuentes
literally said, of course it's a Nazi salute, right? It's like, if a Nazi is telling you it's a Nazi salute, it is, okay? It's just saying.
I remember I saw this political spectrum thing. I saw this political spectrum thing, and it's far left, it's a Nazi salute. Center left, it's a Nazi salute. Center, it's a Nazi salute. Center right, guys, the Roman salute. Far right, it's a Nazi salute.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's so dumb, honestly. It's and then he posted stills of Democrats doing the same fucking thing, right? And I'm just there
they were waving.
Oh my!
Yeah, they were waving. They were waving.
There's different context.
Yeah, what he showed is you could literally find anyone in this world doing that if you get a still image of them on the street,
But he did the video.
Yeah, that's the
that's the thing.
He did it 3 times. For
him is not the still image. For him, it's dude, and it's the full Sig Heil, the full one, okay?
Yeah.
Not the half one, not the I can say it wasn't that later. No, this was the full fucking thing, literally the Sig Heil. The one that Hitler was doing.
He didn't even use his other hand. He only used one hand. I 100% agree.
There are videos of neo-Nazis doing the whole thing onto their heart and then straight up, right? It's exactly the same motion. It's crazy.
But the thing is, right, is that we can spend forever analyzing this, but at the end of the day, it is still just style fashion to pull our attention away from the Oval Office.
They are. We're talking about this instead of the 14th Amendment. Damn.
I mean, there's not much to discuss about.
To be honest, guys, do you really need the 14th Amendment? Come on, it's kind of extra there.
Oh, do you
need any amendment other than the second? Really, is any amendment important except for the second one?
We don't even need the Constitution.
So, Daniel, since you're not American, the 14th Amendment states that any person.
I know what it does. Yes.
Okay.
I know.
You're American.
I was just making a joke, right? It's do you need any amendment other than the second? Because it seems to be the only amendment the right wing cares about. Is the second amendment.
We love to bear arms.
Just the second half of the second amendment, not the whole second amendment. Just the second half.
We got to pick a specific part.
as an establishment Republican, only care about the Constitution when it's politically expedient.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Wait,
shit.
Is there an amendment that allows me to reduce the rights of brown people? Oh, bro, base.
Is it the new
Let's
one?
go for that one.
Yes.
That's the one they want, bro. They want that one.
Oh God. Oh no, but he shouldn't have pulled out of the Paris Climate Accords. That was I don't
He
think.
shouldn't have done anything. He should have died 3 years ago. Sorry. Hot take.
Down, cuz brown.
Down, cuz brown. Fuck the environment. Fuck global warming. Real.
Brown.
I truly do think the more evil someone is, the longer they live. How the fuck did Henry Kissinger live to like 98?
If you're brown,
if that was the case, I'd be immortal. I disagree.
God was transplanted different body parts.
No, you're not like genociding children in small Afghani villages, evil. But so
if you're
like,
brown,
harvesting
no
their
rights.
adrenochrome.
Well, I mean,
but like while I am against ideologically assassinating Trump, I am okay with all of his White House staff going on strike and not giving him his diabetics anymore.
That's fine. He did do ceasefires in the Middle East and in Russia and Ukraine, so that's good. That is good. I do want to say that. That is.
First of all, he did not do the ceasefire. He did not do a ceasefire in Russia or Ukraine. That's just not true. And second, the ceasefire in fucking in Gaza and Israel was brought on by the Biden administration. Even then, Yahoo himself said
I think
it.
it's like wild to say that. Like, I think it's wild to say that Trump, when he didn't have any ambassadors because of a few tweets, got that situation resolved when there was already peace negotiations in talk under lead by the Biden administration.
Huh? Hey, listen. All I like, whenever I'm presented with from, I just see it. I just take it at face value. Like, you know,
That's really stupid.
I mean,
hold on.
I mean, in terms of this, I would assume that they would be telling the truth. But if they're lying,
Why the fuck do you assume, brother?
Hold on. Calm down.
So chaos. When it comes to like receiving information, I treat it as if it's April Fool's Day every day, right? Because I'm like, should I assume what they are saying here is true? Probably not. And so I try to go read the author. I try to go read the actual thing. I read their sources. See others if other sources agree with that one. So that's how you're supposed to do research, you know?
Well, look, I think there is something to be said that not everyone has this kind of time. When you go to your mechanic and he recommends X, Y, Z, I don't think everyone double checks to make sure that you actually need X, Y, and Z. I think sometimes you just rubber stamp it.
I don't.
Thank you.
Well, look, you should recognize that a lot of people do that, and especially when we're very busy people, going and researching these topics may be time consuming. Now that being said, now in this conversation, if you put forward this thing and we say, oh, well, hold on, sure, like at face value it looks like this, but there is like deeper nuances that we should discuss, and here are those nuances, then when you are confronted with those nuances, I think you should take them in. You should think about them, how it affects your initial thinking, right? And I think that would be like what's important.
No, I agree with you 100%. That's why, like, when you said, I was curious to hear more, because, like, if you're telling me, because this is from what you guys are telling me so far, that Biden was already locking in these peace talks and everything with these countries, and then when Trump was, like, the face of it, he's like, oh, I could just, like, take over, and I could use this as an achievement for me. If that's what you're telling me, I respect
Well, so
Biden.
not exactly that. Not exactly that.
Okay.
It's actually specifically nothing is happening in Russia, Ukraine right now. No peace talks have been engaged in. That's just not happening. That's just not true. But with the Gaza Israel thing, they already had locked in the ceasefire on like January 15th. 5 days before Trump is president at all.
Okay.
And
don't worry, they're gonna say it's his achievement, that one too. It's all good.
And I will say, I think I heard that there was
peace talks in Gaza were open since like November, because this war's been going on for like over a year now, right? And so peace talks have been open for the last few months before the election was even in. And so maybe Trump's tweets might have spurred them to take a bit more rapid action. But that's like 90% of the groundwork had already been done by Biden's team. And then Trump just got the last 10% over the line.
Do you like my amendment?
Yeah, Daniel Hume has presented the 28th Amendment, which I'm most certain would pass the Republican Congress. The entrance, residency, and free movement of brown people are hereby prohibited within the United States and its territories. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, they may as well. Yeah, I mean, they may as well just go for broke. Just do what they really want at the end of the day. No brown people. They just like, I don't like brown people. They make me uncomfortable. And they don't speak the same language as me. And they just make me uncomfortable. And I don't like it.
It's like brown people.
I get upsetty spaghetti when brown people are happy and doing things that...
I am curious about the Gaza ceasefire real quickly. I heard that, and this is, I could be wrong, but I heard Netanyahu was like, I'm going to do the ceasefire, but I need you guys to release specific hostages that you have. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the negotiation was always for the hostages.
Okay.
The negotiation was always for the hostages and a ceasefire. The interesting thing was that earlier, like a few months ago, I think it was back in November, Hamas opened up negotiations by saying, we will release the hostages in exchange for a ceasefire. And and Israel said no.
Oh, that's crazy. That's insane.
Was it just the
Daniel, I
hostages?
think
They
I
also
finally
asked for,
found
like,
a build in Skyrim Nodierim
there was
where I
also
don't
like
die.
there was also time lengths on the treaties allowing like Hamas to stay armed, which is still in the peace deal. Recognizing some degree of Hamas control over the region, which is still in the peace deal. And so it seemed like, and I may be mistaken here, but it seemed like Hamas came forward with the peace deal that's fairly similar to the peace deal that we have now, and was relatively reasonable. And Israel said no, because Netanyahu wanted his coalition to remain, which requires the war to be continuing.
Oh, that's so. I was about to say that's crazy. That's just fucking wild and stupid. So. Damn, bro. That's fuck. Hey, I be telling people Netanyahu needs to be persecuted for war crimes.
Yes, all of them should be seen under a war tribunal.
Yes.
There's an arrest warrant on his name for a reason, right?
There's also an arrest warrant on Trump's name, by the way.
Well,
I don't think so.
But like when we're talking about like actual,
Trump isn't legally allowed to enter. Trump isn't legally allowed to enter. What is it, like 128 nations? Because he's a felon.
Really?
I mean, he can enter them, and
they don't allow felons to enter their country.
I mean, he's gonna walk his ass through those countries, though.
Oh yeah, he will still walk his ass into those countries, because if you're rich and powerful, the law doesn't apply to you in violation of the Constitution.
I mean, it happens. That's life, right?
You know, there's a funny thing. Like one of the
now, you know what? What doesn't happen is if you're brown. If you're brown, you don't get rights.
So there was this Israeli prime minister that was put on a terrorist list by the United Kingdom. And he was barred from entering the United Kingdom until he became prime minister, right? After he became prime minister, because it doesn't apply to high-ranking officials, he was actually allowed to enter because
Yeah, my thing is chaos. Is that this doesn't just happen. It is abnormal for a felon to become president. It is abnormal for a felon to get unconditional release. It is abnormal for the president to release 1,600 violent criminals on his first day in office. These things are not normal, and we should not accept them as normal.
No, I agree with you. What I was saying is normal is that powerful people exert their power and get away by skimming the law. That's normal. That's what I'm saying.
Still, even in the United... Even
the question is how many...
to this degree of these things happening is absurd and abnormal. Well, yes, that is pretty normal. The fact that we have people this powerful to exert that much influence is abnormal. I mean, the top 5 richest people in America, or 5 of the people that were in Trump's inauguration that got their special invites, 5 of those people controlled almost half of all the money in circulation in the United States.
Like 40%.
So I have a question for the Americans in this VC. So usually, when you say you're the party of law and order, does that mean you just let criminals go from jails, or am I just wrong about it?
You don't get it.
It's the party of some law. Claiming that they're the party of law and order.
I don't think they're the party of law.
No, it's the party of law and order for some people.
That's a good show, though.
Guys, it's not the party of law and order anymore. It's the party of Brown go down.
Right now, I just want to frame the discussion.
Everybody's supposed to say, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Don't mad at me. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
The Republican Party,
they don't like brown people. They make them uncomfortable. And they would rather if they didn't have the same rights as white people.
The Republican Party used to be the party of law and order, but I don't think that even came up like a single time during the last election cycle, or probably even the one before it. And so just because of how much like illegal scandals there are going on with Trump, I think that if they went like, oh yeah, we're the party of law and order in 2020, or sorry, 2024, then Harris would have turned around and been like, you're running a rapist against a prosecutor.
Well, she
But
did.
hold on. Even if they ran anybody else, it wouldn't matter. Democrats would have slandered them regardless of saying, "Oh, you're the party of law and order, but you believe that women should have no rights and gays should have no rights." It'll be something or the other.
No,
they
bro,
can't
it's
ever
the party
run
of
as
brown
party
go
of law
down.
and order. There you go.
Well, I mean,
It's the party of brown go down. They're like, I don't like brown people. They make me uncomfortable. They make me upsetty
Chaos,
spaghetti,
we
and I
should
just
be
would rather
able
them not
to
be around.
Chaos, we should be able to acknowledge that the Republican Party is pro Project 2025, though, right?
That's the 2024 one, right? Or there's a new
Project
one.
2025.
No, Project 2025. Yeah, is the project
Yeah, that was,
from the
that
Heritage
was the one we
Foundation.
were-
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the one that Democrats were warning about.
Okay,
Hold
that's
on,
fine. That's fine.
I mean, not Democrats.
Hold on a sec,
everybody
Daniel.
except
Hold on a
the
sec,
Republican.
Daniel. Daniel, I just
everybody
wanted to
except for the
confirm. Are you
Republican
brown? Are you brown, Daniel?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay,
Just
your
from the waist
opinion.
down.
Your opinion matters, I suppose.
It's from the waist
I guess.
down.
Your opinion matters then. Also, congratulations.
Diabolical. But keep going.
Guys, I can forward.
Hold on. What's that, Quinny? Are you brown?
Thanks.
Are you part of the LGBT community?
Oh, you're going down.
Tough questions.
Right,
You
right,
can't
sir.
answer.
You're going
Are you
down.
part of the LGBT community?
I'll get the
All right, you
police
don't
on
get
the phone.
rights. That's how that works.
I'll get the police on the phone.
Welcome to the Republican foreign policy. You don't get rights.
Everybody, literally everybody now is part of the LGBT community. According to the federal government, you're agender, Amender.
Yeah, that's also true. So progressive, man. They abolished gender. Fucking finally.
They did. They did abolish gender.
It took Trump to
Gender,
do it.
baby. Amen.
Are you?
Heck yeah.
Only Trump can blunder so well that he abolishes gender.
Trump didn't write that
So good.
executive order. It was like some other guy who also helped write Project 2024. But it's suspected that he used AI on it.
Project
'Cause when you
2025.
put that executive order through an AI plagiarist
2025,
detector, it dings.
Oh wow.
That's also part
Well,
of the
I mean,
reason why
thank
it's
fuck for AI, right?
so
I mean,
stupid. Right?
we
Because,
should
like, it
we should thank the
defines-
people that wrote the code for the AI. I guess.
It defines
wouldn't
like
shock
male
me.
and female. It defines like male and female as like someone who is born with the large reproductive cell or the small reproductive cell, which for one isn't very clear because what cell are they referring to? Although let's assume that they're referring to
they're
like
sperm and
the
eggs.
oval, the sperm and eggs, right? When you are conceived,
Listen, why are we
is
letting
what
an
this is directly
LGBT person talk in Trump's America? Don't you know that they don't have
I don't know.
rights anymore?
I seem very dude. I feel very uncomfortable with him
Isn't
talking.
for the
Yeah.
LGBT
Can we get a safe
community.
space in here?
He's
might-
playing
A
in
safe
very
space
loose
with
with the law
LGBTQ
now.
people.
when a fetus
You
is
might want to
conceived-
trans your kids. Be careful.
Oh my god. You're right.
when a fetus is conceived, like what the executive
Don't turn
order
my water
says,
gay.
they do not have a large reproductive cell or a small reproductive cell because they don't have the guy needs to determine sex yet. And so nobody has a large or small reproductive cell, which means nobody is male or female, which I guess just makes us non.
Dude, I'm telling you, finally, abolishing gender, that's
Yeah,
a
we
great
abolished
achievement
gender.
for his first 100 days. I'm just saying.
It's
you
true.
know.
It's true. We've abolished
Haters
gender.
gonna hate though. Haters gonna
Is
hate.
this going to
Hey,
reduce the
base.
price of
Big
eggs,
base.
though? Can somebody
not.
tell me?
I'll tell you what will reduce the price of eggs. No longer talking about bird flu.
Bro, I
Not talking
can't
about
wait
it is
for
gonna
the-
make it go extinct. That's true.
Right.
I can't wait for the
Whoa,
midterm
based.
ads, though. I can't wait for the midterm ads where it's going to be like a visage of Trump saying, I don't know anything about Project 2025, holding up the documents, scrolling down to the authors section, and then showing all the authors that got put onto his cap.
By the way, I am still playing Skyrim Nodierim, where I'm
many
trying not
times
to
have you
die. I'm on my third character today.
Dude.
Nice.
Today,
Today?
yeah, today I'm on my third character.
Today?
I can't. I struggle getting even to level 10. Like it's It's
How
actually
are you this
insane
bad
how
at
difficult.
video games?
Bro, no, it's hard, man. You think it's easy? It's hard. Try Skyrim Nodierim, dude. You're done, dude. You're done. Character
you know
gets
what?
deleted.
I will download Skyrim right now. I will
And
download
plus, he's
Skyrim
playing
right
on a
now.
harder difficulty than
No,
he
I'm
probably
playing on
normally
Adept, and it's fucking, and it's still fucking hard as shit.
He's inept.
Adept?
He's not a real gamer. This is a boomer moment. He doesn't have the
What are you?
reactions.
Did you say you're playing on inept or what?
No, I said Amender is inept.
A-D-E-P-T.
Oh, so it's just him that's inept. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, Amender singular is inept.
Amanda, you suck. How can you die in Skyrim? That's so
Yeah.
it's so
I'm
so easy
inept
to not
as well.
die.
Well, it's not Amender's
I mean,
fault that he's
let's be
old.
very honest. Amanda is the one
He's
that struggled
old,
with
no
Melania,
reaction
okay,
time.
in Elden Ring. So
Well,
what can you expect from him?
It's not fair to blame Amender for being old. His reaction senses are just slowing down. He probably has early onset dementia.
There's no way I'm gonna be ageist with somebody that's younger than me. Okay,
I'll
just
see
saying.
you at 35, Quinny. I'll see you at 35. I'll see how you do. I'll see how you're doing.
The boomer hands come for us all. At the end of the day.
I'll see you. Let's see how you look. Let's see how you're.
You know what,
functioning.
Amender? I'm
Yeah.
gonna get Amender. What's gonna happen is either I'll get voted to a Senate seat at 26, or I'll die.
I'm not. Yes.
Those are my two options.
You have chosen death.
It's like going to a grocery store one day and you just randomly get T-boned and you're just dead for no freaking reason. No reason, just dead. Why? No fault of your own. You just left at the wrong place, wrong time. There you were on that intersection, just dead. Who cares?
Karma's gonna get your knees, Quinny.
I mean, I've been playing Skyrim Nodierim, man. You really do tend to. You really don't choose when you die. It just kind of happens. And you're just like, all right, well, that's it. Peace,
dude. That's life simulator. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Skyrim Nodierim, dude. Everything is freaking dangerous. I'm like constantly terrified. I'm constantly taking these freaking hits from people. It's terrible. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
He wanted this challenge because he thought it was easy. You know.
No, I wanted this challenge because I thought it would be an interesting challenge and make the game interesting. Problem is, I'm now so apathetic towards my character. I stopped calling my character something that resonates with me. What did I call this character? Hold on, let me pull it up. What's his name?
Amender.
Hold on.
I think,
where do I find my
you
name?
only hate.
Oh yeah, general stats.
Amender, I think you only hate Trump because he's gonna send you back to your lands and shit.
No.
The lands of his ancestors.
What's my character's name? How do you look see your
here
own
and my family
character
was
name?
born here, so I can't be deported.
That doesn't matter, right? You'll get sent to a camp anyway, then. Okay, you're all dead.
Oh, you don't have your ID.
I was born here, but they're gonna deport me to Russia.
Who are you, bro? Who are you, bro? Like, we don't know who you are. You could be a. I
think I called my character "fuck me hard."
I could be a KGB fucking spy. Yeah.
Yeah, you could blow up like a subway tunnel. How do we know, right? Only white people. See, white people don't commit crimes. This is true.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a well-known fact,
I just called my character
yeah.
"fuck me hard."
Coming from a former drug dealer that used to sell animals and cocaine, I agree with you. We do not commit crimes.
Exactly right, but okay. Just because one white person
What's
does
the
this.
overlap there? Can I ask? What's the overlap between drugs and animals? Like what animals? Like cats?
I got
and
you,
dogs?
dog. No, if you need a baby tiger, I could have got you that. You feel me? If you needed a zebra, if you needed fucking, what was those things called? You needed a tortoise. I got you with literally anything you needed.
Tortoise.
Right.
What are those things called? Turtles? Oh, I can't remember them. They're evil.
Yeah, no, not the
can't remember
the big fuckers, right? So I live in New York City, right? We would go to like the dockyards in Brooklyn, and we would just like pull up to a storage unit, and from there you just see people with guns and animals, and you give the money to the people, you take the animal cage, get in the car, leave, done. You know what I mean? Pretty simple.
Hello, Mr.
Tigers
CIA.
are so adorable, but I couldn't do that to a tiger.
So cute. They're so adorable. Oh my god, I wanted a baby cheetah. Oh, I wanted to keep one.
No, you
got this. then they grow up and eat you. So like you know what?
A cheetah
eats you.
I have a friend.
If a cheetah eats you, you've done something very wrong in your life. It's
a
like
cheetah won't eat you, but they are like cheetahs are like awful animals to keep in general. A, you probably don't have the space for it. And B, well, cheetahs especially. Cheetahs are like also like incredibly inbred right now. They're so inbred that you can quite literally take like a kidney and give it to any other cheetah. You can do skin grafts without any fear of rejection because they're that like genetically similar right now.
Yeah, and you can't keep one in an apartment. They'll fucking go crazy in an apartment.
But so I have a friend who's a zoologist, and she specifies in big cats. And she actually worked with this cat.
Good friends, man.
Yeah, I know. His name was Leo. He was a leopard, which is kind of similar to a cheetah.
Not.
But the
not really, but
in
yeah.
In the sense that they're both big cats of the same phylum.
Yeah, in the sense they're mammalians. Yes,
but cheetahs are smaller, lighter, and they go after like
way smaller, and they don't have claws, and which is like really important for cheetahs. They don't have claws. Like their toes is like dogs, you know.
The paws.
The paws, yeah. I don't know, like the claws are like paws. Yeah.
Cheetahs will often be paired with like dogs to keep them socialized and stuff. They're just like very different animals. They're like very different animals.
Cheetahs need emotional support animals.
They're similar in the way that they're genetically close, is what I'm referring to.
Yeah, but like you can be genetically close and have like vastly different like.
I agree.
I mean, you know, we have DNA with tomatoes. Doesn't make us tomatoes, you know.
I disagree.
Daniel, you are a tomato, and this is why you like argue with me, okay?
Like we are in fact like not even remotely closely related to tomatoes.
So hopefully,
if you cut into a tomato, it's red. If you cut into us, it's red.
I'm talking genetically.
Yeah, I know.
Well, yeah, genetically, we're 99.9% similar to a tomato.
We were talking jokingly, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, she was a zoologist and she worked with big cats, and she was working with one.
What happened to her though?
Well, she's still doing.
She got eaten.
Oh, because you said she was a zoologist, and I was like, okay, something happened.
Yeah, no, she's still doing that. She just moved very far away to go do it in Africa. But nevertheless. She worked with animals that were kept as pets and were like wild animals like cheetahs and jaguars and leopards, and they do not make very good pets. And people will like adopt them, and then they will realize they are a wild animal when they destroy their house, and then they basically just throw them out into the wild.
Yeah, it's people do this a lot, right? Like Florida is dealing with like a lionfish problem because people got lionfish, they got big and ate everything in their tank, so they just threw their ass in the ocean, and now they're like a huge invasive species. Same reason why Florida also has like a reticulated python and anaconda problem.
It's funny.
We should stop. We should prevent people from buying pets. I think no one should be able to own a pet.
Well, you know, I think there are some things that are fine, but
well,
there are some licenses on some of them. I will say,
do elephants make good pets or not? Because I was planning to get an elephant.
No.
People have tried to domesticate them for a long time.
Listen. Dogs, right? Listen, dogs, get out of here, okay? Cats, get out of here, okay? The only pet you're allowed is pigs, okay?
I mean, we can't all have you. Come on, it's good.
If there are no pigs in heaven, I do not want to go.
There are some places that have like a severe cat problem, right? Hawaii is like suffering a lot because they have a humongous feral cat problem that are like eating a lot of their birds and small mammals. Yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah, that is true.
A lot of people just want to like spade and neuter them, which helps kind of reduce some of their population. They're still eating the wildlife. But we don't spay and neuter the reticulated pythons or lionfish, but because they're cats, people have a harder time just deciding we need to cull them.
I knew a guy who was from Hawaii, and he talked about how he was part of like an ecological preserve in Hawaii to protect the wild animals. And so when they caught like a feral cat, if they couldn't trace it back to an owner and it was like fully feral, they shotgunned it.
Mm-hmm. It's sad, but it's like the
pharaoh.
best thing. It's like the best thing to do, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, it's cheaper. It's cheaper than like euthanizing it, and it's arguably.
Oh, it's not just cats though. I think there's a lot of I think there's a lot of feral humans and other humans that are causing a lot of damage, and I think it's a much cheaper
Can we
instead of
shoot them,
euthanizing
or-
them. Yeah, like what's the difference that they're causing actually a lot more damage to the population than the species than the cats are?
Well, so generally with humans, right, we're going to have the ability to what's the word? It's literally like part of
reintegrate,
right? And now the prison system right now doesn't do that, but there are people that we generally consider okay. We can't rehabilitate.
Yeah, mainly white people. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I disagree. The immigrants coming in, they can't be rehabilitated.
The point
I mean,
is,
also,
like,
look,
when
if you have a big...
wait, one second. I'm not done. When it comes to, like, let's say lionfish in Florida, right? There are a lot of people. There is no, like, if you want to go fish in Florida with like a spear gun or something, you can go dive. There is no limit to how many lionfish you can catch. The government is like, kill as many lionfish as you want. They're damaging the ecosystem, and there's no like, you're not going to actually be feasible. Like, okay, I got a net. I'm going to catch all these lionfish and get them out of here, and then I'll find some place where are they going to live, right? There's no better alternative, but their existence is damaging that ecosystem in a way that will lead to more deaths of animals. So like, culling them here is generally good. I'd say the same thing for like particularly pythons, anacondas, and even cats in Hawaii.
So I had an amazing idea. Okay, so somebody said there's like this big problem with cats in Hawaii. Okay, so I have like this great fucking solution. I heard that Haitians actually eat cats.
Oh, whoa.
What if, yeah, you see, you use immigrants to solve another problem that you're having. And then, after they eat all the cats, you know what you do? Boom, you kick them out.
Dogs. Oh.
I mean, if you have a dog problem, yes, but otherwise you just kick them out. And it's like,
Someone get
28th
this
Amendment.
Trump admin stat. We need it.
Yeah, we need it now.
Definitely need it. Heck yeah.
I think Trump's gonna kill America.
Yeah, I've already seen worse.
Is that a
People
problem
will be
though?
People will be like,
I've seen worse. What the fuck?
When have you seen worse? Hold on. In your lifetime, when have you seen worse?
No, that's my point. I was joking because the other guy was like, that's, well, I'm not saying you, but a lot of conservatives are like, yeah it'll be okay. We'll just kind of glaze over the thing. Like, because the thing is, most of the things he's going to do are either A, not going to affect them, or B, maybe even help them in a lot of cases when they make like $500,000 or more. So most of them, like, yeah, they might not like the Paris Climate Accords or certain other things, but it doesn't matter. Like, ultimately, what matters more is having Trump and ensuring that if they are rich, they have to pay less taxes. That matters more than literally anything else. So that like obviously they don't like little things like okay, but at the end of the day, nothing else really matters. They just wanted to make sure.
Why can't we just kill the horse,
Three
right?
of the people at Trump's inauguration have gained amongst them 224.
You could have
224, yeah.
just $224. That's
That's
crazy.
not much.
$224.
$224 is pretty good. Come on now.
Yeah, it's money in their pocket they didn't have.
There you go.
Yeah, man, this Trump guy seems awesome, dude. I want $224, dude. What?
Hell yeah, there you go.
Dude, he's making things better for everybody.
Like Amanda,
Except the brown
do you know?
people. Oh, wait,
do you
they're
know?
not, they're not
brown?
part of anybody.
All right, no rights.
No, I'm not brown. I'm not. No, listen, of course I'm not brown. Okay.
They're not people, so
Browns
they're not
aren't
part
people.
of anybody.
Whoa, Amanda! Whoa!
That's what they believe.
People.
That's what they believe.
Listen. They're people, but they're inferior.
That's what they believe. They believe
Amanda.
that. They
Make
do.
t-shirts with that slogan and make the color red. I think that would be good.
I'm telling you, bro, the Republicans believe that. They unironically think that. They're like, they're equal. But let's go ahead and put voter IDs specifically in black
it's like
neighborhoods.
equal, but separate, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
like separate. Isn't that like a good thing to do? Yeah, equal but separate. Come on, I feel like it's a good way to do
that
it.
Republican congressman pushing for pushing for Trump to get to run for a third term.
Dude, they're really big fans of the Constitution, right? It's like,
Yeah.
and remember, it's like they want like a young guy like Trump, right? Because it's like they didn't like the old guy Biden, so they like the new younger
he's
guy.
Their puppet. Yeah. He's the Heritage Foundation puppet and all the rest. But the
why,
best part is when they submitted that.
Why are they pushed down? It's very simple. It's because you're brown.
They're brown.
You're pushed down because you're brown.
But you know what's funny is when they submitted that,
and the Republicans are saying it. Down goes brown. That's it. That's the policy.
In there saying, "Oh well, let's make sure that the only ones who could apply for a third term are ones who haven't run consecutive terms." So that would automatically disqualify Obama. So just whatever it makes sense to get Trump in a third time would be.
I mean, it's not mental gymnastics. It's just reality, man. Come on.
Yep.
It's definitely not mental gymnastics.
I mean, two terms is not a true number.
Trump's not going to be alive in 8 years anyway.
They don't need. No, he'll be like on it. All they need is just a guy. Like he might be. They'll keep him in stasis. Basically, he doesn't need to be. And still, even then, if he's just shitting his pants on stage and saying like, "I just raped a bunch of whatever he could say," it's still conservatives would be like, "He's the best," and then they would go for it. But yeah, I could see him going another third or fourth term. Yeah,
he speaks his mind.
Yeah, he's genuine, man. He's very, he's got that authenticity. That's all I need.
Oh, look, a little bit of.
You know who else was very genuine? You know who else was very, very genuine? Hitler. He was very genuine.
Genuine.
Like extremely. Yeah. He just spoke his mind like all the time, It's like,
man, just
that's
a genuine.
That's what I loved about that guy.
And generous. Generous too. Look at how much land he gave the German people. Oh my goodness.
So much. Like literally to a fault. That's what got him in trouble actually.
Yeah, too much generosity. Yep.
Exactly.
That's where Trump could learn. Follow everything else, but just don't be as generous.
I'm gonna say another thing is like he was putting Germany first, okay? And a lot of people really hated that he said Germany first. I don't know. It's like just haters, man, in general. So fuck them.
Oh man. Imagine Trump pulled up to this VC. What would you say to him?
What would I say to Trump?
Literally, just randomly.
I would say, thank fuck, it's a Discord VC and I can't smell you.
I'd say thank fuck it's a Discord VC and not in real life. Otherwise, I'd do something illegal, probably.
Yeah.
Secret Service are now pulling up here.
Exactly. They're pulling over to your
You gotta learn more thinly veil your threats if you're talking directly.
To drink with him. The illegal thing was offering to drink with him.
I would say, Mr. President, now that you're elected, you don't have to listen to anybody. You're the guy that can go down in history as the guy that saved America. And what you should do to save America is listen to every single expert that comes your way and don't assume anything. And what I want you to do is take all the glory.
Too long, didn't listen. That was his response.
Too long, didn't listen. You're gay.
You're gay.
You're gay. Down because brown. Bye.
Exactly.
But that was good, Amanda. That was actually really good.
I would have told him that. I would have said that. I really would. I would say that.
That's good. I said I would smoke a blunt with him and try to figure out like why he thinks the way he does.
There's no
literally, that's it.
There's no.
I know why he thinks the way he does. That's not new to me.
We're gonna crack that coconut.
I can tell you why he thinks the way he does. Why he was given 1,000 silver spoons in his mouth and never was told no. That's how this works.
Generational money aside, I still want to figure out how he thinks they're like policy wise.
I'm kind of cold.
He thinks this is news to me.
Yeah, it's like
he doesn't
you're
have
starting
policies.
from a very bad position.
He has
kind of like a concept of a plan of policies, so I think that's enough. If you're looking at it objectively,
it is. It's way more than enough.
That's about it.
Well, you gotta understand, You got a president right there. You'd ask him questions. You ask him a fuck ton of questions, like, honestly. But if in real life, damn, that'd be insane.
I'm so comfortable right now. Oh my goodness. Guys, you should see this. I got my blanket. I'm so comfortable.
Okay.
How cold is it for you?
Okay, that's weird.
What? Yeah. What's weird?
Do you want somebody to come cuddle with
Look
you?
at my
or,
YouTube.
like-
Look at my YouTube channel. You get to see how comfortable I am right now.
I got you, dog. Yo,
I'm
Quinny,
so
we
comfortable.
need you. We need you for this one. Quinny, leave.
I'm so comfortable right now.
Yeah.
On a scale
I like
of 1
how,
to comfy,
I like how
I'm in
instead of
comf
turning on the
department.
stream, you're like, go to my YouTube channel and watch it and see.
Imagine. On a scale from 1 to comfy.
I gotta
That's
get
nice.
those
comf.
views.
I am in the comf department.
Let's see.
It's my comfy zone, right?
God damn it, Daniel.
That's what he says, Amanda.
Hey,
It's my comfy zone.
Hey, it's a pretty good book. It's a pretty good book.
Ah, sorry, I stole it from you, but it's like, it was like
You
pretty
were
obvious.
quicker on the draw. You were quicker on the draw.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Damn. I can never financially recover from this.
That's a nice point. He's definitely a nice.
Link in the side chat.
Huh?
I need to make sure that I do not die in Skyrim Nodierim.
You'll die.
Just do.
Beaten with a belt is
I'm trying. I'm gonna try. Like, what is this? Like, remember what was it? Is this a? What do you remember the Family Guy skit where there was just like Black Monopoly, and then they were just like, you don't win, you just do a little better every time.
Every time.
I feel like that's Skyrim Nodierim, like unironically.
Yeah, you don't win. You just do a little better every time.
That's good. I fucking love that. Old school Family Guy's peak. Heck yeah.
You don't win. You just do a little better every time. Skyrim Nodierim is literally that.
No, my favorite one was when. Oh, remember when Peter and Cleveland were driving the car in like the 70s, and he's like, "Oh my God, Peter, do you see what I see?" And he turns back, he's like, "Oh my God, we're being chased by ghosts." You see the KKK behind. Cleveland looks at Peter like, "Dog." Fuck.
The novice
Dude,
Ice
Peter
Mage
Griffin
almost
is
killed
one of
me.
the best characters in television, like ever.
I don't like this. I don't like that the novice
So
Ice
good.
Mage almost like fucked my face.
Wow.
He puts a damage for second. Health in.
Skyrim! No Skyrim!
I
Heal thy
got a question
life.
for you, Athena. So how hard do your parents got to hit you with a belt for it to count as physical abuse? Curious about that.
Any.
Yes.
Mine is the answer is yes.
No, literally?
Yeah.
No.
Are you fucking kidding?
I mean, like, if your parents are like fucking trying to like instill discipline.
That
like,
isn't remotely appropriate.
I mean, is discipline like, okay? So discipline is physical abuse. Then would you say that?
No.
No.
Okay.
There's a difference
other forms
between.
of discipline besides physical discipline. There's a lot of other forms of discipline.
Well, yeah, we could go into physical discipline in terms of let's say your kid did something wrong and you gotta like he keeps doing it and you're like, okay, I gotta teach him like don't do this for this, that, and the third. Depending on different cultures, different backgrounds, and the households you were brought up in, the way you would do it would be different in every single scenario. I just don't consider every single instance of a belt to the behind as physical abuse. That's really it. But there's a lot of them that I do 100%, but there are instances where I just don't like. Some of them are like,
Are you aware
nah.
it's, that physical punishment is illegal in almost every developed country, save for the United States?
Yeah, I know. In Europe, Russia, Asia, Africa, a lot of countries in Europe is still locked in to do that, and they do that for the culture. But outside of that, listen, I understand what you're saying. I'm saying different cultures have different perspectives. That's it. Like for example,
well,
if you're chilling,
then that hitting the child results in numerous long-term consequences, such as associating aggression towards neutral faces and being overly more aggressive as a person late into adulthood?
Why is that bad?
Long-term and short-term problems.
Well, you want people to be more mild-tempered than aggressive towards
Why?
people, because it causes you to go to jail.
Well, we can't have a blanket statement on that. There are of course outliers.
I'm saying in general
To be honest,
that is what happens.
Commander has a blanket right now, so he can make blanket statements.
He's got a blanket making blanket statements. Damn it, Commander.
Aggression is
That was
not
good. Nah, but like I don't know. Like for me personally, like when I was being raised and shit, my grandparents raised me in Russia, and then my mom's took over here. And, you know, I got my ass beat for doing stupid shit, but, like, I never saw that as abuse. I just saw it as, I did something bad, I'm not going to fucking do it again. Like,
Well, you would make a good Russian because you're a bit.
We locked in, but, like, this was my mom's fucking example. Like, there was no, like, there's kindness, but there's a different type of kindness. Like, for example, she would be like this.
Why can't you just like discipline your kids like with known working techniques that don't cause these negative outcomes?
I 100% agree with you, but just hear me out for a second.
They do.
This is like, I know. I'm going to give you an example, and then you'll understand why. Like
leading parental psychologists and people who actually study this, they do work. I mean, I guess you don't get that immediate compliance, but that's kind of what happens with parenting: is that you know, do things that help your child and show your child how to behave, as opposed to hitting them. You just don't hit your kids.
I agree for the most part. You don't ever hit your kids.
You never need to hit your kids.
But discipline is
a different thing.
Again, like I said earlier, if they're doing something that repeatedly wrong that you keep telling them not to, you lightly discipline them. I'm not saying.
Well, there's different ways that you discipline them. I mean, you could even involve negative consequences, but you don't need to hit your kids to do that.
Again,
you take away privileges, you make them do work. You know, there's all sorts of things that you can do to mitigate that. What you're saying.
Well, hold on. It's not just like, let's go back, because it's a double-edged thing too. Like, it's not only that there's better ways of actually like helping, you know, learn behavior, but actually like what you're doing with spanking also has the effect of like in the real short run, yeah, they just get this shock, this stimulus of like, oh shoot, and they stop what they're doing. We've proven endlessly with countless studies and across all regions, across all cultures, that this actually doesn't teach learned behavior through it. What it teaches is fear. Yes. And the fear doesn't actually correct the behavior. What it does is it'll actually they'll show that aggression. They'll show that other like wrong behavior in other ways, short term and long term. You know, they might stop that particular behavior for a time being. So oftentimes what we've seen is it doesn't. They still continue the behavior even after being spanked, which is why a lot of parents are like, fuck, do I have to hit you harder? Like, why don't you get it through your dense skull? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, the parents don't understand a lot of that so they just keep going and use an escalation of force. And yeah, so not only does it not actually teach because ultimately that's what you want, a better learned behavior, not just with the thing they're doing, but in a lot of ways that they might be acting out or what have you. And not only that, and you want them to learn more respect and learn those boundaries and learn a lot of those parameters rather than just learning fear, which actually ends up causing a lot more short-term and long-term outcomes in the end.
The way it went about, at least for me, was you had on God, right? Like you had the initial, like, I get punished, I'd go to my, like, you would get sent to your room, you lock the door, everyone cools off for like an hour, they think about everything, and then like I would come out and be like, yeah, I fucked up, my bad, even as a kid. But again, I had to take care of my
baby brother for years. You don't need to hit your kids. You don't.
Yeah, man, and everyone has their own anecdotal things. I was spanked, I was, you know, at various degrees, and then I was also just sat there and told and given like a, you know, a lecture, different forms of discipline, right? and sometimes it was grounding, right? Or having your favorite toys taken away. There's a lot of other really good like methods, like positive. Once we actually really got into like understanding positive reinforcement, or like just the the natural and logical consequences of these things, we learned how to set better, like more clear expectations and limits, and like really try to, it was more about the parent having to actually learn rather than just the child acting out. And so a lot of like, what a lot of people try to do is like, I don't hit them right away. I use it as what they say is quote unquote last resort, right? And that's like significant harm, because again, that escalation of force, like multiple times of trying or whatever, it sets a precedent where escalating force is just always going to be considered acceptable, and that easily leads to more severe forms of physical punishment. And then it also just undermines the trust of the child. Like you have to, like they need to feel safe and secure and all that. So the threat of physical punishment, even if it's rarely used, it erodes that trust.
That's not discipline, though. That's called beating. Like, here's the problem.
No,
you're not supposed to escalate. You're not supposed to escalate ever. Like, firstly, if you're in a situation, at least, while I'm even advocating for this, but fuck it, I'm bored. If you're in a situation, right, you're not supposed to, like, ever like escalate and be like, oh, you know what? I hit my kids once. Like, they didn't like they're still not there. I'm gonna keep hitting. No. You hit them once. You send them off to their room. If they keep doing what they're doing, you approach it in a complete, like literally a 90-degree shift. You sit them down and you talk to them, and you try to understand why, and then you try to break it down to them. Don't. Like, there are ways to go about this. Yes, it is a last resort, but that last resort is supposed to be a last resort.
So like, why didn't you? You're not supposed to. I mean, I would never do the spanking, but like you would flip that in a way and just actually do the talking first, because you hit them once and it doesn't continue. Like you're teaching violence, right? Like the physical punishment, it actually teaches. And again, I'm not talking about your anecdotal experience or my anecdotal experiences. I'm talking about statistics. I mean, there's a plethora of studies that you would probably find fascinating. I would urge you to like read a lot of these. And again, these are cross-cultural. These are like, there are numerous studies, and it is like, psychology is like a soft science. This is one of those areas that's like as hard as 1 + 1 = 2. This is an insanely well-known concept of like
we have people still defending it even to this day.
Yeah, I know.
That's why the meta-analysis. You don't care.
Study these things.
However, I don't care.
Defending beating. I'm not defending beatings in any type of way.
I'm not talking about beating. I'm talking about simple spankings. Even one small little pop on the butt. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not going to the high levels of taking a belt or hitting or punching him. Nothing like that. I'm just talking about what you're talking about. Okay. But it still teaches violence. It teaches them that that's an acceptable way to solve problems and resolve conflicts. And it showed, like they've even used this with like functional MRIs. There's a couple studies I could send you showing that too, where it damages trust. It actually creates fear and anxiety in that parent-child relationship. And it also, you're focusing on the pain, not learning. So a lot of them they focus on like inflicting pain rather than teaching the child appropriate behavior. And it actually,
can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So then, why is it that like if you're a child and like 5 years old, and you're busy walking around, and you step on like a thorn bush or something, or you run into a thorn bush, or you like stick a fork in a plug, and you feel the pain, and you're like, oh shit, this actually hurts. So you stop doing it. I'm not supporting. I'm just asking, what does that teach you not to do the thing that brings pain? But when you like, for instance, punch a kid at school, and you come home and you get spanked, and you get told, you should not be doing this, and this is what happens when you do it. Why does that not work the same way?
Good question. So, like physical pain as like a deterrent, right? When the child touches a hot stove or like steps on a sharp object, they experience an immediate and unpleasant like physical pain, right? That serves as a powerful instinctive deterrent, right? They should learn to avoid that action to prevent further pain, which is actually which goes along with my point. That you're really just learning to avoid these things rather than learning the actual good behavior. So the intent is that the child's pain from like, whatever it is, the thorn bush or touching a hot stove or something, it's unintentional consequence of their action, right? So physical punishment is intentionally inflicted by a caregiver. Huge distinction there with the intent, and also the emotional impact of physical punishment causes a lot more significant like emotional like distress and fear and damage to that direct parent-child relationship, which goes beyond just physical pain itself from those other things. So the focus is like, physical pain from like the hot stove teaches the child to avoid a specific danger, but physical punishment like focuses on punishing the child for the behavior, not teaching them a more appropriate alternative. And again, those like Amanda said, those long-term effects, like while the pain from like a physical injury is, usually temporary, the emotional and psychological impact of physical punishment, those have long-lasting negative consequences for a child. So, and you see this in all sorts of ways. Yeah, go ahead.
But that I don't want to sound like I'm trying to support violence or abuse, but what you're telling me now is, unless I don't know if you've got evidence to support that idea, because to my knowledge at least, I don't think the vast majority of humans who are abused, who have been abused, are going to result with some form of mental illness or anxiety issue because they were abused, because they were hit once or twice in their life. I don't think that's really the case. And I think you're busy looking at this from you're really escalating it to a very high degree.
Yeah, so it depends on the escalation. Some kids were, like it's difficult to say definitively that most children, who were spanked, like experience a lot of severe long-term effects, right? Like this is correlation versus causation, right? Like a lot of this is why I point towards the studies, because it shows like huge correlations between spanking and negative outcomes like aggression and mental health issues, right? So like correlation doesn't always equal causation. Like there are other factors like economic status and family dynamics and just your individual temperament. All of those play a huge role for sure, but like the severity and frequency, like the impact of like spanking, it varies a lot depending on the family, right? Like in the severity and the frequency and the context. So occasional mild spanking may have different effects than frequent or severe physical punishment. But what we see is that actually correlates with the data. Like those who were, again, taking into everything with context, those who were hit a lot more have usually a lot more problems. Those who were hit a little bit usually have a little bit of problems. It's not like a direct causation, but we do see that even just those little bit of spankings, it's not going to be the end of the world for those child, but I'm saying it's going to be pushing more in that direction of something that is negative versus positive. And so the child responds differently, depending on each child, since they respond differently to like the discipline, right? Some are more resilient to the negative effects of spanking and others are more susceptible, but it's important to...
So this is purely speculatory.
No. No. That's what I was about to say. It's important to acknowledge the significant body of research that links physical punishment to negative outcomes. So you have increased aggression. Studies consistently show a link between physical punishment, again, from any degree, small spankings to large beatings, and increased aggression in children. You also see mental health issues, like tons of research showing correlation between physical punishment and higher rates of anxiety, depression, other mental health problems, and also lower grades. They don't study as well in school. Also, it like a lot of studies showing like that parent-child relationship, it oftentimes leads to like fear and resentment and decreased trust. And also like a lot of, just models violence for the children who think that they can learn that violence is an acceptable way to solve problems.
What is wrong with fear being used to discipline a child? From my experiences, at least, which is anecdotal, but fear works great when using it against humans in order to stop them from doing certain things. That is why you don't go killing another human. It's why you don't steal. It's because you fear the law.
What you're saying is different. Fear is like a really valuable survival mechanism, right? But like excessive or prolonged fear in children has these significant negative effects, like that lead to anxiety and other things. So like its exploration is a big part of it. Like
what do you mean by children? Because I think we mean you have a different understanding. Are you talking about a child below the age of 7 or all children below the age of 18? Because we can't be talking about a 16-year-old and a 7-year-old as the same thing as a child. So I just want to understand what you mean by child.
No, that's actually a good point too, because different children at different ages, depending on when you're spanking them, actually has different negative effects. So younger children actually have like they get different issues which actually are associated with like slower cognitive development, and it hinders a lot more of their secure attachments And then when you get to older children, like preschool or elementary, that has a different effect where it actually impacts their ability to regulate their emotions or develop empathy or build like healthy relationships. And then as you get older, it actually has a different. So as you get older, you're absolutely right to question, like, wait a second, it's going to be different. It is. But they're all still really shitty and negative. It's going to be a different thing depending on the age that they're at. So the context really matters there, but it's still crucial to understand that it's like, it's always effective to look at the positive alternatives to physical discipline, because those are what we see in the studies. And again, these are cross-cultural. This isn't like America.
Okay,
this is literally okay.
I mean, I'm actually curious about the fear thing. So in certain cases, though, fear is a good learning tool by which people go by, because like, for example, if you tell your kid, and don't tell your kid this, but if this is what was told to me when I was a kid, if you tell your kid, don't talk to strangers, if you do, they're going to kidnap you and harvest your organs, right? You tell that to a 3-year-old, he's going to be like, you know what? I'm not going to talk to strangers. They're going to harvest my organs. So, like, it's a pretty good way to, like, instill certain lessons. Because sure, once you get a little bit older, you're like, well, okay, I understand why they said this. But it keeps them out of harm's way, which is very good. And we're talking about kids, obviously, right? Like smaller kids, like underneath the age of 7 and shit. But, like, in terms of physical, I would want to make a difference between light discipline, like spanking for like egregious acts.
It doesn't matter. The spanking, no spank, like the level of force actually doesn't really show any indication of not having all of the negative associated consequences. This has been addressed very, very carefully, right? And if you look at the
I would urge you to read a bunch of studies there. Chaos, I can send you a ton that even light spanking is still like there's like no effectiveness even in mild forms. It's not a long-term solution for addressing behavioral issues. And again, it has a lot of negative things and it doesn't add to the positive things. So, and it's also very subjective what light spanking is, right? And a lot of parents, I had a really stressful day at work. They get a little emotional sometimes. They lose their cool. They come home, and what they might think is light spanking, oftentimes to the receiver of that pain, isn't quite so light. And so it's really and again, I'm not trying to argue for light spanking by any means, but again, it's a very subjective thing. And even if it was quote unquote light spanking, it's still not effective. Nothing suggests that, and only actually negative outcomes.
So the majority of people that were, let's say, lightly spanked, did they have any negative side effects and or not learn their lessons? For the vast majority, anyways.
They're saying that what they have observed is that there's a lot of negative long-term outcomes, both in childhood and adulthood. There's also long-term, even through like their childhood, that apparently they basically have worse behavior like long-term because spanking is okay. Like there's all sorts of like reasons to not spank.
Yeah, and again, we don't want to.
You haven't answered this question.
It's not really. I'm just saying it's inaccurate to say the majority, because the thing is again, all the research we have, it shows an insanely high, strong correlation between physical punishment and negative outcomes like the aggression and mental health issues, right? It doesn't mean every child or the majority who is spanked will experience those problems, but a lot of the factors, like this is why you have to look at it in a correlative way. But it does, what we see with that strong correlation is that it influences a child's development. And so, but the individual response, right, to the discipline, it varies, a lot. That's why our anecdotal experiences aren't really helpful here, because that's all we have. But the light spanking is subjective again. But the things we do know is focusing on the alternatives of like every like a single instance of spanking can have unintended consequences. That we also know. So there are a lot of effective, positive discipline methods that focus on teaching and guiding rather than inflicting pain. And so, yeah, that's like basically any child psychologist, family therapist, they're all going to say the same thing. That's
or
and that's
if the
what all the
child
evidence
becomes
shows.
if the child becomes too unruly, there's always chloroform. Okay, don't forget about
Yeah,
that.
it's non-physical pain, right? There you go.
Non-physical pain, exactly. It's like it's
That's so good.
yeah. You need
Yeah,
that hour of sleep and quiet and peace in your household. Boom, chloroform.
But here's the problem. So what I'm hearing is the majority are fine, but there are cases that are medium to small cases that are.
No, that's not what I'm saying. The majority are not necessarily fine, or like it's a correlative study showing that physical punishment has negative outcomes with when you're spanking. Not like when you to say like, oh, this person has this or this person has that. It's very difficult. Plus, there's a bunch of other things on top of that. Typically, when a person learns a behavior, you're not attributing. What a lot of people like to do is, oh, I was doing a bad thing, and now all of a sudden I got spanked and I didn't do it anymore. That's typically never the case. What's usually always happens is they get a spanking while they're getting screamed at, or maybe they get a lecture after or before, or maybe they get actually some probably positive discipline measures along with the spanking. The spanking in and of itself, if you isolate that, it didn't actually do anything, and then if anything, it actually did the opposite effect of what you want, both short-term and long-term, even if you can't see it. But the things that you did otherwise, like the communication and the guidance and the actual like sitting there doing the thing that oftentimes is really hard for a lot of parents because they have to have the emotional control. They didn't know better usually growing up. Their parents didn't know better either, right? Like they just keep doing what they taught you. But that's the hard part, is actually making that shift into the more positive alternatives. And yeah, especially because we have the data to back up that is correlatively the way to go. Yeah.
So do you believe that that all physical spam callers, all physical not punishment, what's the other word? Fucking spam callers fucked me up here, sorry.
Is it discipline?
Yeah, discipline. So, physical forms of discipline. Do you feel like all physical forms of discipline are abuse?
So to say abuse is like I don't think that all physical forms of discipline are abuse, right? Like the legal definition would be like a serious crime, right? Like with the actual thing, like I don't go to abuse. And also, like, people like to say, what if they're about to run out in the middle of the road and get hit by a car and you have to physically grab them and pull them back? That's not physical discipline. That's not, you're just saying, like, we can't go there, right? Yeah. So and to say somebody goes over and spanks their kid, no, I do not put that legally, even by definition, it's not abuse. But there is, like, the thing is, I guess, like, it would have to be a multiple things, like intentional harm, like causing like physical injury to the child. I don't think a lot of people say, like, I'm not trying to physically injure the child when I give him a little pat on the butt or something, right? But like, yeah, I'd say a lot of parents who like slap them upside the head really fucking hard, I'd say that's kind of abusive, yeah, in my opinion. Because especially with the brain and depending on their age and all that. But yeah, and then also neglect, obviously, or other types of abuse. Yeah. But no, I think there's distinguishment there. Well, no, it's not that I think that it's still okay, right? I'm not okaying it. I just wouldn't say that that's necessarily, like, a lot of like developmental experts strongly discourage any form of physical punishment, right? The line between physical discipline and abuse can easily be blurred, and that's the problem, right? The severity and that's what we were talking about before, this light spanking, or, oh yeah, I do this little thing. Like, everyone has their own subjective opinion on what that means, so that's really difficult to to get in. And also, what you think is light, again, from this little child, might be really fucking hard, right? Like, because you're just looking at their reaction to your spanking, like,
humans
oh, yep, they're crying. Oh, yep, they
really bad at determining, like, what is hurt versus not hurt. Like, you really honestly often don't realize how hard you're hitting the child until after the fact. For example, seeing a bruise, right, where normally you wouldn't have observed that.
And most of these things, the intent is really important because most parents, most of the time, physical discipline is actually coming out of anger or frustration.
I also heard that disciplining your child with a good beating actually builds up character. Is that also false?
I think so.
I mean, that's what I
build up that character. Strong bones, baby.
Yeah, it builds a certain type of character. Maybe not the character that you like, but it does build a certain type of character.
I don't know, man. That's what every serial killer ever said, ever. You know, they were like beat as a child. So,
Daniel, here's what you do. You beat your kids, and then you put them into an MMA ring. Make them work for you. There you go.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, well, you see, dude, you make a bit of money. You know, he's used to the pain. You know,
heck yeah,
he's gonna take it like a fucking champ.
Big picture. Big picture
I mean,
player.
Hitler was abused, and I mean, I'm sure his parents were proud of him to some degree. I mean, he's put himself in history. I'm not saying he was a good person. I'm saying
unlike his nephew that was arrested for kissing a girl that was underage. You know, there's always that one fucker in the family that ruins the whole fucking name.
Who, Ezra Miller? Yeah, I feel that.
No.
I feel that.
No, there was like literally like the last surviving family of Hitler was actually arrested in Germany for molesting an underage girl.
Oh my God! Wow,
so
they
that's
went
why they
out
said
being
there's always that
terrible.
one guy in the family, right? Always that one guy.
What do you mean? What do you mean the last surviving? There's 4 last surviving members of the family. There's 4 what's it called, nephews?
Are there?
I think that.
Well, yeah, there's still people from his line that are alive.
Probably the
And
ones
then
that changed their
technically-
names. I think this one didn't
There's
change
his
his name.
alleged son as well, who calls himself his son, who's got 9 children. I know that guy as
Holy
well.
shit.
He's getting active. Nice.
He died in, I think, 1990, around that time. And his mother was basically a French prostitute, apparently. I think slept with Hitler. Or something like that.
Imagine,
when he was
man,
back
your
in
last
during
name,
World War
there
One.
you are, you're related to Hitler, your last name is Hitler, Hitler does all that shit, and you're just like...
Hitler's
Well,
last
fuck.
name was not Hitler originally. He changed his original last name.
What?
No, he didn't.
No, I thought his
Well,
original
it
last
was
name was
Adolf.
Hitler.
I thought it was Adolf
No,
Hitler.
It was Adolf something else.
No, it wasn't.
Was it? I don't think it was.
Adolf
I'm
Aryan
pretty sure
Hitler.
it wasn't, yeah.
No, I think it was just
He
Hitler.
changed his name. He changed his
No,
name to something that wasn't as
didn't.
popular.
No, he didn't.
I don't
I'm
think
just
so.
looking it
changed
up
his
right
name.
now, and it's just like his name. Yeah. He never changed it.
Yeah, that's his
I
name
saw it
is
on a
Adolf
YouTube
Hitler.
short.
He was...
In the YouTube shorts?
I saw it on
His
YouTube.
full name was Adolf Hitler. Yeah,
Hold on, he did have a bit of...
there is a surname though, Heidler, but yeah, no, it's Hitler. Anyway, so Hitler and there would have been a whole family, right, where their last name is Hitler, and then they're just like, yeah, I can't use that
here's
anymore.
the problem. So his actual,
They're just like some regular people, like being regular people. They're just like, yeah, I can't.
Look, this motherfucker destroyed the name Hitler, right? It's like he destroyed the name Hitler. Nobody can be Hitler as a surname.
Hold on.
What's your last?
Just a sec. The worst thing he did, he actually ruined the name Adolf.
Also,
nobody's
ruined
called Adolf anymore.
Yeah, also
what the
ruined that mustache. Like, used to be a pretty
would-
popular mustache. Then you got that mustache,
Yeah.
bro. Peace, no mas.
Bro, it was slow for Chaplin after that.
No
more Chaplin. No more Chaplin.
No more Chaplin.
No more Chaplin. You're done.
Okay, so check this out. So Adolf's original surname was, Jesus Christ, Schickel Gruber.
Yep.
I don't think that's true.
As that was his
I'm right.
father, Alois Hitler's original surname before changing it to Hitler in 1876, well before Adolf was born.
That's not true.
Isn't
Do you want me to get
there's
a
that feeling
that
that
line?
you get
Hold
when you're
on,
right
what's-
and everyone's been telling you that you're wrong? I mean, it just feels absolutely
Alois Hitler
amazing.
was the father of Adolf
I'm
Hitler.
reading this from Google. Like, I told you you're wrong. Okay, Google's wrong then. Fuck me.
Dude, his father's name was Hitler too. Okay, so he literally has a Wikipedia page. Okay, like the
Argue the
count has
facts,
a
bro.
Wikipedia page.
Don't argue with me, argue with the facts.
Okay, this is a fact. Look, I'm gonna put it in the side chat. Okay.
Yeah,
His father's name.
His dad.
Is Alois
There
Hitler.
are family members that were named Hitler,
doesn't work.
right? In their last name.
His father was the one changing the name.
That
My
is
entire
objectively
point.
wrong.
My entire point
Yeah.
is that there were people that were named Hitler, and they're just like, yeah, I can't use that name anymore. Like that's it.
His
They're like,
nephews,
peace.
his nephews or his cousins' surname was not Hitler. The member of his family that fought in the British military, I think it was British or French military, did not have the surname Hitler, but he was related to Hitler. So the remaining members of his family that are still alive don't actually have the surname Hitler. That is not true.
Hold on. So,
The fact that we're
I just want to be clear, right? Alois Hitler, which is Adolf Hitler's father, Clara Hitler, who married Alois Hitler and took that surname, Paula Hitler, which is Adolf Hitler's younger sister, Angela Hitler, which is Adolf Hitler's half-sister of Alois' second marriage, William Patrick Hitler, Adolf Hitler's nephew, and Alois Hitler Jr., none of those people existed? I just want to be clear.
Well, technically, all the females would have had their surnames changed once they got married. And if I recall correctly, the nephew had grandchildren, and I can't recall if he had a daughter. Because if he had a daughter, then her surname would have also changed.
Right, so all of those changed. So the point that I'm trying to make is like, after Hitler, these people are just like, bro, I can't use this name. We're not Hitlers anymore, guys. We're not that.
Amender, so I'm on the Holocaust Encyclopedia right now. We're going to get accurate for this. So his father, Alois Hitler, 1837 to 90, was a mid-level customs official born out of wedlock to Mary Ann Schickelgruber in 1837. Alois Schickelgruber had changed his name in 1876 to Hitler, the Christian name of the man who married his mother 5 years after his birth. Sauce.
So Hitler was always Hitler, right? He was never not Hitler.
Yeah, correct.
The one that changed his name was his father, not him.
Correct.
Changed the surname under Hitler.
There you
Anyway,
go.
there's other
We fucking
related
fixed the
people.
Hitlers.
There's other related people whose last name was Hitler, and as soon as Adolf Hitler and all that, they're like, all right, we can't have that anymore. We're not allowed, right? Like that's my point.
Anymore. Yeah.
Bro, the fact that I have to go to the Holocaust Encyclopedia for this is insane. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, bro, it's like peace, no more. We can't, none of this anymore, no more. No mas.
Can't be called that. Damn,
yeah, we're done.
No Hickelberg, no Schickelberg,
none of that.
No Hitler, none of that.
None of that.
And slow for Charlie
we can't
Chaplin.
Be anywhere
and his
even
mustache.
remotely associated with this guy.
Yeah.
Which is actually kind of a shame if you think about it, right? Like, because it's like, in my mind, I'm just like, wait, they didn't do anything. But just simply being associated with the name, they're just like, oh, is there something inherent? Like, it's a really weird, like, this is like borderline racism.
I mean, because like you got to ask yourself, was he the black?
Am I crazy in saying that?
You are definitely allowed to be racist towards Hitler.
No,
but it's like the family members that have nothing to do with that.
Yeah, but you're allowed.
No, I don't. No. You can't be racist to people because of my. You can't be racist.
No, fuck.
You died. Yeah. But you can't be racist by proxy. Okay, you can't do that.
Shut up.
You see, we talk about Hitler and boom, Amanda dies in game.
That's what happened.
Is that coincidence? I think not.
So what? You can be racist to Malcolm X as well because he was a terrible human being.
No.
Yup. That's
just a black person, so it changes. I get it.
Yeah. Skin color matters. Yeah. Racist.
I don't know. Was Malcolm X like a terrible human being though?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, he was kind of like an asshole.
No, he wasn't. He was a good person.
There's a difference between that and being a terrible person, right?
If his fucking family had nothing to do with anything political, like, what the fuck are we talking about here? You're not blaming a bunch of random people that
tried
birthed
Skyrim, Nodierim. Guys, I keep Nodierim in Skyrim.
It says right in the title, Nodierim. Come on.
I keep Nodierim in Skyrim, guys.
What level did you get up to this time?
I got to level 4, which is amazing.
That's good. That's
impressive.
How are you dying if you don't mind me asking?
I'm telling you, man, you shouldn't play on inept anymore. You should play on something that actually makes you win.
Play games I can't win. That way I can never lose.
Stop playing on inept.
Based.
Why don't you go with a stealth build using a dagger, not like stealth archer, but like use a dagger or something? Because
You could
it
go
seems
all
that
the way down to novice difficulty.
that works too.
You could go
use
something that's more manageable by you, Amanda, like novice.
You use pure magic and just start frying
y'all.
motherfuckers. I don't
Y'all
know.
are assholes.
I'm sorry.
We just talked about
Y'all
Hitler,
are
so you know we're in the
dicks.
mood.
Yeah, word. What?
Y'all are dicks, bro.
All this Hitler talk, got us going,
No. Hold on. It's not the Hitler part. It's the Skyrim part that we're assholes. Not the Hitler part though.
Not the Hitler part, yeah.
No.
I mean, clearly.
Oh, that's good. It's good.
All right. Well, oh, cool. Windows Explorer is doing that thing. When you close out of Skyrim, your Windows Explorer cannot be accessed for some reason.
Just restart it.
No, I
blame Hitler.
Literally had to restart the game. But let me try. I'll try.
I blame Hitler.
I blame Hitler
restart
for
the
global
process.
warming.
That's what
Changed
I'm
my
gonna
mind.
try.
I mean, he was pretty supportive of cars, so I think that he did have a small hand to play.
He had a big army. He had a lot of fucking factories. He had a lot of units and just the biggest army in the fucking world. A very big contributor to global warming. That's what I'd say. Heck yeah.
I always find it so weird that he was able to it destroy so many European countries, and like even though there were like 15 countries trying to take him out, but he was still able to defend himself and nearly win the war, might I add.
Yeah, honestly, bro is in Africa, bro is in Europe, bro is everywhere. It was, my goodness.
I mean, the only reason he lost the war, from one of the main reasons, is because he decided to be like stupid and attack Russia during winter, which has never worked for any country in human history. It has never been a good idea to go to the one country in which they've got like a wall of ice during winter.
Yeah, because a big problem was the generals at that time were telling him, yo, we need to go back. We don't have the men, we don't have the food or the resources to keep going. We have to go back. Hitler was like, nah, keep fucking attacking them. And they were like, all right, let's keep going. And then Stalingrad popped off. My great-grandpa was like, bunk, bunk, bunk. Another dead Nazi. Bunk. Like, he was fucking shooting them motherfuckers. And like, you know what I mean? Like, and then what happened? The Red Army pushed, and then USA ended up pushing because D-Day, we all know, two sides, and then fucking Hitler was like, oh fuck it, I'm gonna just take my life suicide pill style. And then they came in, divided the scientists and the weapons, and there you go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
I mean, Japan for some reason just doesn't know when to quit and decided to keep on going. I don't think they ever had a chance of winning. I just think that I don't even know what they were trying to do.
Japan should have never attacked the U.S. They should have just kept focusing inside of Asia.
They lost 200,000 civilians in 2 days. That is, I think, that some of the largest amount of deaths ever in 2 days.
Yeah, rape of Nanking, no, sorry.
I think the Black Plague knocked down more people in 2 days.
Did it? Oh.
It might have. But if we're talking about an act of man, then yeah, 100%.
Definitely not.
Well, my Skyrim Nodierim is once again a complete failure.
Name your character.
What character are you using? What race are you going with?
Facts.
I went with a mix of
You
shit.
trying?
Go with a high elf.
Shit just will surprise you and just kill you.
Go with a
Go with a high elf. You run fast as a high elf, and I think you also get a better ability with high elf. I think you absorb or magic or something like that.
If you want to be a stealth character, you go Khajiit.
Go Khajiit. Get your ass. Here's what you do: you start the run, go Khajiit, get your ass into the vampire cave, get hit one time, run away. Boom. Now you're a vampire. You get buffs. Wait until nighttime. Start the run. You're welcome.
I told him to go stealth archer, and he said he doesn't want to play it too easy. So, That's basically all I've ever done is Stealth Archer. I don't do anything but Stealth Archer. But you play Stealth Archer with only using bows, because that makes it difficult.
Oh, man, I mainly fucking go with shit. I mainly play vampire werewolves. I don't even care. I just love fucking transforming into those motherfuckers. DLCs for Skyrim are just too fucking peak. But Oblivion, whole other beast. Fuck, Oblivion was so good. Oh my god.
For some reason, I can't get Oblivion in my country. I don't know why it's regional locked or whatever, but it just doesn't work in my country.
That sucks, dog. It's so good. Man, that's like one of my favorite games on top of Fallout New Vegas. Holy shit.
I'm currently trying to play all the DLCs for New Vegas. I'm really trying to enjoy it. But since I bought Cyberpunk 2077 of the Phantom Liberty update, I just don't think, in my opinion, New Vegas can compete. I'm really trying to enjoy the game, but it just feels too old. It's too old.
Here's what you gotta do. Start your character over with all the DLCs locked in there, right? Turn on the Wild Wacky Wastelands perk, and then just start coasting. And I mean coasting. Let me break something down to you. You know the first town that you're in, something Springs, right?
Red Springs, yeah.
Yeah, you can ally with the Black Powder Gang, kill the town, then pull up to the jailhouse of the Black Powder Gang, and they give you explosives, damage, and dynamite.
I'm gonna end my stream for now, because that was fucking brutal. I died 3 times and it's so miserable, like just losing everything so fast. Yeah, so we'll just stop streaming for now, but hopefully we'll try again. We'll try some more Skyrim Nodierim